everyone under the moonlight. I hope all is doing well. I cannot believe that there are people still up, but that's good because we are going to get into it. Um, First of all, good. I don't know what to say at this time. Maybe good after moonlight. Moon. Let me start all over. Good night under the moonlight. That's what I'll say. Or I should say, good morning under the moonlight. I am here with you today. I was unable to come on yesterday because I had a uh, really bad migraine, and it, of course, went, into today. But I am here right now. And what we are going to do is we are going to get into some things. And for those of you who may not know, Tasha K interviewed Sonya, what was it, back in 2023. And shortly after that, infamous Sylvia interviewed her. I've never seen that interview at all. I think I might have clicked on it for a minute and then clicked right off. But I figure we should probably go over that. That's what we are going to be doing this week because it is in three parts. Now, I tried to make heads or tails because Sylvia does not label stuff right all the time. So, I was kind of lost because uh, you have like one thumbnail and it's her, and then next thing you know, it's another one. It's part two, then it's no, part one, then part two. So I don't know, but we are going to start where I think we should start. Why can y'all see me? Because why can't I see me? Oh, here I go. Okay, I see me now. Let's see who was here first. Who are our night owls under the moonlight? We have allegedly in Harmon and Dimples Wimples. Then we have in here Sassy Sue, Cross Country Cruise Her, Justin's mom, Black but Not Bitter, Sheila M, Sanders RN, Miss Boogie Down, Linda Gibbs, allegedly in her. I think I called you already. Okay, and Rainbow. Now, before we get into playing that, I had heard that it was Sanders RN. It was her going to be her birthday. Either it was yesterday or today. I am not sure. Please let me know in the chat so that I can, wish you a happy birthday because, we want all of our moonlighters to be acknowledged when they have a birthday or any celebratory occasion to come up. So while I am okay, oh, that's Dimples Wimples. Now, Dimples Wimples, are we going to be behaving tonight? I want to know. Do I have to, since it's so late? Okay, it was your birthday on the 3rd. All right. So before I get into this interview, we are going to wish Sanders RN a happy birthday because her birthday was on the 3rd. I'm going to pull up this birthday song because I should be able to find it quicker than what. You know what? I need to make something up. I had something with a cake before, but that was just, we're going to do something a little bit better. But until I am, I'm going to play the birthday song for Sanders RN. Okay, there we go. So happy belated birthday, Sanders RN, whose birthday was on the 3rd. And a shout out to, hey, Linda Gibbs, and shout out to anyone who is in the clouds right now, in the bushes, and those of you who are going to be watching this pawn the replay. So we're going to get into this interview. Like I said, I probably saw a small portion of it, but that was it. So, hey, Mixtress Monica. So let me present my screen so we can start with this interview. Okay, and here we go. And this is going to be this is, I'm assuming, the part one, because it's titled "Interview with Sonya, Ernest Williams' Strongest Advocate." This is going to be a reaction to this interview as per the Fair Use Act. I do want to say that because we want infamous Sylvia to get all of her credit for doing this interview. So anyway, here we go.
Things. And I was just saying what I
Oops.
feel. Why are you? Hey everybody, good evening. Good evening to everyone in the chat. Hello, hello, hello. Hello to my members. Guys, we're doing something different now. With our interviews, we're going to have you guys going to get first access. My members are going to get first access to all interviews that I will be having on this platform. So this is a treat that I decided to have for you guys first because you guys been faithful in your membership. You guys deserve to get first access to everything. So you guys know I have a guest this evening. She's my special guest because this guest has been all over the YouTube, and you guys have been intrigued by the stuff that's been happening. So I reached out to her and I asked her to come on in, and I've got a lot of people who are not too thrilled. But guys, remember, we're going to be on our best behavior tonight. All right, we are going to be our best behavior.
Yes, yes, because you have to behave yourself anytime when you are on infamous Sylvia's channel, the channel where you cannot cuss, but she can.
And we're going to respect those that comes into my house. All right, we have rules. We have rules on all sides. Okay, so I don't want to have to repeat myself, but guys, I just want to welcome to this channel, infamous Sylvia's channel, our advocate for Mr. Ernest William. Her name is Miss Sonya Durham. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to interview you and ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
And I know we're gonna stick with Ernesto case. We're gonna stick with that. But how are you doing this evening? How's everything going?
Everything's going good.
As far as his case. One question I have for myself: why are you so passionate about his case?
Oh, his case, because I believe he's innocent, and he's being held unjustly.
And why do you say
And
that?
it's just, I mean,
In case you are confused, Sonya and Ernesto seems to think he's some sort of political prisoner. He's been kidnapped and held in Cobb County against his will. You know, it's preventing him from, getting more victims who he can rip off for money. But, that's where he's at, and that's why he's there. And we all know this. Black but not bitter. I just wish she would find an S at the end of Williams. That's all I want. That's all I want, black but not bitter.
and a lot of it is because my history dealing with people when I used to work in a law firm in criminal law.
Oh, like so sure you used to work in a law firm. She did work for that disbarred lawyer in Miami, and she also, let's see, she worked for her lawyer that defended her in Cleveland, but I heard it was some special works going on there, maybe a little bit of nasty work going on there. But yeah,
And it was just sad to see how many people would get caught up in the system who didn't deserve to be there, and how not having the right people behind you, could cause a person to lose their freedom.
Okay. How long has he been in jail right now? How long
Since
has he been?
July 7th, 2022,
Okay.
16
And
months, right?
and then
July, August, September, October, November, December, January. Yeah, he's been in there 18 months.
okay, how is his spirit? How's everything going? I mean, do he feel like he's getting a fair trial? Does he feel he's getting out? I
No,
mean,
he feels like he's getting railroaded and that
mhm.
everything's being unjust. What he's been doing lately is just sending me cases that are similar to.
you know what? And somebody just mentioned this too in the chat. You, I'm gonna say this: there are people in the world who are shy, and there are some people who don't like to make contact with other people in the eye. It makes them feel uncomfortable. But what I don't understand is she's at home wherever she is, and Sylvia's at her place, right? Why is if you'll notice, you will see some of the same stuff that you see when she's doing the jail visits, the looking around. It's just weird to me. Hey, let's talk about it all. Houston Foodie and the only whip. And I don't think I said hello to you, Leroyce. How you doing?
His and what the treatment that they're getting, as opposed to what the treatment that he's getting.
Okay. All right. I did have a couple of my subscribers to send me questions in regard to some things they wanted to ask you. And I wanted to ask you a few questions from them. But first, I want you to tell us what is it that you're hoping to happen for him, and what are the steps you're taking to helping him to get through this?
Well, I was trying earlier to work with the attorneys, but because I feel they're not working with the best interests of the client, I've just been doing some things on my own, just trying to get all the information to prove his innocence without waiting for the indictment. Because
Yes, Sonia, we want you to tell us all that you have been doing because we want Will Wooten to know all that you have. So, yes, Sonia, do tell.
it can take up to 5 years sitting just waiting on an indictment.
Okay, so what are some of the steps you're taking to helping him?
Just getting the research and the proof to prove his innocence on all the charges, the dates, the phone calls, like the one with the sexual assault case, the R case.
You got to say the SA because
I don't know how YouTube works, right? Okay. Well, it's for adults, right?
yeah.
Yeah. And I'm gonna try to curb my cussing because I'm out.
Please, no cussing in this channel too. No cussing.
Don't try. Don't try. No, I do pretty good sometimes. Yeah. So,
Hey, let's talk about it all. This is the interview that Sylvia did with Sonia, like right after the Tasha K interview. When people got mad and unsubscribed to her, because she interviewed Sonia. How are you doing, the Honorable Leg Jury?
yeah, like on the one case that they said it happened January 2019. He didn't even know the person at that time. He met her 7 months later, and at that time he was actually living still in LA. So he wasn't even. He didn't come here until his son got shot. His son got shot back in July of that year.
So
And
which
then
case is that one?
this is the one with the SA.
The SA? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the 961 case.
I have a question, Sonya. How do you know that that is when he met her? Are you going by what he's telling you, or do you have some sort of concrete proof of what you're saying? Justin's mom, thank you so much for the member milestone. She says, I love your channel at Legacy. Oh, thank you so much. And I love all of you guys. And I love that you all are here this time of morning for this foolishness.
Okay, because that's one of the things I did look up on that one, and I did see that it was like around his birthday, and
Mhm.
he was in Vegas. If I'm
He
not
was in
mistaken.
Vegas, at that time.
So did he take that person to Vegas
He
or?
didn't even know her yet. He met her 8 months later. He met her after July of that year. He didn't even know her yet.
Okay.
See, here is an important question. I don't understand why Sylvia doesn't say to her, how do you know this? Because I want to know how she knows this. She is acting so firm in what she's saying. How does she know? Is there proof that this is when they met, or is there documentation? You know, I just said that. I want to know how she knows. I want to know, is this what he's telling her, or if there is some sort of proof? That's what I'm trying to say. Hello, cotton candy curls and cappuccino latte.
So someone says please give specific date. K Bonita, that is the January 8th in 2019, January 9th.
The 961 case.
Yeah. Oh, we got to disappear. Hello? You disappear for a second. That was because I did look at it. But before you get started, I wanted to show some because you know me, I do my research before I came on, and I wanted to show everyone that some of these people, there's two Ernest William in Cobb County Jail. There's two Ernest William with the same name in Cobb County Jail. And I wanted to show everyone this first. And that's why a lot of us are getting mixed up with the different cases. Hold on a second. This is one, Ernest.
Cappuccino latte. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Um, can I just say that, yes, there was a different Ernest Williams incarcerated with him at the same time. The only person that I am aware of who got the two names mixed up was Chronicle Speaks. And when she realized that she did, she corrected it. So I don't understand why a big deal keeps being made about this. I mean, that happened, it happened once, and it's over and done with. We all know that we got the right one now. And Black but not bitter still wants her to put a S at the end of that name. And I do too. My goodness, I don't know why it's so difficult. So let's hear some more of all of this proof that Sonya has.
Ernest William. Do you guys see that? Let me make this bigger. Hold on. You see that one? He's in jail, 1986, Ernest William, and he's been in this for 260 days. He was arrested he's still incarcerated as of today. This is Ernest William, okay? And I went and looked at his record, and some of the stuff that we've been seeing belongs to this guy, okay? And let me show you the other one, which is the one that we're talking about. And then there's also one in Fulton County. There's three Ernest Williams that are in jail currently.
Right now.
Hold on, let me go.
And can I say that Ernest Williams, that is a common name, just like John Smith or Rebecca Ann Davis, that is a common name. And there's going to be people, and sometimes, it might be a situation where they get mixed up. But I don't know why so much emphasis is being put on this. We all know, like, who was that? Somebody said in the chat, we all know we got the right one. We know which one we are talking about. Justin, was that Justin's mom who just said she had a long nap? You had a long nap today? Yeah, yeah, that's Justin's mom said I had a long nap. So she's here for the shenanigans as well. And let me see what else you guys are saying in the chat. Houston Foodie running around like a chicken with her head cut off, spinning her wheels. This is what she does best. Now, Dimples Wimples, I saw your comment. And I didn't read it in the beginning because I said I'll get back to it. Dimples Wimples said, doesn't Nesto have the same Dalmatian patch on the top of his head? I do believe he does. Yes, he most certainly does. Hey, Deborah, see? Poor black but not bitter. Oh my
Get
goodness.
this. And this is the Ernest William here. Oh, hold on a second. That's that one. Hold on. Y'all see Ernest on this one? 1965. The other one's 1986, and this one's 1965. And they're both in the same jail. Okay? All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. And you were saying?
No, you had it.
Okay. So I was basically showing them there is two. Okay. Kim asked,
Go ahead.
why do you feel he's being railroaded?
So his first attorney that he had when he initially got arrested said that it's something going on that's not
Before she continues, I would like everyone to take note to her voice and how she is sounding. She is trying to sound so sophisticated and well spoken. How you doing, Muffin 218?
not right, and that somebody's pissed off. This is what the first attorney said back in July, because when he was arrested in July, he had only had the arrest warrant for the Palmer Dodge bad check in 21.
Mm-hmm.
And that was only for like $2,000. Somebody that was with him wrote a bad check. But because it was his vehicle, um, they put it on him. I guess, which he would share the responsibility of, depending on what the story is behind it. I don't know if he zailed the person the money and they were supposed to write the check because he may not have had the cash on hand. I don't know the circumstances.
Hear what she says? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You're right. You don't know. Cotton Candy Curl said that gutter snipe ain't sophisticated.
But this was the only thing he had at the time. So this was bondable because he wasn't on probation. He didn't have anything else at that time, but they didn't give him a bond. And the attorney felt something's odd. How do you not have a bond for a $2,000 check? And then they came with, I guess, a couple weeks later with another charge. All the while, Roswell is investigating while he's sitting in jail. These weren't charges that were already out here because this is the only charge that's out of Roswell. All his cases are out of other cities.
And that's
Alpharetta.
which one? Could you explain that one again? That is the one.
So this is right. So this is when the SA victim was in his vehicle and she had got jumped, and they destroyed the vehicle after they jumped her because she was allegedly doing PPP scams.
Okay.
And so they set her up on IG and said, meet us here in Buckhead. We want to give you some extensions or whatever. And then when she met up with them, they jumped her, they tore the vehicle up, took the keys, and then she called him like, can you, and so he went over and had the vehicle towed to the dealership. And then the dealership did the repairs, which were 2,000 and some change.
Let us remember that this person that she is alleging did PPP scams. Let's remember this woman has no criminal record, but the one sitting here on your screen, actually, both of these ladies up here on your screen has had criminal records. And allegedly in Harmon says almost 100 and only 49 likes. Please, 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 everyone. Let's make the likes like me on this late moonlight tonight.
But he had somebody else with him that wrote the check.
So why did he have the other person to write the check?
I don't know. This
Okay.
is just going off what the warrant says. Again, he hasn't spoke on his defense because he can't. Not till the charges come out. He's got to keep, you know.
Okay,
So this is just going off the warrant, this part. Now I know what led to it because he did speak on that. That's what happened to the vehicle and why the vehicle went to the shop. The girl had it.
And we don't know this isn't because he ripped somebody off. They recognized the car and then went out. We don't know that. We don't know. Shay B, thank you so much. Shay B has gifted 5 Legacy Moon true crime and mystery memberships. And we have, let's see, Cotton Candy Curls was gifted, Cam Lewis, Kind and Fun, Carmel Beauty 65, and Shar Watson. Welcome to the Moonlight Investigators. Thank you so much, Shay B, and I hope that all of you enjoy your memberships. And I got some interesting things that I'm going to be doing, and that's going to be coming up in the members only investigator. So I thank you so much, Shay B, and once again, welcome everyone.
which went first? Was it the house situation or was it this car situation? Which came first?
This was before the house, before Roswell actually did the arrest. Okay, so going back to the very beginning of everything,
Mhm.
um, we don't know why Roswell came for them in the first place. Them being him and Erica, because that's where it initially started. They were saying on the news article that it was complaints of bad checks for repairs on the house. It's a rental property, so that doesn't make sense. Then they said again it was credit repair.
Wait a minute. This is interesting. Has anyone, because I didn't hear anything, I have never, since this whole case has been around, have heard anything about there being a bad check written for household repairs. I have not heard that. So if there is anyone who has, please let me know because this is the first I'm hearing of this.
But only one case talks about credit repair with him. Now I don't know what Erica gets, what she's involved with. So I don't know how that, came about. But credit repair, only one of his cases talk about.
That's like Calvin guys, right? Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin. And that's the only one that talks about credit repair. And I should put my phone on do not disturb. Yeah, and that was in 2020 of July. But again, that happened in Alpharetta. But Alpharetta police is not on this. It's Roswell. And so it's the jurisdiction is where it takes place, not your address.
Okay, does she realize that it doesn't matter? You can be like, as long as you're in the state of Georgia, if there's a warrant for your arrest, anybody can arrest you. It doesn't have to necessarily be the county who put charges on you because a warrant is in the system. Justin's mom said, I never heard that either. And I know it would have been brought up if it was true. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm glad that I wasn't the only one because I never heard that. More importantly, this goes to show how she don't have, as Nesta would say, her facts together. Um, Sanders RN says, wasn't there AC repairs at the last house they were evicted from? I know that there was talk of some kind of $60,000 remodel. I don't know about AC repairs, but I do know that I never heard that he was arrested because there was for checks being written for or not being written for repairs. Black but not bitter said Roswell is in Fulton County. And you know what? This is something else. Apparently, she doesn't know. all of the counties and the jurisdictions, but I it could be Roswell, it could be, what is it, DeKalb, however they say it. It could be Fulton, it could be, what's that other one? I can't think of that other county there. It could be any of the counties. If he's wanted, he's wanted, and Roswell could pick him up. Anybody can pick him up.
So if you live in Hawaii,
Thank you, Cobb. Cobb, thank you. And hey, is it Toy? I think it's Toy. Tay, Tay or Toy.
but you're in Cleveland committing crimes, Cleveland's who comes after you, not Hawaii. So, um, so anyway,
Even Sylvia knows that's wrong. Even she knows it's wrong. Look at her face.
so they did that after the fact, after they interviewed everybody, and I feel like a lot of this is based on my opinion of things, because he says he's never lived in that location. He's never met the landlord. He's never signed a lease. And he's never
And that's that 990
that
address.
980 address.
I thought
He's
I thought 980 was Erica.
980 Pine. Hold on, let me tell you what that. Yeah, it was 980 Pine Grove Road, Roswell. And that was and it was rented under Black Heritage Radio Trust Inc., which if you try to find it under the business section for Georgia, I don't know what y'all have, Secretary of State here. Each state is different. We have some biz in Florida. Never was listed. Can't find who owned it, anything about that company. I don't know what the
Because it's not real. It's their shell company, and it's what they used for a lot of their scam schemes, whatever you want to say.
process was, what the landlord did to even rent the place. But he said he never met the landlord, never lived there.
So what is
But
the landlord saying?
I haven't reached out. So I reached out to the rental people who filed the eviction.
Mm-hmm.
They said they couldn't speak on it, that I would have to talk to him because I was trying to get a copy of the lease. Because I was trying to get the signatures and, what information was off the lease. So
Now, I don't know because I've just never tried. I only know the answer to the question I'm about to ask from a professional capacity as from my career, the work I used to do. But we would have to go and we would have to talk to landlords and stuff like that. But we would still have to, if the landlord asks, "Do you have consent?" We would send them and show them, yes, we have consent, or I am authorized to talk to you. But I didn't know, like the average citizen, like, can I call up and call around and see and talk to allegedly in Harmon's mortgage broker, or if she's renting a home, can I just, as Joanna Public, go ahead and call and get information without some sort of authorization? I'm not aware that can be done, just by the average citizen. If it can be, let me know. But I'm just not aware that could happen. Cotton Candy Curl said Silverback knew they were lying. She just wanted the exclusive. You're right about that. That's all she really cared about anyway.
So what I have to do is either get my PI on this, because I have a PI that helps me, or give this to the investigator that works on the case. There's an investigator that works alongside Hannah, his other attorney. I just don't like they come off like he's guilty and they're supposed to be defending him. So that's a problem that I have as well.
So Hannah is coming off as earnest?
Not so much as Hannah, but when you talk to the investigator, I spoke to the investigator, he was coming off like he did it. And he didn't even have a conversation with him yet to even say, well, did he admit to this? Where are you getting this from? Sometimes the mindset of people feel like, well, automatically if they're charged, they did it, or sometimes they just don't care about people, and they're just
That's interesting. I didn't realize that the investigator. Uh, so is she trying to say that Hannah's investigator is coming off? What's his name? Is it Joe? Was he coming off like Nesto was guilty? Justin's mom said at Shay B, she pretends like she knows everything and is just giving more info to Wooten. Shay B says her PI, honey, boom. Black but not bitter says, I hope Wooten has seen this interview, especially since she said she has an investigator on the case. Ah, yes, good point. Stacy, that first twin, said, hello, Moonlighters, and our host, she needs to sit her tail down. Hey, that girl. Hey, Jay Vickers. Jay Vickers says, Doug, aka Joe.
there to just get this off my desk. And I feel like it's a little bit of both, you know. They just don't care. And when you deal with people in their lives, whether it's health or freedom, something that's very important, they should care. But it's a lot, just like his attorney that was paid, the other attorney, he doesn't care. He took the money and it's like he's working for the prosecutor.
So basically the 990 and 980, he's stating that he never
He never ever lived there, leased it, met the landlord, made a deposit, paid any rent, had keys, any of that.
We know he didn't pay rent. You know what? The funny part, like she's saying the investigator is acting like he's guilty. The thing with her is if you have a difference of opinion than her as it pertains to this case, or is trying to just straight up say, hey, it's not looking that good or whatever, she takes that as you being against him or in cahoots with someone instead of taking it for what it is. That girl, you are not that late. No, this is not a new video. This is the interview that Sonya did right after she did Tasha K, when her and Sylvia became bosom buddies. How are you doing, Denise Okalowan? Okalowan. I hope I got that right. She says, Sonya, stop your lies. The only reason you are supporting Nesto is because you are in a relationship with him and he was married. Hey, Diva, how are you doing? And obsessed with the mess. How are you doing? You're never too late when you come on the Legacy Moon channel.
So why was his car there? Why was his car?
Erica said, okay, so he was moving from the Bent Creek address, him and her, and he needed a place to put his vehicle while they were in transition. Erica said, you can park your vehicles in my driveway. And that's why they were there. And so on the day that he got arrested, he happened to be going over there. He doesn't know where the police was at this point because he's not thinking anything. He went into his glove box, took something out the glove box, left, got back in his car because he was going to the DMV, and he needed something out of the glove box, out of one of the vehicles. And then as he
Yeah, this is from infamous Sylvia's channel. Um, whoever just asked that, I don't remember. Yeah, oh, obsessed with the mess. Um, Stacy, that first twin. Did I just read your comment? Because I know I just said, and if I did, I'm going to read it again because it says her comment says, "How is she going to talk to the landlord? Nesto didn't give him a cent in rent. That man will not give her the time of day. How you not pay someone and ask for help?" Yes, and that's what I just didn't know you can just like Stacy, that first twin. I just didn't know I could just, as Joanna Public, call your landlord and say, hey, did you used to rent to her, or were you renting to her, or what's the deal with that, and just start asking questions. I didn't realize you could do that.
he was driving. He went to a commercial property that he was looking to lease or inquire about. And that's when the police pulled up behind him and said his name and everything. And he wasn't even in a vehicle registered to him. His vehicle was registered to his wife. So
So
he's trying to figure out, how
what
do you even know me?
what vehicle was he in?
He was in a white Ford dually
Okay.
pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What he was in? I could have sworn that truck was gray. Maybe I'm getting that confused with Officer Field's car. I don't know, but I could have sworn that was gray. I just saw that video. But here again, how does she know? She knows what he's telling her, but she doesn't know she wasn't there.
So yeah, he was like, you know, what's going on? So they're
And by the way, officer, remember the paparazzi, was following him around, and we know that paparazzi is or was Officer Fields. Okay, Stacy, that first twin, you said it was white. Okay, I thought it was great, but I could be getting mixed up with Officer Fields' uh, vehicle when they put him in the back of it.
arrested him that way. That's how he initially got arrested. And at that point, like I said, he only had the one warrant, which was for the, let me see what day this was. Not even, he didn't even have this one.
So which one was
He
he?
didn't have this one because it says on July 18th, 2022, I spoke to Tammy Sexton of Financial Controller for Alpharetta Highway Palmer Dodge. So this came out even after the arrest.
So was he arrested for? Why did they?
Sometimes I don't know, Sonya, she says that, she used to work for an attorney and she tells us all of these things, but you can arrest someone on probable cause and they could be sitting in jail, and while they are sitting in jail just on the probable cause, let's say just maybe even for one day or half a day, and it just so happens you find other evidence of other crimes that they committed, then you can charge them. I don't understand why she doesn't know this with all the law experience that she claims to have. Hi, Gina. How are you doing? Gina says the pickup truck got Nesto's decal written all over it. So, what is she saying? And that girl says, look at Sonia's edges with that bowl cut. Gosh, it does look like a bowl cut. Oh my goodness. Stacy Stacy, that first twin says, good thing he was arrested. They prevented him from scamming someone else. He was looking at a building for rent. And who knows whose name he would have put that in if he was able to get it. Divas 314 says she does not know this man's story because she wasn't there. That's right. And Jay Vickers said she must not have had time to spray her edges on. Damn, Rihanna ain't got nothing on her forehead. Hey, Leela, not Layla. Leela, not Layla says, I just woke up from a nap. Hey, y'all. And Tallulah, Mary Lou, I saw you and didn't, I don't think I spoke to you. She says, that old dry buzzard never worked above the table, allegedly. Justin's mom said he was a menace to society. Hey, Go Roro, how are you doing? Go Roro says now Sonya is talking like she had firsthand info as she sat in the window and watched everything. You would think she was there.
They stop him to
Let
arrest
me see. It's got to be Calvin because Calvin was the only warrant that had an older date on it. Calvin, yeah, Calvin's is in July of 20. So it had to be
him?
Calvin's situation.
Is that the credit repair?
Because his was received on May 10th, 2021. Pardon me?
Is that the credit repair, the one that's a
So
veteran?
yeah, he's saying that he made contact, confirm details of the case. Okay, so driving, Zelle payments, according to the payments, I searched the phones. Mhm. Okay, so this is what he's saying that on July 2020.
If I were going to interview or be interviewed, and I am supposed to be speaking up for this man, for his case and the injustices that, are coming his way, I would have read all of the documents and be prepared to answer any questions that the interviewer had for me as an interviewee. Why does she have to keep looking down at papers, but yet she's talking as if she were there, like some of y'all have pointed out, but yet she has to keep referring to those documents that she's looking at. Jay Vicker says, um, she really thinks she's sitting there doing something when all she is doing is digging Nesto's grave. Yes, and letting Will Wooten know all of the things that she has collected thus far. Black but not bitter said she better turn over that entire stack of documents to the grand jury. Okay, that's what I want her to do. That's why we are reviewing this, because we want to make sure that Will Wooten knows all of the things that Sonya has.
In Alpharetta. He was working for a company to help veterans build their credit score and assist in buying houses. The credit repair home buying assistance will come to $10,850, and that he zelled him $10,850, and it was sent to his email, which was barbernesto77 email. Now that is his email. I would say that. Now, but here's the weird part about this. They used to work, or he used to work for him in his barbershop, so they know.
She's going to confirm that that is his email address, but yet no, it's crickets on the $10,000 that he gave him. It's all crickets, but you know, she can confirm that that is his address, and that's all that she can confirm. How are you doing, Shelly C? Shelly C says, chat, she doesn't intend to give real answers. And Obsessed with the Mess is letting us all know this is a scam alert, in case you weren't aware. Tallulah Mylou says, Tallulah was my first Christmas present from my son and daughter-in-law, grandchild number 4. That's nice. Congratulations.
Know each other
So
very well.
does
But
this Calvin person knows him? They know each other?
they know each other very well. His son knows them. He knows them, like they know each other, know each other. But the way they put this, they said that he walked in like he said he was working for a company to help veterans. That's not true. And he knows them not to do that.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't care if Calvin said he knew Nesto for 10 years, 15 years, or for 5 minutes. Did he tell him he could help repair his credit? Did he give him money for that service? And did Nesto perform the service? Those are the questions we want answers to. All of that other stuff that you are talking about is completely irrelevant. Leela, not Layla, this conversation is from 11 months ago.
And then also, um, when he said that he introduced himself, he said that his name was Ernesto Williamson. He spoke he and his partners, but did not provide a company name. So if a person, first of all,
There are people, you can find them on Facebook all the time, who offer services for credit repairs, and they don't necessarily have a company name. Would I use them if I wanted to repair my credit? No, but you can come across people who say they can help repair your credit, and they don't necessarily have a company name. And I still don't care if Calvin knew this man to be a barber. If he came up and said, I have a side hustle where I help repair veterans' credit, and Calvin pays him for that service and he doesn't do the service and keeps the money, that is a problem. I don't know why she does not understand that. And furthermore, how many people, say for example, H&R Block, where I get my taxes done, how many people are working at H&R Block who are not, they're not even accountants. They just happen to be working there part-time for tax season, and their job could be, they could be a secretary during the day. That's their main job. But they happen to have a part-time job doing taxes at H&R Block during the tax season. It happens. So it's possible that this man has another side hustle where he could repair people's credit.
He knows his real name because again, they know each other. And
And again, how many aliases and social security numbers does this man have?
so he knows his name's not Ernesto Williamson.
So you don't
Um,
so you don't believe he basically took this man's money?
Now they don't show on here like they do on the other ones that they went and verified that the money was actually done. And again, like because they're one-sided, you need both sides to understand what happened or something to support what he's saying. Because when you see some inconsistencies, like the way he said this, he made it seem like a guy off the streets just came in and started speaking to me, and I gave him $10,000, and he didn't do what he was supposed to do.
That well, first of all, it doesn't it whether he knew him or not. Did the man give him $10,000 to perform a service and did he perform it? That is the question we want answered. Black but not bitter says Ernesto Williamson equals Ernest Williams, Ernest Williams. Cotton Candy Curl says she's reading the documents and don't raise an eyebrow on none of the charges. Like, how do you not see that Nasty is a scammer, liar, master manipulator, cheater, rapist, etc.? Stacy, that first twin says at Gina, it wasn't on there. They knew it was him from the surveillance of the Pine Grove address. Jay Vickers said he told the teacher he was going to repair her credit. And didn't he tell? Now, I don't know if he said he was going to repair anything at Gail Bickham's, but he did say, well, didn't he? He told both the ladies that he could grow their social media platforms and to let Sonya tell it. He's computer illiterate. He doesn't know anything about computers. Shelly C says Sonya always tries to dilute the truth. She adds a lot of stupid things to the conversation that makes no sense. Go Roro says, I believe the interview was 11 months ago. Yeah, it was. It was 11 months ago. And where is he now? He is now staring down. See, at this time, he wasn't staring down the face of Rico, but now he is. Houston Foodie said, and he knew he did not, he did that because when he told Dre about it, it was like it's a civil misdemeanor credit repair. Ah, yes, he did. He did say that because, he listened to Sonya say it's civil. You let me give you $10,000 and you were supposed to perform a service for me and you didn't perform it. Uh, Somebody's going to jail, either you or me, because either you going for not for theft of service or you're going, well, no, that's not really theft of service. Either you're going or I'm going because I'm gonna kick your behind. That's just the way it is. Obsessed with the Mess says she sprays her hairline and little more forward since the interview. So, and the bowl, this bowl look was mentioned. So yeah, maybe obsessed with the mess, she could see herself on those visits and say, hey, or when she was doing her own channel and she was like, hey, I need to go up a little further on the forehead, up further, not back further, but up further, and the sides as well.
But that's not the case because they know each other. Like you like your coworkers, your coworkers. If you worked for them for a year, you know them. You might not never been to their house, but that's Lisa Johnson. You get me? I worked with her for 6 months, a year, or whatever. So with this one,
I promise y'all I didn't fall again. I just dropped the microphone, that's all.
Search Giselle records. The court order was emailed to Zelle. I am waiting. So they didn't even receive the Zelle information yet. And again,
Sorry,
yeah.
Sonya, hold on a second. I'm kind of asking this question from melodic mermaid. It says it sounds like all hearsay. How can Sonya validate anything if she wasn't there? She merely going off what Nesso told her. So how can you validate something?
So go ahead. So again, like I said, I only know one side. I don't even know his side. All I know is one thing he did say about this case is that he knows the guy personally.
Okay.
This makes it seem like they don't know each other at all.
You know what? Everybody reports and write things different. You know, like me, I'm like thorough and long-winded. So you could read something that I wrote and you will see every single detail. Whereas the next person might write it, they might write the same thing and be reporting on the same situation, but it's going to sound different because everybody doesn't write the same. Um, Black but not bitter. And Justin's mom, yeah, y'all thought I fell again. No, I didn't. I knocked the microphone down. Aqua Queen, hey, Aqua Queen said, late stepping into the showing of one of the worst interviews ever. Justin's mom says she has an 8 head. Hey, I Revives, how are you doing? Hey, Pen Pal 50.
Okay.
That's where it seems like it's a problem because
Oh, Stacy, that first twin says, one thing I do know is D.A. Wooten is not playing with her. She is about to be her own content with her own docket number if she does not bring them documents. And you know what else? If she don't bring those documents that Will Wooten asked for, she needs to report straight to Rice Street, do not pass go, and on her way out, have that $300. Jay Vickers says that's not the question, Sonya. How do you know what you are saying is true and not just what he told you? Shay B says, thank y'all for keeping me on track. I've forgotten much and refresher videos plus the chat, a whole study guide. I know. We could write dissertations and whatnot. She says, between my black job and being handy girl for 2 seats of elderly parents, I'm out of memory. I know, right? It is. It's hard for me. I'm not even gonna pretend like I keep a lot of this the facts. I know enough, but it's kind of hard because this has been going on and we learn more information. That's why it's good to review and to do these refreshers because when the trial comes, we will be all studied up. Allegedly in Harmon. I'm ignoring your comment. Shelly C says, does knowing Nesto make losing 10K? Does that make the man feel better? Thank you, Shelly C. Am I supposed to feel better? Well, I know you, so it's okay that you gave I gave you this money and you gave me nothing in return. Diva 314 says she talks too much. Aqua Queen says, there goes Bones talking at a manic speed, holding her head like the drawstring ponytail is weighing it down. Yes, not keeping eye contact with the camera and looking around everywhere. So
because the guy didn't say, I know him because we work together. He's saying the guy just walked in his business and sold him a dream, and gave him this name when he in fact knows his real name and he knows him. So I'm saying the inconsistency in this side of it is saying things that don't make sense, that don't add up.
So his
son even told me before he told me that they know him personally.
So they were working together and
they worked at a barbershop together. He has several barbershops. Now, I don't know if he worked for Ernest or if they just was in a barbershop. Because remember, Ernest had owned several barbershops before. So I don't know if this was one of his employees But the son did say that this was somebody that worked in the barbershop with him, and that they know each other very.
Didn't he say that now, I don't know if Calvin was the one who was homeless, or who was the alcoholic and who he helped out, because he likes to let us know when he helps people. So I don't know if Calvin is the same person as who that person is that he's talking to. And she says that, the son said they knew each other. Here again, she's going by what Nesto said, because Dion didn't even fool with her like that. Obsessed with the mess said now she's throwing Dion under the bus. Yes, she is. Hey, Shayna Queen Bee, how are you doing?
Very well.
So,
So
so you don't think he actually took his money or anything like
now,
that?
now again, it's one sided, and he could have gave him money,
Okay.
but it's just one sided right now. I don't know if from 2020 till a year later that he got the money back, you know, or if it was for something else. Like, I don't know that part of it. I just know with the way this reads, it reads wrong by, the nature of the relationship and how he's saying things, and then pick them out of a lineup, and 300% lineup was attached. I contacted with a negative contact. The phone number went straight to voicemail, and that was in 2021 of May.
Okay, Bonita says 2 veterans involved. I don't think it was 2 veterans involved. I didn't read 2 veterans.
2 veterans involved in this? No, the only thing that says about veterans is that that he was supposed to be helping veterans build their credit score. But I don't know if this Calvin person is a veteran.
It did say that Calvin was a veteran. It did say that, but I don't remember 2 veterans.
There's only one person that's mentioned on this. That's it.
Okay. I guess most of the question is, if you don't know everything that's behind it, why take one side?
Mm-hmm. Why what?
Why take one side and not, get the whole picture of everything that's happening?
Well, again, this is just the side that the justice.
I have y'all work with me on this. See if y'all agree with me. Sonya keeps saying this is one sided. Doesn't the police department usually have the side of the person making the complaint? I mean, Nesto could give an interview and say what he did and didn't do, or, confirm or deny whatever he wants to do. But like, aren't the police reports gonna have all of what's going on with the victim? And wouldn't it be the defenses, to go and like disprove everything? I mean, I'm just saying. Diva says she has no idea what she is talking about. She never does. Shelly C says, if the man got his money back, why would he complain? The complaint doesn't say the man got his money back. That means he didn't. That's because she doesn't know, and she doesn't know how to answer the question. Obsessed with the message, Sonya and Nesto don't think that Wooten notices that no one Nesto actually knows is defending him. He knows this heifer doesn't know Nesto. Having your hen campaign for you publicly is insane. Hey, Keisha Marie. Keisha Marie says, I hit the like button. This heifer lies, and Mr. Rex woke me out my sleep. Aqua Queen says, Sloya has no life, no self esteem, no self respect, and no discerning spirit. I don't know why I said spirit. I guess because I was looking at Shaby's comment that says infamous raccoon was nervous as hell. Jay Vickers says she's talking out the side of her ass. Not her mouth, not her neck, but her ass.
Department is offering, Fulton County.
Mm-hmm.
And he is strongly saying, I'm innocent. I didn't do that. And that's not how that played out. But I can't specifically say right now. I can only say that that's not how it played out.
Okay.
And because he's not indicted, and he hasn't went to court on it, can't really speak, but he can only say so much. Because again, they can twist things and it's just, I understand why he cannot speak. I've seen it happen where you speak your truth and it makes you innocent, but they still twist it around and it ends up hurting you. So I understand why. Do not say anything,
Okay.
on that one.
Okay. Jeanette asked, will you be, let me see. You did say he's innocent. You believe he's innocent of all. Do you believe he's innocent of all charges or just some?
Criminally, yes. Now, I spoke before about the situations with the two girls, the teacher and the realtor.
Okay.
And I said,
Explain that one because everybody's.
Two women, not girl. You know what? I wonder, does she like to be referred to as a girl? I mean, I personally find it disrespectful, but I wonder, does Sonya like really like to be referred to as a girl? Gororo says, "Woo, can she even afford to be taken care from that angel? Nope."
Is upset because they're saying that you victim shamed.
victim shamed.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't victim shame
Yes, you
him.
did.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like how the situations went about, I feel like it was a relationship that was personal. Um, it didn't go accordingly. And, in some situations, a lot of women want back what they gave. So, and that's fine. You can ask for anything back. Or if he was given money to buy apples and he came back with oranges, you know what I'm saying? And they want their money back because he didn't direct the money where he said he was going to direct it. I feel like that's civil. I don't feel like that's criminal.
So
Because
even like with the credit.
If you take $50 from me and you're supposed to take my $50 and get me 10, 20, 30 pounds of apples, and you come back with 20, 30, 100 pounds of oranges, you did not get me what I asked for. And furthermore, you have to start looking at, when it becomes a case of fraud, at the amount of money that's paid. Now, is anybody going to entertain the money that I gave you to buy that little bit of money I gave you to buy my apples, and you come back with oranges? Is the courts going to entertain that as a criminal matter? No, I think not. But when you start giving people 10,000, 200,000, thousands upon thousands, vehicles, and they're supposed to bring you stuff back, and you don't bring back what you said you was going to bring back, nor do you have my money, that becomes a criminal matter. Stacy, that first twin, says she's reading the complaint. Who is she? Who is she to give dialogue on his situation? She only knew him from laying on her back. Yeah, right, Jay Vicker. Jay Vicker says, Legacy, no, you come back with nothing. That's right. Like uh Gail Bickham. I mean, she's out of money. She don't have no RV. I mean, nothing. Tallulah says this remedial slore is trying to look and sound like professional is sending me. Obsessed with the mess said he wasn't bringing them back anything at all, though. He was getting stuff for himself. Exactly. Shay B says at Stacy, that first twin acting like she took notes with her angles behind her head. That girl says, Sonya, you want back what you gave. You've been begging for Nesto for years. Now this is why you're windmilling for him for affection in return. Janet Toy says, so the party is over here. Hey, Legacy in chat. Yes, the party is always over here, where we are always up late night under the moonlight.
Card. Um,
Exactly.
the person, no, I'm just saying, she asked for him to go get what.
Appliances. It was supposed to be appliances for her kitchen.
Hmm. So she gave him the credit card to use, but he used it for something else. That's what you said.
Um, he used it for a trailer, I want to say. I think it was a trailer.
But then that's theft. Then if he's supposed to be buying an appliance and then he goes and buys a trailer, it's not what she asked for. That means.
So I get what you're saying, but like I said, um, on the other live, um, it's no different from any woman in a relationship with a man, and she asks for money for one thing, and she knows it's for something else. It's the same situation. So it's
Now, y'all, I don't know if she's going to bring it up, and I don't know if y'all can recall, because remember, I think her baby daddy wanted some underwear or something, and she took the credit cards and used it for something else, and he went and put charges on her. Y'all remember that story? She's told it a couple times. I guess that is what she is referring to. Um, Jay Vickers said, "Don't say now." Aqua Queen said, "If I give you $1.50 to go to the Dollar Tree and bring me back top ramen, but you wash a load of clothes with my change, you are wrong and a thief." How about that? In layman's terms, for these two people who don't understand layman things. Leela, not Layla, said, not Sylvia checking her. Yeah, every now and then Sylvia might get one in, because I really don't think, as much as she try, oh, she's so tiny, and she's so, she's a nice person, for all that she says, we know that Sylvia is out for Sylvia. We know that for sure. Aqua Queen said, this bony heifer. Yes.
is that criminal too? If I ask a man, say I need $3,000, for a bill, but I don't. I want to go buy some shoes and a bag and pay for this plane ticket. But he gives me the money thinking he's paying my rent. Is that criminal because I lied to him and told him I needed for this, but I actually directed the money for that?
But if you took
Well,
his credit card and you buy something else, then
I mean, it's the same thing. The credit card is the same thing. But the thing with the credit card is it happened in December. She got the bill in January. She didn't report it to be an issue till August. So if it was an issue, it should have been an issue in January when she got the bill.
So it happened
It happened in December.
Okay.
She got the bill in January because it only takes 30 days for the bill to come. Say if she's not using her phone, because we can look on our phone and see what's being charged. And some people have
Maybe her bill only comes quarterly. We don't know that.
notifications of things. So
And if okay, I give you this money to do this and you don't do it, and I say, okay, I'm gonna need you to give me my money back. Run me my money. Okay. And I keep asking you to run me my money for the next 3-4 months. We don't know how many times she asked for her money back and didn't get it. Hey, my Tony, we don't know that. So, but here we are. Here this person is who just stepped into the game, who has all the answers to everything. But one thing we definitely know for sure is she was not there. She didn't have a front row seat. She was not Pearl from 227 sitting on looking out the window all day. So she only knows what she is being told. Jay Vickers says it was a business transaction, and only business that got taken care of was his. Leela Not Layla said, it's not a freaking crime for her to report it late, Sonya. And we don't know. He might have been. I'm gonna get you. I got you. I got you next Friday when I get paid. Oh no, I got you the first of the month. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. We don't know what was said. We don't know what was said. Nola Brown says, "Girl, were you there?" That's the same question we keep asking. Allegedly, in Harmon says she is defending him like a rabid raccoon. Ooh, that's a nasty thing.
if she sees that in December, he bought this instead of that, which she would know because he didn't show up with it. She should have had it within 3 days if it was appliances. It doesn't take, or a week, let's say a week, for it to deliver.
Do me
Um,
do me a favor. Read the actual warrant on that one, because a couple of people are saying something different, and I just want you to read it and see exactly what it says, so we can get a full understanding.
what are they saying?
They're saying that it's something totally different from what you're saying. So we just want to make sure it's the right one.
Why doesn't Sylvia interject? Because she should know, she has all the documents. She should be able to, explain to Sonya, who apparently is confused. Hey, let's talk about it all. Said, like she's getting paid. Yeah, like she's getting paid. Like she's the defense attorney right now.
You know what? Let me go get my folder with all my stuff on it. Hold on a second, 'cause
All right.
I have itemized.
Okay, now, far be it from me to critique someone who's not prepared, but you knew that you were getting ready to talk about Ernest Williams' case with his one true defender, Sylvia. Why did you have to go and get your folder? Shouldn't you have had it? Come on now. Um, Go, Roro. Did I just read your comment? I don't know. But if I did, I'm going to read it again. She says Sonya knows what she's doing. Mix and mingling a mess for the state to unravel the best they can. Shaby says, first of all, why specify what you're paying on? Just ask for help. That fool will be at your house for 30 flicking on light, talking about I paid the utilities up in here. Jay Vickers says that's not untrue. I'm sorry, that's not true. You don't get appliances delivered in 2 days. It took my mom almost 3 weeks to get her washer. Aqua Queen says, at Stacy, that first twin. Yes, I made sure I watched all of the commentary from other content creators about that interview. Let me tell you, there's like there's no question that things happen. Let me tell you, for an example, when I moved with my sister, she had a couch and she had been telling me her favorite color is red, and she had been telling me about this red set that she ordered, and how beautiful it was and everything. Okay, her red set didn't come when it was supposed to come. Why? Because there was a pandemic. So it was delayed and delayed and delayed. She got her set, but she had the option to say, you know what, this is taking too long. I want my money back. But she didn't want to do that. She wanted her set. And she eventually got her set. It's just that things happen that she couldn't get it when it was promised. Stuff like that happens every day in life. But if I give you $10,000 and I don't get what I'm supposed to get, like I said, somebody is going to jail, whether it's you or me. Obsessed with the mess set at J. Vickers. Exactly. Says as she speaks as if what she says is facts. Shelly C says, um, she's pretending to be neutral. I believe she truly wants to answer the chat questions. You think so? I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Aqua Queen says Bones was big mad too. She tried talking over V. Lenore, and V was like, no, ma'am, not today. Answer my damn questions. Yes. And she didn't like it, and she don't like V. Lenore because of it. That is what you call an interview, I must say. What V. Lenore did, that is, as far as I'm concerned, that is the only real interview that we have received. From Sonya, because she held her feet to the fire and she challenged her. Hey, Miss Lorraine, how are you doing? And did I say hey to my Tony? Because I know my Tony is in here. Um, Obsessed with no, allegedly in Harmon said they are going on the cutting board. Obsessed with the mess set at Aqua Queen. Um, She sure did. She wasn't ready for V. V didn't end up hanging up on she didn't end up hanging up on V like a child. She wishes she was. Let me see. Diva says, didn't he buy the appliances and put them in storage for his house with him and Shirley? He took Shirley's appliances out of the house and he wanted to put them in her house. That's what he wanted to do. Leela, not Layla, says, oh, wait, this was an interview. I thought it was a regular conversation. Yes, Leela, not Layla. This is an interview, honey, in case you are confused. This is an interview going on here. You met the chopping board. Allegedly, Ann Harmon said she met the chopping board.
You might be better organized than me.
I get it.
My kitchen is my office right now.
Somebody asked where V. Lenore was. I saw it somewhere in the chat. She is taking a little bit of a sabbatical right now, so she hasn't been on in a while. Shavy says infamous raccoon was scared to ask Sonya the questions from the chat. I think it was Nyla she ignored. I had heard there was a lot of people that she ignored in there in on this live. Now, like I was saying earlier when we first came on, there's also a part there's a part 2 and 3 which Sylvia has labeled as 1 and 2, but anyway, we're gonna play them all. I've got a whole lot of stuff that I found that I kind of knew existed but didn't pay attention to, that I'm gonna be hopefully being able to get into this week. And then on Friday, I got something else I want to play.
This is Beckham.
See, look at her. She's flipping through. Why don't you know this off the top of your
Okay,
head?
You got it?
I got it.
Okay. Go ahead.
He purchased a trailer for $9,000. Wait a minute. That's different.
See, look,
That's
see,
something. No. Okay,
look at her.
scratch
Look.
that. That's what he didn't purchase a trailer with her situation. That was a warrant that he had for purchasing a trailer with a bad check. Okay.
Was that Sonya? Another bad check? Okay, so she says that the one that was to Dodge whatever, that wasn't his fault because someone else wrote it, even though it was for a service he got, but she says that's not his fault. Now she's talking about another bad check.
So I think that was the initial thing that he got arrested on. Oh, that's Henry County. So much, so much, so much. Okay, anyway.
Keisha Marie says he knew Melanie wanted silver appliances, so his slick tail wanted so his slick. Ugh. Sometimes under the moonlight, we get tongue tied. Keisha Marie said he knew Melody wanted silver appliances, so his slick tail tried to kill two birds with one stone. He's pathetic. I agree with that one. Allegedly, in Harmon said, we need our calculators. Hey, Ray Della Lewis, how are you doing? Obsessed with the mess said, how could she possibly think she's helping him with this horrible interview? Aqua Queen. Now, see, it's a late night. We supposed to have like winter storms, all around parts of the world. So I don't know if we are going to be sending people to the moon tonight, but Aqua Queen, she might be the first to go because she says infamous uh holy foe ignored everyone's sensible questions. I asked two great questions and got blocked for 50. They blocked you for 50. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Diva 314 says she's going to read around what's there. She's in denial. Um, Diva also says, read the warrant. word for word. Not going to do that. Jay Vicker said at Legacy, do you have Sonya's live when she had on a gray sweatshirt? I didn't catch it, but if I can recall, she tried to be gangster talking big shit about the bloggers. I don't have it, but I do remember it. I had some of her lives, but I deleted them. I never imagined that she would delete her channel like she did. Stacy, that first twin said, we know more than Sonya. We sure do. That was Henry County where the trailer was stolen. He still needs to face the charges in Henry County. Yeah, even though he told Dre, no, no, I'm not wanted in Henry County anymore. Shelly C says appliances ordered but none received. No money given back. Sonya finds nothing wrong with that. Well, she finds that it's civil. That's what she finds. It's civil, because it can't be anything else but, because they were in a relationship. I don't care if you were my relative. If I give you my credit card number, my car, or money for some appliances, and I don't get any appliances, like I said, somebody's going to jail.
Search warrant.
If you go to
So it's saying that he was arrested on an outstanding warrant of theft by deception. And I want to say that was Calvin, because it happened in May of 21. And then they tried to say that the landlord, this was on hers, this is how it all started. Which is, that's an eviction, that's civil.
so did you get the one with the purchase? Because I have it here.
Okay, so this one says, okay, they met.
Melanie Spectrum, right?
No, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Melanie? Oh, yeah, because the other girl is Beckham. Right, okay, so yeah, they met in August of 22. No, that's when they interviewed her, I'm sorry.
Look at
They
that.
met September 2021, right?
Mm-hmm. So we were talking about, if you go to item number 18, this is the item number 18. Yeah, start from there and then read that. And then.
Okay, yeah, December. Okay, Williams stated that he needed to Chevy dealer to ask about a Tahoe. Right, on update, Scotchen said that she and William started planning a trip to take during Christmas break.
To the
That's a
green
relationship,
waters.
right?
Now it depends on how you look at it and who you ask, because he likes to take people who he's doing business with to the green waters. So because that's the only way they're gonna. That's part of the steps that he has for people to succeed. Dipping yourself in the green waters. My Tony says, become criminal writing back. Become criminal writing bad check ho. That girl said, didn't he take one of his women to the green waters? Yes, that was uh not Gail Bickham. And Tallulah, my Lou, says, slow leading the slow. Yes, Jay Vicker says Sonya playing dumb, but IS got her right. Yes, and how often does that happen? Shelly C says she doesn't want LS to read LSIS to read the information. Sonya wants to read what she wants to read. Keep it civil. Stacy, that first not Stacy, that first twin, but Aqua Queen says, second question. Do you truly think that this was wise to harass his many victims? They can't all know each other and are filing charges from a script, not asked, not answered. That's a good question. And it would have been nice if it was asked, because so like these two women that he was supposedly in a relationship with, um he happened to rip both of them off, but because they were supposedly relationships, it's just supposed to be civil. Um, BL stands for Bible lady, y'all.
During this call, William stated to Scrutiny he would be able to pay her debt off of her and that Dominique would bring the money via check. The money was never brought. William also said to Scranton that she needs to renovate her kitchen, right, and appliances, right. That's what the credit card was for, right? The appliances. So on that same day, December 1st, he charged $2,000 to an auto, Precinct Auto on her MasterCard. He purchased multiple vehicles at this location.
Do you feel like she's reading this for the first time? Because that's what it sounds like.
Search warrant, white for record procedure precinct 1, a scrap piece of paper, right. So he bought something at a dealership or some type of car, right? Same day, First Federal, made a purchase at Laura's truck in the amount of $1,017. Exactly, right? So that's December 1st.
But you see where it goes down where on the 19th they said that he used the money, a MasterCard for $1,000.
I see that. I see the $1,017, that one.
And wasn't that an unauthorized use? Jay Vickers said this: the embarrassment I'm feeling is like when the teacher would call on a kid that has trouble reading or answering a question. What is 1 + 1? ABC.
Yeah.
Yep. And then again on the 4th.
But that's totally different from what you were saying about him, like a girlfriend like a guy give a girl to buy something and then she turns around buy something different. That's totally different from what you're saying.
That he took the money instead of buying what he told her he was going to buy, he bought something different, right?
Yeah, but that's she's saying there was no authorization for the transaction.
He was supposed to buy, he was supposed to buy appliances for her kitchen, and he ended up buying. It's still civil, and it's people want to say it.
Y'all catch that? She didn't know what to say or what to do, so she just blurted out, "It's civil." Isn't that interesting? She was being challenged and she wasn't up for the challenge. So it's civil, it's civil, it's civil. Aqua Queen says, "Go, run, go. See Jack, run, run, Jill, run." Miss Boogie Down says, "This shit is so sad right now," with a whole bunch of laughing emojis.
It's not. I'm gonna tell you, my sister is going through it now. She gave this guy
Oh, not the furniture.
$5,000 because
Oh,
he had, a discount on furniture for a furniture store. Somebody she don't even really know, but he used to come in and out this her where she worked at. So she knew him as a customer. And so he got the $5,000 and never showed up with the furniture or anything, just ghosted her, avoided her calls, everything. She went to the police. The police said it was civil. And this is a stranger that she gave money to. Said it was civil. She had only talked to him one time. Just like when I was spoke on the fact that the guy came to the police department and said a guy that gave $1.4 million to do a movie. This was in Roswell. And the police told him that's not criminal, that's civil. $1.4 million to do a movie, and the guy did nothing with the money. He did nothing towards a movie at all.
first of all, let me just say her sister was a fool. If there was somebody that she didn't know who walked into an establishment where she may or may not have been working and says, "Hey, I got this furniture. You give me $5,000, I'll give you the furniture." First of all, she's a fool if that's what happened. Second of all, you cannot make me believe that her sister went to the police and they said, "Oh no, that's civil." Because see, what Sonya does is she tries to make up things to fit the mold of what she wants the situation to be. She wants this to be civil, so she's going to make up any and every example she can come up with to make it sound like it is civil. My Tony says, I want to be a fly on the wall when court I would like to be a fly on the wall when he goes to court. Sonya is going to say it's civil. Leave me alone. Aqua Queen said this heifer lying like a rug. Stacy, that first twin, says, guess what, Sonya? You didn't know him either. Fix a dent, them teeth. Shelly C says, but was the guy right for taking your sister's money? Second of all, that's a lie. That's what I'm saying. You can't make me believe that this actually happened and the sister went to the police and they actually told her, "Oh no, it's civil." I mean, to me, that's the same thing as if you came and said, "Stick them up," and took my money. It's a crime. But I don't believe that that happened. I don't. The two of them always try to come up with examples to fit whatever storyline they want to tell.
He didn't start a movie. He didn't do anything. He just took the money and bounced. And they told him it's civil. So you put this in the same light. It's civil. It's civil. Not saying he was right for this, because civil, you're still wrong.
If it's the case of civil, why do people who do Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes, why do these people go to jail? What's her name? You know, the one that was doing the credit repair that tried to have someone unalive. I heard she wasn't really repairing people's credit either. And then there's another lady, I can't think of her name, but she's on Facebook where she's basically running an Airbnb scam, taking people's money, and she's laughing in everybody's face right now. But I can't wait for her to get arrested for the foolishness that she is doing. Thank you so much, Miss Boogie Down, for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nola Brown says, was the guy named Nesto who took your sister's money? Good question. Because it might have been. Because that sounds like something he would do. I will bring you some furniture tomorrow, if you give me $5,000 today. That sounds like something he would do. Shay B said, that girl, speaking of which, did Sonya ever submit her response? As far as I know, it hasn't been submitted. Um, Shelly C gifted one Legacy Moon True Crime and Mysteries membership. Who got it? Nola Brown. Welcome to the investigators. I thank you so much, Shelly C. I really appreciate it. Jay Vickers says, well, no, first Aqua Queen says, the scammy, conning, trucker guru. And Jay Vickers said, first of all, her supposedly sister transaction was illegal to begin with, because how Joe Blow gonna come to you and say he got furniture for 5K? She was trying to get a hookup and got hooked up. Doesn't that, now that makes more sense. That makes more sense, that it was something shady going on. That's what that sounds like to me.
Still wrong. If in fact, too, she felt that this was criminal at the time, then why didn't she call the month after, after this happened? She didn't make a report till August when she spoke to Roswell. When she went to South Fulton and reported the vehicle, because she kept telling him, bring me back my car, bring me back my car. And he kept, okay, but never did it. And so she filed that it was missing, or unauthorized use of a vehicle.
Because that's what that is.
She didn't report anything else, because all of this is coming out of Roswell, when it should have came out of South Fulton, because this happened in South Fulton. This didn't happen in Roswell.
So you're basically saying that when this happened in December, all of these transactions.
Now, I'm not saying he was right. don't get it twisted in saying if this is what actually happened,
Mhm.
he's dead wrong for that. If this is exactly what happened, I don't know. This is her side, and at the time.
What's his side? I'd like to know. A lady says, hi, all. This is what AI says. Theft becomes criminal when the state prosecutes it under criminal law, while theft becomes civil when an injured party files a lawsuit in civil court. Sonya, Sonya, did you hear that? We've got a definition for you. And it's one you really need to know since you are always singing the civil song. And Aqua Queen says, and even if it's civil as women, should you really be okay with a man taking a woman's money and running off with it? Yeah, she is so okay with it. So okay. Shay B says, at Shelly C, thank you for gifting the membership. A lady also says, so it's up to the state and the injured party to determine if something is criminal or civil, not up to the criminal. Thank you. Jay Vickers said, her sisters think that's like calling the cops on the dope dealer for not giving you all your product. Try again, slowly. And you know what the funny part is? I've seen that happen. I have seen it happen where users have called on their dealer because their product wasn't what they were expecting it to be. Justin's mom said at Jay Vickers, like the lady that called the police to get her $20 back because because he sold her a fake rock. Yes, I remember that. Um, Ray Della Lewis said, Sonya, Google is your friend. Yes, Google is. And Shelly C said his side is her side. Mush mouth and unintelligible. Oh, that's the wrong button.
She was mad at him. I can say that because this is the same person that went on the wife's page and said, I got to tell you something about your husband.
Okay, so okay, now I mean I'm understanding what you're saying. You're basically saying all this time that she's been doing things and giving him money and all this, and she waits months later to make a complaint about something that happened the year before.
8 months later, this was December. The complaint came out in August.
But she kept giving him money because that's what.
And she kept giving him money after the fact too. Like this, it wasn't a one-time thing. So it was August the 15th is when they came to her. August the 30th is when she went down and met with somebody and spoke on it. So that was 9 months later because August 30th and this happened December 1st. So that's almost like one day short of 9 months. So I feel like if anything, you would have gave them 30 days and something would have been filed in February. Because I understand credit card companies will say they're not going to forgive anything unless you get a police report or else you got to pay it.
And
so your logic behind all of this is basically that they were in a relationship and therefore she was giving him money and
okay, you see it right here. We were supposed to take a trip together for Christmas break.
See that?
And we've been sleeping together since.
I see that.
Yeah, so I mean, in her mind, and then when he went to jail and she didn't know, she went to the wife to say, let me tell you about your husband. Because she thought he ghosted her. But
and to let's all be realistic and clear and honest. Don't like side women usually do that when they get mad at the man? Go to the wife and tell she's mad, she's out of all this money, he ain't paying her no mind, so yeah, she's gonna hurt him the best way she can at the moment, and that is by telling the wife about the two of them and that he owes her money. I mean, that's just, come on, let's use logic and common sense. Muffin 218 says they are not talking about Nesto and the lady communicating before she pressed charges. Right, because he ghosted her. Okay. Allegedly in Harmon says, what about the episode of Cops when the man was assaulted with a can of corn? Aqua Queen says, you're going to have me looking for that episode. It's got to be on YouTube. It probably is. Hey, Jet Black Straight, how you doing? A lady says Sonya sounds like a jealous side hoe, mad at the other side hoe. Yeah, like the hierarchy, the order of side. You can have like three side pieces, and this is the main side piece, and this is like that. That's how she's acting. Ray Del Lewis said these two don't have any common sense, none between them. And that girl says that is why Sonya came out to let Shirley know about her. Well, now I'm gonna be honest about that. Sonya was talking to her boyfriend on the phone, not knowing that we were gonna hear all these calls. But Sonya didn't actually. She was kind of drug out. I mean, I'll just say that. I'll just say what it was, and she was.
But he didn't. He was just in jail and couldn't answer the phone. But in her mind, she thought, this man just, you know, my assumption on that.
He was in jail and couldn't answer the phone because he had already committed other crimes.
But like I said, not saying any of this is right if he did it. Again, this is a one-sided story, um, because I don't know what he gave her or what he did for her, you know. Um,
Okay, someone just said they don't care how long it took. He stole the money from her.
okay, so it was misdirected. Let's say that. I don't think you would call it stole because of steal it, she would have to be unaware. And if she felt, the thing of it is, if she felt it was stolen, she should have felt it was stolen immediately. That's what I'm saying. If I'm with somebody and they do something to me on Tuesday, I'm not going to wait till Tuesday the following year to say, okay, now I'm going to do something to you because this, that, and the other. I'm going to take action right then and there. I'm not going to wait a year or 10 months or 7 months. Why was it so long before she made anything if you're trying to say it was a crime? Because that's the debate to say, oh, this is criminal instead of civil.
A lady says, I've got to go back and watch Judge Judy. I think she used to throw out cases a lot if people were in a relationship. She used to do that a lot, like if the two were living together and they were in a relationship on again, off again, and stuff like that. But Judge Judy was also, I mean, it was civil, and the preponderance of evidence is different than what it is in criminal. So yeah, Judge Judy did used to do that, but he didn't live with these women or anything. He just kind of stayed with them occasionally. And since he was homeless at the time, because Sonya's got that receipt from the cover your ears, Shay. She's got that receipt from was it the Hyatt or the Hilton? You know, proving that he stayed there, and that's why suitcases were in his car. She has that proof, and that's all she has for Will Wooten. So anyway, Obsessed with the Mess said, you don't determine when somebody reports a crime, Heifer. That doesn't make it less of a crime because they waited. Justin's mom says that lady was dead serious too. What about that crack? And that's the thing. You can. I'm not going to say people. I have seen it where people have, had relatives or somebody stay with them, and the relative moves out, or the relative is still staying there, and some things start walking out the house, maybe appliances, jewelry, stuff like that. You might not realize that it's missing right away. And then when you do realize, you might think you've lost it, and you might be trying to look for it till you put two and two together and find out that somebody who was staying in your house stole it from you. Does that mean because you knew the person that you can't go and report it as a theft? No. Miss Boogie Down said, what this dummy fails to realize is that you have a year to report fraudulent activity on your credit card. And here's the thing about the fraudulent activity. We don't know what he was telling her. He might have been telling her that he was going to pay. I'm gonna pay you back. I got you, like I said, next week, next month, on the 5th, on the 1st, on the 3rd. You never know. You never know. Shay B said, "Oh Lord, not that damn Hilton receipt that didn't fit into the story."
I feel very strongly that it's civil. 5 people have agreed with me because I know that I have personal ties to this person. So sometimes a person don't think clearly. So I spoke to a prosecutor, a detective, a police department, and a police officer, and I talked to a couple attorneys, and they all said it's civil. So it's not just me saying it, because of course I am.
We have no proof of that. We did not have the privilege of hearing from those said prosecutors, police officers, and attorneys that you spoke to. We only know what you're telling us. And we know how you lie. So, should we be believing that you really talk to these people? That's when you use that magical word called allegedly, because you allegedly talk to these people. And until you can prove it to me straight up, I don't believe you. Obsessed with the mess, said 5 people have agreed with me. Hen, shut your lying ass up. And I'm going to be the 6th person because I agree with you too. Muffin 218 said, not if he is a habitual offender. A lady wants names. We want the names of these investigators and these attorneys and all of these people that you have talked to who said it's civil. Shelly C says, I definitely think he kept making promises to her. He kept going around until he moved on to his next mark. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. Jay Vickers said, did she just say Nesto's taking the teacher's money was misdirected and not stolen? But she did. And here's the thing about that. She's trying to make it seem like, and I thought that message about, I didn't know what happened to you or whatever, I thought that that came from the SA victim and not the school teacher. That's what I thought. But I could be wrong. But one thing I know is she's not right.
Mostly involved in the case because I care about the person. So I'm always think a little bit, you know, for him, you know what I'm saying? But to be fair, that's why I asked a couple of people who were not involved
Who
in
shall
the
remain
situation.
nameless.
And they both
Okay.
agreed that it was civil
Okay.
and it was not criminal.
We don't know them folks.
If he had taken the money without her knowledge, went in her wallet and took her card and used it, then you could say that's criminal.
He had her number written down on a piece of paper. Was he authorized to have her number written down on a piece of paper? Stacy, that first twin said, at that girl, I agree with you. She wanted to enter the stage. That girl said, Sonya, go give all that information you collected from the police, attorney, etc., and give it to Wooten. Every little bit helps. Ray Della Lewis says, and Sonya believes everything Nesto tells her. Dummy. She sure does. Everything he says. Keisha Marie says, then why aren't they helping you get this innocent man out of jail? Liar. Boney just want some D and a stolen G wagon. Aqua Queen said, misdirected, so maybe I can steal a credit card, pay some of these bills, and convenience the law. It is civilly misdirected. A lady says, Wooten will want to know the names of these 5 people as well. Yeah, so not only us on the YouTube street want these names, I'm sure that Will Wooten would want these names too.
Got you.
Even though he took it and bought apples instead of oranges, he's wrong,
Apples
but
and
he's
oranges
civilly
again.
wrong.
Okay, I got what you
It's
gave him
people
permission.
hate that sometimes, but it's just what it is. Just like I said, what my sister is going through. Her situation, same thing. But they told her, and she didn't even really know the dude. You know what I'm saying? She had to get a PI and everything because she didn't know him other than the customer. And they was like, it's simple. He took all her money. He lied to her, said he was going to do this, that, and the other. He took her money and ran with it.
And again, I ask, how stupid is your sister? And your sister ought to bop you upside the head for telling this stupid story. Some man that she don't know walked in and offered to get her some furniture for $5,000 and she turned it over to him. I mean, is something wrong with either you for telling that lie or your sister for doing it? I don't know. I don't know which is which. I just don't know. Hey, 504 says, I knew I was having a nightmare. Shay B says Sonia's head is empty because her brain is in Nesto's pocket in jail and up there on the top bunk, probably with all of the naughty pictures she has sent him. Ray Del Lewis said unclean hands, and that's exactly what he has, unclean hands. Jay Vickers says, I got the names. She asked Stripper Baby, Tomas, and Trisha. Shelly C says, we don't care about the sister. And secondly, that is a lie. All right.
And that should be criminal. You would think that's criminal. But they said because you gave him, the money for a business transaction or whatever the case may be, and because he didn't follow through with his end, he kept your money and avoided the calls. It's civil.
So that lady that gave her money to her dealer and he gave her some fake rocks, she wants her 20 back. Give it back.
I have a client that right before I quit the law firm, same thing. He gave this guy $50,000. Guy said I can turn it into $1 million in 6 months. Never did it.
Okay.
So
no, I guess Love No No Creation says Judge Judy would have told them, ladies, sorry about your luck.
I mean, the thing of it is, if you want your money, it's civil. And so that's not victim shaming them. That's just saying because of the circumstances around the situation, it turns into a civil situation instead of a criminal. If he was in her purse without her knowledge, criminal. If he snatched it and ran with it, criminal. You know what I'm saying? Because it was without knowledge. But because she knowingly gave it to him, even though he misdirected the money, it's still civil. Just like with the movie.
What'd she say? Even though she gave him the money and he misdirected it, it's civil. No, hun, you just answered your own question and closed your own case because you have just told us that this man was given this money and it was misdirected. So this is helping him. How? I want to know. And I also want to repeat and reread in the record that a lady, 747, looked it up, and this is what AI says: theft becomes criminal when the state prosecutes it under criminal law, while theft becomes civil when the injured party files a civil suit in court. Okay, Sonya. Okay, and it's very easy to find out. You can go over to my good friend Google, and they'll probably tell you the same thing.
The guy took that $1 million and he misdirected the money, and it's civil.
So
now, when you do it over and over and over again, then it can become criminal, like with the guys going through with DJ Envy in New York, because
Oh, here we go.
it was
DJ
business,
Envy.
but he did it over and over and over, the same thing, and they turned it into a crime.
But he's been doing this to this lady over and over and over again. So wouldn't it then be criminal?
The thing with this is, you don't know the full story. That's the
no. The thing of it is you don't know the full story, Sonya. That's the thing of it. 504 says all of that scissoring she's going to be doing at Rice Street will be civil. Aqua Queen says, yes, we keep saying someone was going to get hurt, especially Joey, because he used to be hard in what? hard in the cheater's face, calling them out. Oh, you talking about yeah, I know what you're talking about. Um and I remember that stabbing episode. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. But anyway, Jay Vicker said that misdirection reference sounds as stupid as motion to squash potatoes and corn. Obsessed with the mess said, so we can't say it's criminal because we don't know the full story, but she can say it's civil without knowing. Right. Go figure.
Thing you don't know when he got the money, you
Somebody,
know.
somebody
You,
just agree with you. They say in the state of Virginia, what she is saying is fact. Okay,
yes, it's fact. I'm telling you.
okay.
People don't want to hear that because they want to, "Ooh, go to jail." I mean, he's been in jail to serve the time for this by now anyway. So time served on this. But still, and it's probation.
See, this is where he gets that from. Oh, yeah, like when he said Henry County. Oh, that I've done time served on that. You can't do time served if you haven't been convicted. Now, a judge can say, hey, you spent XY amount of time in jail. So, I'm going to give you 6 months probation and restitution or something like that. But just because you're arrested on the charge, that does not mean that, well, because the amount of time you would be sentenced would be XYZ, then you've already served that time anyway, so it just falls off. Just like, non-aprasi, the English word, that means they'll take a crime and they'll drop it and it's gone from your record. But if you happen to be walking down the street and snatch somebody's purse, lo and behold, they're going to arrest you for the for the snatching of the purse, as well as whatever that non-aprasi crime was, the one that they dismissed. I'm just keeping y'all informed on how her mind works. Obsessed with the Mess says this didn't happen in Virginia, so that was irrelevant. And don't think I'm not getting ready to sit here and Google that because I don't believe it anyway.
But
Okay.
it's get your money back. It's sue them and get your money.
Hold on a second. Tabitha, listen, we're not doing the name calling in here, please. That was one of the rules. No name calling in here, please. Somebody remove that. Mods, remove that statement. Let's be civil here. Let's not name call. Let's not do that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let's keep it cute, guys. Let's not do the name calling. We could disagree, but we do not do the name calling. Okay.
A lady says, I Googled it. AI overview learn more in says it. I Googled it. AI Overlearn says in Virginia, theft is considered criminal when it is prosecuted by the state, while it's considered civil when the injured party files a lawsuit. Bingo. See, I don't know what Infamous Sylvia has going on in her chat over there with the infamous people, but over here in Legacy Moon, True Crime and Mysteries, we've got tribes people in here. We've got Moonlighters. We've got Bougie Gang. We've got Blue Heart Gang. We've got all kinds of gangs up in here. And the consensus is, Sonya, you stupid. And the people in Sylvia's chat just run their mouth because apparently they're wrong. And a lady has given us the facts. 504 said, infamous. Yes, she is always deleting comments, 504. And I just think, where is the freedom of speech? I mean, I'm not saying, people should be able to cuss each other out in the chat or whatever, but, where is the freedom of speech? And what did they say wrong? Did they call her a side piece, a side hen, an adulterer, a Jezebel? What were they calling her? Because all of those things fit according to the definition that I am aware of. Shelley C. said he won't get time served in Henry for time he has served in Fulton for Fulton or Roswell crimes. She seems to think and has managed to convince him that, some of these offenses that he's charged for are old, and that if he spent a certain amount of time in jail, then those charges are no longer charges anymore because he will have served whatever the required time is for that crime. But if he hasn't been, you can't serve time that you haven't been convicted of. So, once again, she makes no sense. Ray Dola Lewis said, "We are intelligent over here." That's right, the intelligent people around these parts. That girl said Nesto has been terrorizing ATL like the Grinch that stole Sonia's edges. That girl. No. And a lady says criminals and slow pygmies hang out together there in IS's chat. They are usually wrong. I'll agree with that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying, it's not saying that, he wasn't, wrong if you go by this and say this is exactly what happened, you know, I would say definitely if this is what happened, that's wrong. But I just feel like it's simple. I can't say that it's a crime. And again, it's only half the story. It's not the whole story.
But you,
Sometimes, a lot of times, what women do when they're upset and they want to talk about somebody, they only say the specific things that make him look bad and not the whole story. So this is just everything that she did for him. This is not saying, okay, well, I gave him 5,000, but he gave me this, and you know what I'm saying, and da 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 da.
Okay, Sonya, let's play that game. Let's play that game for a minute. We're hearing all the things that these victims did for him, but we are not hearing what all he did for them. Okay, Sonya, for funsies, let's go with that. Since you are his defender, you should by now be privy to all the things he's done for them. What are they? Can you name them? Do you know any? Do you know of any monies that, I mean, let's face it, this woman, because Ernesto has no car, and then what did he give her? Did he give her something else to drive or something that broke down? So then, he gave her the ambulance. Y'all remember that? So I'm sure, and we know he likes to let us know all of his good deeds. So anything that he has ever done for people, feeding the homeless, clothing the homeless, the downtrodden, the homeless lady that he apparently didn't buy breakfast for, but let sleep in the ambulance, not multiple nights because she was homeless, but just one night. We know he likes to let us know all of the things that he has done. So why haven't we heard anything that he has done for all of these people who are accusing him of crimes?
You know, he gave her a vehicle for 2 months because her vehicle was broken down. He was picking her and her son up. He was staying the night. Like it was a whole relationship. You know,
okay,
so you know,
so, but don't you think with all of this stuff that's packing on to this here, there's something he may be guilty of?
By the way, forgive me, I said ambulance instead of ambulance. And 504 has made a good point. She says that, or was that, or was, who made that point? Somebody made a good point. I want to read it. I don't know who that was, but somebody had said something about he fed the homeless, so he could steal their identities. And I agree with that part. That girl says, is it criminal if Sonya didn't get Wooten's paperwork, or it's both? It's do not pass go for 20 days and give me my $300 before you leave. Shelly C said gave a job at the barbershop to a homeless man, which happened to be a veteran. Aqua Queen said, is that why she has permanent stomach problems? A real man was just having a normal civil fight. And wow. And she was vindictive and got him in trouble. And that's why he, you know, Bang bang gotcha, shoot 'em up movies. Yeah, okay. Allegedly in Harmon said I went back and watched Married to Medicine season 4 episode 6 with Nesto's Barbershop. I think I have that in members. I have that the goings on of that somewhere in members, I think. Shay B said IS chat is the island of the weird and misfit. I can buy that. Jay Vicker said, "Damn!" on the homeless identities comment. Yeah, I can't. I got to see who said that because somebody said it and I read it, but I want to say it was 504, but I agree. Because remember that Erica was going up to the shop and him and Erica was trying to get copies of people's socials and IDs and stuff like that. That was like a routine thing that they did. So it's not too far fetched that he helped out the homeless and everything so he can get their socials and all of those things. Yeah, it was 504. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That you're right. I'll agree with that wholeheartedly.
That's what I said. Like you could say if this is true, then he's civilly guilty of this.
He's
It's not
civilly
necessarily have
guilty.
to be a crime. It's still wrong. But I feel like if this is true with him and this girl and him and the other girl, I feel like yes, he's civilly wrong for that. I wouldn't say criminally because of the nature of the situation doesn't make it a crime. They'd have to prove that it was some type of criminal intent. But like I said, he
What about him
this is
taking?
the thing because this is what they
Forget civil and criminal. Let's look at it like this. This is the man that you are defending. This was morally wrong. You have a woman who is a single parent with a child who is disabled, and you are taking thousands upon thousands of dollars from her out of her purse. What she sells, what Mary Kay on the side as well. That is just, forget the civil and criminal. That is morally wrong. And she doesn't seem to have a problem with it. Shaby says she's so ignorant. A lady says that military BS and splits on the nasty floor at the barber shop looked real ignorant. It looked real nasty to me. But yeah, I think I'm gonna check again, but I think it is in members because I know YouTube they wouldn't let me have it in there. So I just went on and put it in members. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna look for it.
tried to argue in court.
Uh-huh.
She tried to say that he went after her and used the whole, my wife's a celebrity to try to impress her because, he told her she was married. He was married in the very beginning before anything popped off between them. He did tell her he was married. Um, and then, it carried on from there. But what didn't make sense is she drove an old vehicle. She said she was a teacher and and she sold makeup part-time and that she was not really financially secure in that moment. In Atlanta, we have female millionaires, we have females that make tons and tons and tons of money. So if they're trying to say that it was some type of scam from the jump off, you would pick a better mark. You wouldn't pick a woman, you know
Yeah, you know you wouldn't pick a better mark because the women who have the millions and stuff like that can't be fooled by his foolishness, probably. Um, now, Ray Del Lewis says Sonya don't have no morals, and Shelley C has told me now, Legacy, you just went too far. You know Nesto has no morals. I absolutely do know that. Jay Vickers said that was his gimmick, married to a celebrity, then flashed his social media. He made it seem like they can achieve the unachievable. 504 says you're from Florida. Ho." um, Ray Del Lewis says crooks pick any mark they can get. Yeah, because I have there are victims out there who didn't even have as much as what these other two victims have. But what I will tell you is he has a type. He has a type, and he tends to pick that specific type. Like Melanie Scretchen, she sold the cosmetics. She was a school teacher. She was a single parent. She had the child. And, like I said, and that's not to run down a victim, but she allowed, what's her name, to watch her child, like the second time she had ever met Nesto. And so it's just telling me that he has a type with a certain mentality of victim that he picks. Victimizers know what victim to go for. And he is no match for any woman who is a million or billionaire. Trust me, he's not. Shay B said it was a beauty shop gift from Quad to her then husband, Dr. G. All the men in Nesto's shop before Dr. G's birthday party. Me personally, I mean, I know what was it supposed to be, a men's parlor, but I personally would have a problem. A barber shop is a barber shop, and a strip club is a strip club, and I don't see anywhere where any of the two should be co-mingled. That girl says, Sonya, just like he told you he was married, Sonya, by way, uh, Shirley Strawberry, you are a mark and a broker than all the women we know he dealt with. And I believe that he thought that she had money, because she talks a good game. For someone who's not as intelligent as we are, she talks a good game. I'll say that much. And he probably fell for all her 17 properties and businesses that she alleges that she alleges to have, but really doesn't. Aqua Queen says he lost the last best woman victim he will ever have. That's right, Shirley. Now he is stuck with a crackish opioid head. And I'm going to tell you something. He looks, the more visits that there are, the more disinterested he is beginning to look. Or it could just be me. It could just be me. 504 said, especially if they don't have chicken wings, every great strip club has chicken wings. I heard they do. I've never been in one, but that's what I had heard. Hey, Aaliyah TV, how are you doing? Jay Vickers said victims are normally desiring better, looking for more, will jump on a fool who sells them a dream of what he supposedly has. This is nothing new. My BFF was taken for all she owned, even even her daughter. Oh, it's terrible.
That's financially distressed. You would pick a woman that's making money, and you have that here. You have plenty of females here that make money, plenty. So to say that, again, I say that's wrong because you're not going to, you know, pick somebody um, that's not doing well to try to scam at all. So I
Maybe
don't believe it was ill intent in the beginning because again, a poor person is not a mark. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it disrespectfully. You know what I'm saying? Financially,
somebody told me, Shay B says, I've been trying to figure out which housewife he wanted. Somebody told me it was what's that young girl that was the dingy girl, the one that she married an African for like a minute, and now they're getting a divorce. Somebody told me it was her, and then I also heard Sheree. So those are just the rumors I heard.
a teacher, we know teachers don't make good money, and then she sold makeup on it. And then her car was a $1,500 car. So she was not, scam material. If you want to say it was, intent to be a crime off rip.
I don't know how much they pay teachers there in the state of Georgia, but there are teachers in some states that make pretty good money. Plus, she sells Mary Kay, and depending on how good she is at that, she made extra money. So I don't know why Sonia thinks a teacher would not be a good mark. A good mark is anybody who has the money and who's willing to give it to you. That is who the good mark is. That girl says Sonya lies Sonya, lies you tell. Anyone can be a mark. Thank you, that girl. Ray Del Lewis said, I bet it was Portia. Allegedly, Ann Harmon said, I was thinking Cynthia. Yeah, Cynthia's. Mm, anyway.
That's why I say a lot of things don't add up. And as much as people want to hate, hate that, you still the end result would be her getting her money back. And that's what you want. You want your money back. You get me? So if you sue them civilly, you get your money back. You put them in jail, you don't get your money back. It's a slim chance
You
that you
know,
get your money back, you know? So, and like I said, it's civil. It's civil. They don't want to hear that. It's not against the victims or the people involved. It's just the nature of the situation.
Okay,
It
so
makes it civil.
the rental situation civil, right? You saying this?
The rent eviction is civil. When
Okay.
somebody doesn't pay rent, you don't go to the police. You go to court and evict them.
Okay, I agree with you on that one. But this using
oh, because Infamous Sylvia agrees with her on that, then that makes it true. Somebody help me out. Um, Aqua Queen says the only thing Nesto can use her for is that global tail link and commissary fund. Yes, and to buy DuPont magazine. What does it come out quarterly? That's all she's good for. That girl said YouTube is trying anything for me. What's YouTube doing to you? And Shay B said that's the stupidest shit ever.
the credit card for a different purpose and then her asking for the money back, him not giving the money back, doesn't that become criminal then?
No, because it's the same thing as giving them cash. You gave them permission to use the card.
Okay.
She gave him the card. So she gave him permission to use the card. Now, again, he went and did something he had no business doing. He is civilly wrong. I need my money back, you know?
Okay. All right.
But again, you got to look at it was like an 8-month, 9-month relationship. It was not no 30-day situation where he was just in it and out. He was with her for a long time. She drove his vehicle for 2 months. So he was doing things for her. He was picking her up, taking her to work when her car was broke down. He was staying the night with her. So it was, and this is only a portion of what she's just saying. This is not the full story from when he opens his mouth.
And when he opens his mouth, you'll find he has nothing to say. Jay Vickers said eviction can't be civil or criminal because he never rented in the first place. Right, Sonya? Good catch, Jay Vickers. Yeah, he never rented it. So why would it be civil? Why would it be anything? Why would it even pertain to him? Because remember, he didn't rent it. He didn't live there. Aqua Queen said Tasha Key. Tisha Key. What did he say? Tisha Key. Aqua Queen says Tasha K said that heifer acted sketchy and it wasn't nerves. She said she couldn't hold eye contact, talked fast, and moved funny. That bish stay high as a kite. That's what I was saying on this interview. If you look at her, her body language, the way she's looking around, and I mean she's right there in her own home. So why is she not keeping eye contact, looking around, and all of these things? Obsessed with the mess said because he stole her car. 504 said she is uncivil and stupid. Yes, she is. Aaliyah TV says she's doing a lot of chatting. Shay B said her eyes dance like Usher. Muffin 218 said, and she left all the paperwork in the hotel.
Now, this goes to court, was, going to trial. She's going on the stand and she's got to, say whatever is whatever, you know.
She's saying here that she didn't give him the card. He wrote the card number down and that was found in his belonging.
She didn't give him the card.
She said herself, Big Swan, she said herself that he went to go buy the stuff with her credit card. She said it. She said it in
They talked about the credit card because he asked her what was left on it and to raise the limit. So she knew about the credit card.
She did.
She knew because he asked her about raising the limit and this was this and go do that. And she was like no or yes or something to that effect. But they talked about the credit card.
No
She
or
raised
yes.
the credit limit. She asked for a raise of credit. That's how he was supposed to be buying the thing at Brand Smart.
Mm-hmm.
And but I think he did write the credit card number down on a piece of paper. He did do that, but it did talk about her. She did say in her statement that he had called and asked her about raising her credit limit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's civil. She wanted her money back. Yeah, it's wrong if this is exactly what happened. He's wrong for it. I'm not saying he's right. He's dead wrong if this is true, word for word, and that's it.
But you love him
And he
anyway.
just took, and this, that, and the other. And I don't know what their conversations were, or what their text messages were, whatever, between them. Because, again, I didn't find out about this until he was in jail. So.
Okay, Bonita asks, okay, but in the case in Georgia, what's different does it make? Hold on. What difference does it make because he's in a criminal jail? Well, I guess that's not a question. It's more
Yes, it is. Well, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yes, it was a statement. Shayna Queen B said, all this for community G. How about it? Aqua Queen says, I guess she was right there with them with her all knowing ass. And you know something else? Like I said, she said he's dead wrong, but she's defending him. And what she doesn't realize is, well, like y'all tell me, she don't have morals, but this is morally wrong what he did, just morally wrong. Shay B says, oh, Sonya, make sure you're including all that in your response to the grand jury. Yes, please do. That girl says, what is Sonya's purpose? This makes no sense to me. It don't make any sense to us either. And as we can see, she knows nothing. Shelly C says, raising the limit for her purchases. The conversation was bring me my purchases. And when people are scamming and deceiving you, isn't one of their tactics to get you to raise the limit of your credit card, give them more money? You have, if you give me $5,000, I can get you in on this deal. Aren't those the tricks of the trade? At least that's what I thought.
Okay.
Oh, 504 said her mama took her morals when Sonya ran off. When Sonya ran her off. 504, you said Sonya ran her mom off. I don't know about her, but that Quentin probably sure did, because he sounds like a piece of work. And I'm going to tell y'all something else, and this has always been my running opinion throughout this whole thing. I'm to believe he told the school teacher, the realtor, he has told all these people who his wife was, but Sonya wants to stick to her guns that she didn't know he was married. He leads with that. He leads with the fact that he's married and who he's married to. I have always found it hard to believe that he never told her that he was married and who he was married to. I just don't believe it. Shay B said that hustle is the old school pigeon drop. Okay, really, it is.
Okay. All right. So are we ready to move on to that? Because I think this one here is kind of like, I understand where you're coming from, and when you're saying that there was things given throughout this relationship and things wasn't done right. So now she couldn't find him, and she contacted the wife, right? And
okay. On
Instagram, because I did see the message where she contacted her.
It's my understanding that multiple people who he scammed contacted the wife. And you know what? He probably said, oh, them folks lying. Them folks I don't even know them folks.
And so she felt that he kind of like disappeared on her type of thing. Right. And this is the one that's in do Corral have this one, or is it Hannah that has this case?
Hannah has this one.
This one.
Hannah has her. Krell only has right now the Erica cases.
Okay.
And he had the Calvin case and the Erica case. That's what he has.
Okay. Now, and I know he's happy that he has you on in his corner,
If
and you've
only you
been
knew.
fighting and fighting for him. But a couple of people wanted to ask in regard to we talked about the victim shaming that they say that you did on the phone call.
I said the same thing I just said now, that it's civil. That's not shaming them. It's civil. If you're dealing with somebody and
please.
you're giving them stuff and they don't do what they're supposed to do and you keep giving them stuff, for whatever reason, I don't know her, and he shows you he's, doing things that he's not supposed to do. He's not coming back with the apples, he's coming back with the oranges. Then you cut it right there. I'm not, unless I go with you, I'm not about to give you another dime, because
How about you keep on giving, because you're hoping he'll stick around to bring you what you actually paid for.
showed me what it is, so you just, but that's me, but shaming them, no, I didn't say anything about them. I said, this is one-sided. It's not the full story. It's just what she said. And if this is true specifically, then it's civil.
Well, no, I think there was more talk.
But that's not shaming her. I said the same thing on the phone. I said the same thing. I said it's civil. When I read this on the 20, when I picked all this stuff up, this is when I spoke on it on the phone. And it's a lot of calls. So sometimes I screw up what I remember and what I do remember. So correct me, what I'm saying, like the one girl did. She pulled the phone call up and sent it to me. But it was still, she was slightly wrong, because she didn't listen to the whole conversation. She just listened to that one part of it and said, I said this, that, and the other. But
Liar, liar, your granny panties are on fire. Obsessed with the mess, said Silverback needs to check her on talking over her. No, she doesn't do that. No, not at all. The only thing she's worried about is people calling Sonya names in her chat and cussing and using naughty, naughty words. That's all she's concerned with.
I didn't talk about them to shame them. All I said was, if this happened the way this happened, he wrong, but he's civilly wrong.
Okay, somebody's saying, Sylvia, what about the 16-year-old? She was 19 when she was
Who was 16?
I don't think it was anybody 16. Where you guys getting a 16-year-old one from?
States is she's 22.
She's
and
20.
she was 19 at the time.
Yeah, what 16-year-old are you talking about?
And her dad was involved in that situation, which is also crazy.
Explain to me that whole situation with the
Yes, Sonya, I can't wait to hear it.
young lady.
So she wanted to be famous. She wanted to be a rapper, singer, actress.
Y'all, I'm sorry, because I know it's in the wee hours of the morning, and I hate to keep stopping, but she wants to be famous, okay? Let's say I wanted to be rich and famous. Would I find someone named Nestor Williams, Nesto, Ernest, whatever name he's given me at the time I meet him? Would I go to him, who has an Instagram page with, I don't even know how many followers that man had? Would I go to him to make me famous, or would I find a talent agent? Because out there in Georgia, you can find yourself a talent agent to take you on so that you can become famous. There is a woman on that show, All the Queen's Men, who Tyler Perry show over there on BET Plus. She had I remember she's on that show. You know how she got Tyler Perry's attention? She put a billboard up. I think going near. At the time, I don't even think he had a studio. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's what she did. There are so many things that you can do if you want to be famous. Then getting someone by the name of Ernesto Williams to do it. Who is he? He has no schooling, no education, and no connections. Shirley Strawberry, who is adjacent to Steve Harvey, that's just not close enough of a connection for me to decide that I'm going to let him make me famous. And let's face it, Sonya, being in close proximity to Nesta Williams and having her phone calls and stuff played all over the internet, couldn't even make her own self YouTube famous. So we're really to believe that this man, who is nobody, was able to make her famous. That she would, out of all of the people in the state of Georgia, she went to him. Um, Obsessed with the Mess said, I love that show. I'm binging it right now. I liked that show until Tyler Perry took over the writing. Then it just became, I think it was season 2 or 3. A lady says, I wonder if Erica and Nesto played the 19-year-old like they did Charleston White. That's a good question. 504 says he can't even spell connect. Okay. Hey, God bless. God bless said, I think, she said, this is like listening to Pick Me in the Wild. Yes, like you got a bunch of chickens and turkeys saying, pick me, pick me, pick me. 504 said Sonya was in close proximity to his zipper. I need a zipper sound.
Felt her and her dad felt that he could help because he had ties.
Now, didn't Nesto tell us that her father was a gangster? Couldn't he have made it happen? He needed Nesto to and then what is this? Either he knew the girl or he didn't. Remember, he knew the father, the grandmother, he knew everybody, he knew the whole family, but now he didn't know the girl that long. I mean, which is it? Pick one, pick one. I'm getting dizzy. Shelly C says Sonya wasn't around when this young girl was, so she has to be taking Nesto's word only. And let's not forget the infamous before the Rico interview where he claims that the father gave him $100,000 to make the girl famous. I never knew that that's how that worked. If you want somebody to make somebody famous, you give them money and they make you famous. That's what he wants us to believe.
This is what it said, right?
Okay.
He mentioned her to me because of my niece, and my niece has the YouTube channel, and she has, a rap album or rap LP, I don't know, EP or whatever you call it. She's got a couple rap records or whatever, and she does very well.
Laughable.
So and then I also know somebody that owns a record label, and he knew this, and he spoke about her to me. This is the only person he ever spoke about, and he spoke about the father as well, and said that the father wanted him to help her, straighten herself out because she was committing a lot of crimes with the mother.
Okay, so
it's funny. She has no record.
daughter was committing a lot of crime with.
And so we'll say allegedly because people get in trouble for not saying that because she doesn't have a conviction. But
so who's supposedly allegedly doing this crime?
the daughter and the mother was supposedly scamming people with PPP loans and stuff like that. And this is.
And how do you know this, Sonya? You know this because your incarcerated boyfriend told you this. You don't have firsthand knowledge of that. You're not privy to it.
This is one of the reasons why she had got jumped and the car got destroyed because of that. They were looking for her and they found her. They baited her and then she got beat up and they tore the vehicle up as well. This was right around her birthday in 21. This is right after, this is 2 years after they met because they met in August of 19, August around there, right after the son got shot.
But in the paperwork, it said it met in January 8th, 2019. That they
again, he wasn't even in town. He was still living in LA. He didn't even sign their lease until December.
Now he said the father is a gangster. These all street people. He knew the mother. He even knew the grandmother, but he didn't know the girl. Can somebody anybody. Make that make sense. Muffin 218 says that's got nothing to do with what he did to her. 504 says, tell us about your PPP loan. Ho.
Of 2019. They were still living in California. He'd only came back here sometimes, but then he came back here more because his son got injured. And so he knows for a certainty he met her after the son was shot. And even the son told me that he
Bingo. But you knew the whole family, but you didn't know her? How did that happen? And furthermore, and I'm not saying that this is the case, we don't know what dealings Nesto and this her daddy had. We don't know what kind of man her father is. The only thing we know is what he says about her. For all I know, the father and Nesto could have been in cahoots with something. The father might be involved in Nesto's crimes. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Because remember when Nesto said, if he goes down, he's taking everybody with him. Well, who is he taking with him? Because we've heard no new names yet. Aqua Queen said her constant forever vocal fry her cry is so annoying. I hate Sonya's voice. Well, she's trying to sound professional right now, in case you haven't caught it. She's speaking with a little bit of a softer tone and as if she knows what she is talking about. Hey, let's talk about it all said. We can't make it make sense. Muffin 218 says she can't say where he was. Hey, Queen Black. God bless 1254 says, I think this is something involving trafficking. And that's what I was getting at. I don't know this girl's fault. For all we know, they all got something going on. And Earl Lamont might be a part of it as well. Muffin 218 says, I don't know who is worse, her or Silverback's voice. Jay Vickers said she thinks she's on Law and Order. No, Law and Crime.
he didn't even meet that girl until after he was shot. Because that's when he spoke about the girl and the situation to him.
Mm-hmm.
Was in late summer of 19. So January of 19, he didn't even know her at all.
But he knew everybody
so he
else.
didn't know her because I myself when I was looking, and I did see, because I mentioned to a couple of people that when I was doing this, that it showed that he was in Vegas that same day in that year. So I was trying to figure out, and somebody said, oh, you could post something later, but it looked like it was live when I saw
it was a live feed. But yeah, he was in California.
And we don't know where and what places he may have trafficked this girl to. We know there were other states that he took her to, so we don't know. She might have been in California, Vegas, and anywhere else he was. We don't know. Shelley C said, if we didn't know any better, we would think Nesto was paying Sonya instead of Sonya paying with all this windmilling she's doing. Nola Brown says, were you there, little Zesty? Yes, where were you at, Zesty Dude, at this time?
California, Vegas. Because they got the anniversary is the same day as his birthday, which was the day after, which was the 9th.
Grown Woman Vibe says, how is it that she knows more about Ernest than Shirley?
Next question.
Oh, okay.
Y'all look at this face. Look at how I got it frozen up here. Look at that. She thinks she done did something now. I guess that was supposed to be a read or something. Next question. Next. Ooh, now that was priceless. Look, let me get a picture. Look, now I got the thumbnail. Let me get that, y'all. Okay.
No dog in this fight, but Sonya has stated that she's referring to the legal document. Okay. All right. Okay. So the dad.
Right. So the father, uh, we gave him the money to help her with the career situation. He said he didn't trust the daughter to do what she was supposed to do with it. And he was trying to get her on the right path or whatever. And he was trying to get her legal and out of trouble. And so he and Nesta would meet along with the daughter to try to build her a career. And so when they say what they said in court, to say that he was a dangerous man and that, you know, she went back around him because he threatened to kill her whole family, which was shocking because we kept just the whole family was just trying to figure out, why do they keep saying that? Why did the prosecutor keep saying that, you know, people are scared of him? And we're trying to figure out,
Because they wrote
he's not even that
statements.
type of person, you know, at all. And then when in court they said that, and we were like, so now, you know, a year later, when we went to court, only thing that they had.
Well, Sonya, when he was on Tisha K, remember he said he was a motherfucking gangster. So why wouldn't people be scared of him? I'm just saying, asking for a friend. Aqua Queen said that question hit different. Her voice even changed. Her angry voice now. Yes, right. The voice change.
Was a statement.
So, and hold on, I want to show everybody her father. Hold on. Y'all look up the dad. That's the dad right here, y'all.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, so I haven't seen, like I said earlier, I hadn't seen this interview. So yeah, I didn't know. I wasn't forewarned. Y'all didn't tell me that they was gonna pull up the daddy's record. I don't know if this is supposed to help or hurt, but like I said, as far as I'm concerned, the daddy and Nesto could have been in on something. God bless 1254 said Nesto can barely read and write, but he's going to handle someone's music career. He's going to make them famous, honey. He is going to review a music contract. Right. Yeah, this man is going to go, because isn't that what a manager does? They go through, the contracts and, help make deals and stuff for you. This man was going to do that. This man doesn't even know what characters are in the Bible, and he can't read it. That Bible that he spent almost a year asking for and finally got. Muffin 18 says, wow, didn't see this. Still doesn't change what he did to her. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, he did 10 years, or he was sentenced to 10 years for armed robbery. And then he was just in Cobb County and 21 for possession of cocaine.
Why are we talking about a victim's father's criminal history? It makes no sense to me. As far as I'm concerned, he has nothing to do with this other than the fact that Nesta better watch his back, because they'll let you tell it. The father gave you $100,000 for your services and you provided no service. So you best watch your back. A lady says, what the dad's name? I can't see it. Let me see.
So, yeah.
So the dad was over there in Cobb County along with Ernest?
No, he was 21. Ernest didn't go over there till 22, 23 is when he went to Cobb County.
Is that where they met?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't know specifically how they met.
See, don't know.
I don't know how they met. He's just talking about.
There we go. Omar. What is that? Thwadis? Can y'all see it? Can you see it? Let me in case I ever need that name for some reason. But anyway, there you go, y'all. That's the daddy's name. It's interesting. He looks actually kind of young. That's his booking date. That's his booking photo for 3/8/2021. And remember when she sent the father, when she sent him, that Instagram message, the one that Sonya's going to include in Will Wooten's packet when she sends it off to him or end up in jail. Um, okay, let me think. Let me get this straight in my mind. Okay, this is his 2021 booking. Nesto was July 2022. Sonya doesn't even know if these two were in together. But anyway, part of that packet that she's sending in, which says that I don't know, her and the dad are back in town, or the dad's looking for him, or whatever. Could it be that this man was looking for his money? Because perhaps this is another case of theft of services. We don't know. We don't know why that message was sent, nor do we know that she sent it. It could have been the dad using her phone. I mean, we just don't know.
That because he knew, I had a niece that was in the business and he was trying to help her. And I said for him to get her, tapes together, and I would submit it to a friend of mine who has a record company.
Wait,
Okay.
wait. Did she say that her niece or whatever, is a rapper? She has all these albums out. Hey, she's famous. She, how was he? If she supposedly didn't even know anything about this victim until after he went to jail, how is Nesto supposed to? I mean, how is he going to get her tapes to Sonya to give to the niece? And if Nesto is the one who is supposed to be making her famous, why? Why would? Do y'all see where I'm going? Is this making any sense to anybody? Y'all get what I'm saying and where I'm going? Aqua Queen said Nesto went from a Maybach sedan, strawberry, to a Kia Rio bone. That girl said, so why they doing this to the victim's family? This is madness. Obsessed with the mess said, so she just admitted involvement. Okay, bingo. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. I'm kind of, isn't what she just said now contradicting what she said earlier in the beginning of this interview? Aaliyah TV says, wow, so she's really involved in the RICO. That's right. You can get a RICO and you can get a RICO. Jay Vicker says, yep, I thought that too. Victim was trying to get hold of him to check him. Hey, let's talk about it all said, yes, they don't know her. Lisa Glaze said, hey, Legacy Moon in chat. Nesto and Sonya deserve each other. Nesto had a chauffeured barbershop and security service. How did that make him a talent agent? That's a good question. How did that make him a talent agent? And God bless 1254 says, I don't think that was that child's actual father. He is her street father. You know what? You could be right about that. Because I'm just gonna say, I mean, I don't know these people, but that man looked awfully young to me.
So, okay.
But he never did. So, you know, I didn't ask. I mean, I didn't, it was like two conversations about her. So I could say, the attempt was made. It just didn't follow through for whatever reason. I never, asked what's going on with it. I was busy with my restaurant at that time. So.
Okay, so anyway, a lady says, are you saying Sonya was involved with the 19-year-old? She just, okay, early on when this whole thing started, this interview right here, she was saying she didn't know anything about that girl's situation and Nesto and all that until he told her. And she's going by everything he told her. How is it that, because her niece is in the business and has some albums or CDs or tapes, whatever you want to call it, because she has those out, she had told Nesto to get the victims music to her and she would pass it on to her niece. That doesn't make any sense. She's contradicting what she said in the beginning. Um, God bless it. What restaurant? See y'all. See y'all are right along with me. Shapey said not tapes. That is what she said, but she's just contradict. She didn't even know this victim. Now all of a sudden she says she told the man, that to get her some tapes and she'll pass it on. Obsessed with the mess, so she just admitted that the dad gave Nesto money to make the victim famous, and he never followed through with Sonya to get the connection. Right, right. You get me? You get me now? You are absolutely right. Jay Vickers said at a lady she claimed Nesto asked her to help him with. She says a lady she claimed Nesto asked her to help him with the girl's career, and she was going to send her info to a contact but never did. She was too busy with her restaurant business. Yeah, she had no contact with the victim. And Mixtress Monica said, this is the nail in the coffin for Sonya. She's involved with this. That's what I'm saying. She just incriminated herself. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aqua Queen. Sonya really wanna slob on this man's limp noodle so bad. She's willing to incriminate herself. If it's a lie, she told it, and she sat right here and told it. 504 said, y'all hating. She was going to pass the tape to Mickey Howard. Yep, she sure was. Aaliyah TV says she never gets anything done. And Shaby wants to know if Woo Woo Wooten is listening. Oops. Okay, here we go.
Okay, how does she know what kind of person he is if she only met him for five times? Okay, so they're asking about Ernesto. Okay,
What kind of person he is?
yeah.
He's a very nice person. Well, I'll have what's the name speak on his character because he's known him for 32 years. So
Yeah, you're having an interview with
Dre. Dre has agreed to do an interview with you.
Now, wait a minute, because in case y'all don't remember, and I'm sorry for stopping to bring this up, let me read. Well, no, let me finish my thought. Remember all the thing when Sylvia says, how can the interview be canceled when it wasn't an interview in the first place? Well, Sylvia just sat on this platform, and Sonya too, saying that the next person who was going to be sitting in the chair and speaking on Nesto's good character is his friend of 32 years, Andre. Isn't that what the two of them just said? The two of them just said that. A lady said, so Nesto gave Sonya the victim's info, but it wasn't Monday. Jay Vickers said, y'all remember Dion said on a call, he ain't want no parts of the girl because she was cuckoo. Mm-hmm. Aqua Queen said, please don't let me be this stupid in my ripe elder years. Aaliyah TV said Dre wants zero parts. I know, crickets from that camp. We hear nothing. Shaby says, oh, I remember this lie. A lady 747 says she doesn't know Dre either. 504 says, and we don't care, Sonya. Jay Vickers said, you met him 5 times and spoke to him on the phone 3 minutes in the mornings, but you know him so well. Aqua Queen says, Wooten, can you woo 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 at Bones, please? Yes, please, Will Wooten.
Because he's watched several of the bloggers, and he said out of everybody, you were the most godliest and respectful. You didn't come off messy.
Now, what I heard Dre said is that if he were ever going to interview with someone, it would be infamous Sylvia. But the two of them just sat on there and told a bold-faced lie and said that Dre was going to be interviewed by her. And Dre never said he was. And then Sylvia tried to clean it up and say, the interview's not canceled because it was never scheduled. Well, if it's a lie, you sat there on your own platform and told it.
So he said he will talk to you.
Okay, tell him I'll be ready to set it up.
See?
I agree, Sylvia. Do not allow Sonya to be biased in answering question based on upon whom asked the question. Okay.
See, look at that.
Hey guys, remember I said I was going to focus on the case.
They keep asking the other questions. They keep asking them other questions. They can't help but to. And that's so weird because that's irrelevant at this point.
Do you want to answer those questions? Because I said I was going to
ask them and I'll let you know if I'm answering them. But yeah, go ahead. You can ask.
Hey, Queen Brielle. Now, how are you going to come on this platform, supposedly taking up for this man and pleading his case, but not want to answer any questions from the audience that you're trying to persuade? That makes no sense to me. Let's talk about it all said. The same question still exists from then. And Jay Vickers says probably what we are all saying in our Candy Bird's voice: the lies, the lies, the lies.
Whatever you want to ask.
Okay, y'all ready?
Because that's what they want to do anyways. Go there straight to the.
All right, we'll ask the question.
They don't care about the legal part of it. They want to hear about the other stuff.
Before I even start asking those other questions, Ernest is get ready to have his bond
hearing.
Are you going to be there? Oh
no, it's yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's in the evening, so you won't even be there because the judge is going to be at home doing this. So, y'all had this earning desire to ask this woman these questions. I wanted to stay away from it, but y'all
stop listening to them phone calls. How about that?
Why would we?
They need better television out here. That's what it is. I blame it on TV. Pardon me?
First question they want to know is, okay, here we go. Why didn't he give the money to the teacher? Why didn't he give the money back to the teacher?
I don't know that answer. Because I've only heard of this since he was locked up, so he can't talk about anything. Just certain things he could speak on, but he definitely did not speak on the narrative of the relationship. If he did anything for her, he didn't deny sleeping with her. You know, I didn't ask the question. I just read the warrant to him. But again, like
now I know Wisdom's daughter don't think Sonya gonna answer her questions either because she can't stand her.
Did I say that was July 20th? If you listen to the July 20th phone call, that's when I'm reading the warrants to him. And so
let me get this straight. So she wasn't prepared to answer questions based on the documents while she was talking to Sylvia, but she can tell you what she said on a phone calls from prison call. Okay. All right.
That's when you'll hear whatever he says about them, which is much of nothing. Because I always tell him, don't respond. Just listen. So, because he's not allowed to talk about his defense.
Don't talk.
Okay.
Just listen.
So the warrants are not correct when it comes to Nesto alleged crimes, but they're correct enough to speak on because Sonya only knows about this from the warrants. Okay, that's just a statement. Are you working for the prosecution, Sonya?
What? Why would I be working for the prosecution? That's to put them in jail, not to keep them out.
We know.
Did she mean defense attorneys?
No, she didn't. She meant what she said.
Lovelace asked, what happened to her phone calls recording? Why is she
Lovelace. Lovelace says
no longer posting calls?
Who's not posting? Oh, me?
Yeah.
I got a couple of them, but I kind of didn't post any recently. I got one from yesterday, day before yesterday.
By the way, I'm just curious, not that he can't get it from Global Telling, but Will Wooten, in case you aren't aware, she was recording their phone calls and putting them on her channel because she said, I paid for the calls. I paid for the calls. That's what she said, Will Wooten.
Because I was really trying to get away from that. And they're not juicy. I mean,
they're boring.
Yeah, they feel right. The one girl even said that the couple that I posted, she was like, "Oh, it's so boring." I said, "Yeah, that's where we're at right now. Everything's boring." First of all, it's such an old situation at this point. We sometimes talk long and depth about things, but for the most part, no. How's your day? World news.
Okay. You need says, what do you have against Sheridan?
I don't know Sheridan have anything against her, and the only thing I do is repeat what was said. I don't know her to say anything about her, other than just repeating what was already said about her in a situation.
Okay, it says, so because he wasn't living somewhere doesn't mean he doesn't know them. I don't live in Georgia, but I go there, talk to people, and come back home. Okay, she made a statement.
So
Okay,
what does she mean by that? To know who? What is she talking about? To know who?
I'm not sure. These things are in behind, so I really don't know what
Is she talking about Erica? That'll be the only person that he knows, but he don't know. He knows her, but it's not a ongoing every day, every week type of knowledge thing because he was unaware of all the names she's had. He only knew her as King, but he didn't know about the
okay.
other
She knew,
four
but
names.
but what about when she went to the court and said her name was April Holloway
We
and
can't talk about it, but he said that because I was saying some things and he was like, yeah, along that line.
okay, so
That
okay.
she sold it to him. And so I guess he was under the pretense that she was. This is the thing. The only time he's ever been in,
If I know somebody for 20 years, let's say, um, I might have their lawyer. I would think in the 20 years that I've known them, whether I've seen them every day or just once a year for 20 years, I would think if I truly believe that they were at some point, she's my friend. I've known her. I would think it would come up where she went to law school, where she went to college. I think that these things would come up. At least they would in my life. That's all I'm saying. Tallulah Malu said zip cuffs for the big one and the little one. Jay Pickers just said, girl, stop. Stop. Aqua Queen said he's doing dirty work with that lady for 20 years. He knew every name she had, and he knew she wasn't an attorney. And let's for funsies, let's go along with Sonya. He thought she was an attorney. She had him convinced that she was an attorney. Well, we know that Earl Lamont Dunbar is not an attorney, but yet he called a victim and putting himself out to be from the Jones and Jones law firm. And so what? I guess Nestor wasn't privy to that. He didn't know that Earl Lamont did that. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. And Muffin 218 says that's why they had fake IDs, etc. Fake IDs, a letterhead, seals, notaries, just all kinds of treats that they had. Look at freeze frame. Oh wow, let me that look. I've got a lot of thumbnail options here from this live. Anyway, here we go.
court other than some civil stuff. And he's not the most educated person when it comes to that.
Mhm.
Um, his his charges from his court was from 1990. He got out. They hit him with a conviction from another incident that happened in the 90s.
I really wish she would enter. As a matter of fact, I really want to see another interview from her because I want her to explain all this evidence that was presented in court. I still want to know, and no one's been able to tell me what was going to be done with the counterfeit money. And was Sonya aware of this counterfeit money? I just want to know.
But they just gave it to him when he got released. He didn't get out and re-offend. And
Mhm.
so all his cases that he had ended up being dismissed or turned or was civil. That's why he only have those two convictions. And those are from incidents that happened in the 90s when he was in his 20s. Um,
Wasn't he in jail in the early 2000s? So what is she talking about?
And it's common for people to operate wrong and not know how wrong, they're operating, especially when you have a record. It makes certain situations turn another way because you have a record. It
What?
can turn a civil situation into a criminal situation. But if you look at it with this, it's that. But again, what two of the attorneys told me is the intent was criminal, and if certain other things were done, then it would have turned that situation that I said is civil into a crime. But because of how it went, they both said it's civil along with me. Again, I got opinions on it that, of people who were not emotionally involved.
And whatever attorney said this to you, they need to be disbarred.
Okay. All right. The next question says, what a nice person. What? He has called Shirley's daughter the B word, then spoke to her in the next breath, asking Shirley how she's doing.
I can't speak on that. I've never been around them to know what. All I know is what several people said in that circle about her, and then listening to what the wife said about her over the phone, and then him listening to the calls.
Okay.
Other than that, I just knew generally that he wasn't going around the house because they didn't get along.
You know this because that's what he told you. That girl has informed me that that money, that counterfeit money, it's all civil.
And so he said, that's her daughter. I'm going to step away.
Okay. So please ask her what's the knowledge of the blood contract.
I don't know nothing about that. That was said in court again, like some other things that was said in court that was blatant lies.
Oh,
So
and you know that these are lies. How? Shaby says you will see another interview with her on 60 Minutes in about 3 years from prison. Y'all remember that show? It was a show I used to love to watch called Women Behind Bars. Yeah, I could see her being one of those women's. Jay Vicker said, I thought you didn't listen to the calls. I know, right? Aqua Queen said, this lady knows damn well no attorney told her that. It don't even sound attorney-ish unless it came from Mr. Josh Jones.
Speaking of things that record, that affidavit, that supposedly that letter from
that she said she didn't sign and she didn't know nothing about it. She said she didn't know anything about it. But the affidavit was just saying that, if he gets released, that he is going home with me and I want him released. Da, 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 da. It was just trying to support the bond. And he was, if he made bond in that moment, supposed to go home, with everything written. Now, I never asked the attorney because me and him fell out back in January. So I don't know why he did what he did. But
how do you fall out with your your boyfriend's attorney? I don't know. Asking for a friend. 504 said this hoe is gonna be on Fatal Attraction. I think she will be. She's the type, like to be honest, and be honest with you. Say if he, was out of jail, and say him and Shirley were still together. She's one of them type of side chicks that probably really wouldn't know how to stay in her place and would be like stalking Shirley just like she stalked her Instagram page. So I can see it. Y'all, I'm gonna get me a snack. So let me know what goes on.
he told me, she said she didn't know about it and she didn't sign it. And that's just him saying it to me about it.
So then,
because I felt like that was the thing that leaked everything by putting affidavit of Shirley Strawberry when he could have just put affidavit in support, and left it like that. And the body of it would have spoke. He didn't have to file it with her name on it. And then saying that didn't make it known anyway, because the courts, it could have been, affidavit of spouse, and they would have known it's the wife. But by putting her name out there, the judge didn't know at that moment, who she was to him. It just So he didn't need to do that. And he was supposed to keep everything discreet as possible.
But
Again, like I said, me and him had fell out, and I felt he was being messy after that.
if she's saying she did not sign it,
Right. Then who signed it?
and you
He didn't know about it. So it wasn't nothing that he had a part of, because he didn't even know anything about the affidavit at all.
Okay, I'm back with my snacks. What's she trying to say, that he didn't know about the affidavit? How come no one seemed to have known about this affidavit? Shaby says Sonya would definitely be the brown Amy Fisher. Oh, yes. Obsessed with the Mess said he had 4 different wives, so they needed to specifically ask which wife. How about that? That's right. Hey, call me on Keisha's phone is in here. Um, Call me on Keisha's phone said she knows about discreet. And God bless said maybe Big Hip Lamont signed it. Yeah, maybe Lamont did sign it, because he is Josh Jones Esquire, from Jones and Jones law firm.
okay, how did the young lady get the teacher's car?
So she gave him the car to sell. And from that, the girl had it. And the girl's aunt, because the girl aunt was arrested in the car because it was reported stolen or unlawful use of vehicle. I don't know which of the two. It's really unlawful use of vehicle, because she gave it to him and she wanted it back. He didn't return it, so it's unlawful.
Make it make sense. If that doesn't sound incriminating right there, I don't know what does. Jay Vicker said because you signed it. What difference does it make if he said her name or not? Shirley Strawberry ain't sign it. Nesto ain't know she didn't sign it. Sonya looked guilty explaining this. Obsessed with the Mess said she's skipping the part that he was supposed to sell it and give her the money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How does this make sense to her? Why on earth did why was the car given to these people? Why was the grandma, I thought it was the grandmother who was arrested in the car. Obsessed, oh, I just read that.
For use of vehicle, because it's not considered stolen at that point, because you did give them the vehicle, but I want my vehicle back, so it's unlawful use of a vehicle.
But in the paperwork, they call.
I know how they put it, but it's wrong. It's unlawful use.
That's her grandmother, and it's not her grandmother.
It's not the grandmother.
Not
It's
the grandmother.
It's the aunt.
Because I saw.
Listen, a lot of the paperwork is wrong.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Media is her. She's saying my niece, my niece, my niece, my niece.
Yeah, it's the aunt. It's the aunt.
But in the paperwork, it says grandmother.
I got it on my text, because I got the text when she got arrested, because he asked for some legal help on that, and he sent me the situation. Yeah. But I think it was I think he said aunt as well.
Because right here it says that she was in Dominican Republic. This is
she wasn't. She wasn't. She was there.
It says LT, which is Lilani, was identified as the granddaughter. Through the interview, that whatever her last name is, she was in Dominican Republic, and she was told by William that he had paid the car off for her to get. So this paperwork does not match the relationship with the lady.
So no, nothing's really matched up. Like I said, a lot of the stuff is kind of off. But no, she wasn't in the Dominican Republic. He said to me this week that she was right there when all that was going down. She wasn't out of town. She was there.
So this is one error I found myself in this paperwork. Because I went to the social media side, and in fact, the lady and I went to the same church.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what, the aunt?
The aunt and I went to the same church.
Oh,
it's a small world.
Go ahead, Sylvia. Insert yourself so that Will Wooten be looking for you too. Nola Brown says Wooten wants the text 2. Obsessed with the mess that he asked for some legal help. Hen, please. God bless. 1254 said Aqua Queen, not pork chops. 504 said her reading makes me feel like I'ma get a whooping. Ray Del Lewis says Sonya. Ray Del Lewis said Sonya Wooten wants the text. Girl. Shay B said, Handy girl Sonya, are you scanning these documents?
I'm telling you,
Mhm.
small world. So
Yeah, somebody knows somebody. And that's that was weird too, because when we were in court, the detective said that these two ladies got together, and that's why she decided to come forth and say all of that stuff that happened. But there was no way for that to happen because they didn't know each other,
What?
at all. So there was no way of them running to, for that to happen.
okay.
And unless it
So look, now Wisdom's daughter then gave a super. Let me see. What does this question say that she's not going to get the answer to? If Nesto has lied before, how can you believe him now? Sonya found out Nesto was with the teacher when she couldn't reach him. Oh yes, I remember that. She found it out from the warrants.
was social media, like how I ended up talking to her, when she was asking me some things, and I was like, no, you don't give married men money.
Wait, wait.
Wisdom's daughter says, if necessary,
Next.
I gotta
She called me a stripper. Next. She called me a
First of all, she is not the one who called you a stripper, and this is just comedy. See, this is why I needed my snacks. Aqua Queen says, does Silverback still show her? Oh my goodness, her fupa in exercise videos for her weirdos following over there. No, she doesn't exercise anymore. Tallulah Malou says, case solved. Ernie is an innocent man, gonna be a millionaire after the lawsuit, and he goes off far, far away from the cluckety cluck 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 thing. That's me adding on to that. Jay Vicker says, that's all you've been doing is giving a married man money. Hey, Jackson Tabasco, good morning.
stripper. Next.
Oh, but
She called me a stripper. Next.
she's not being mean to you.
She was before. Did she apologize for calling me a stripper and I never stripped a day in my life?
But she
Did she apologize for calling me a stripper and I never stripped a day in my life?
You're stripper adjacent. A lady says Sonya just said you don't give married men money, but she's been giving this man money for 2 years, 2 whole years.
apologizing for.
You want to be mean and just say certain things for whatever reason you need to say them, then keep that same energy. Because I don't call people things that they're not. I don't even call people things that they are.
She's sorry. She's
She
sorry.
is not
Lies.
sorry. That girl meant that just like that other girl who called me a stripper and a hoe. Sorry on your show. Try to keep it peaceful.
Lord,
Love.
you gotta. All right. I'm gonna read her question. You don't have to answer it, but I'm gonna read her question because she did give me a donation. Now I gotta read her message. Okay.
Okay, you can read it.
I
I'm
got
not going to, but go ahead. You can read it.
to my person that's donating. You know what I'm saying?
Say that louder. What?
If Nesso has lied before, how can you believe him now? Sonya found out Nesta was with the teacher when she couldn't reach him from the warrant.
Huh? What? Sonya found out he was with the teacher when? I never. First of all, when he was free, I never checked for his location ever. We didn't have that type of relationship. It was a friendship, whatever y'all want to call it. All that extra stuff.
But on the phone calls, we heard you say out of your mouth that no wonder you couldn't find him when you was looking for him because he was with, I don't know which one it was, but he was with one of the two women. I don't know which one, but that's what you said out your own mouth. We had heard it. Muffin 218 says, didn't she call the bloggers But yeah, oh yes, she's called all kinds of names. Obsessed with the mess said she didn't say you checked. She said you found out from the warrant. Well, we all know that Sonya, she has that little comprehension problem. So,
The, no, I only saw him a handful of times in person, period, to this day. So if we were all in some type of situation, relationship, it would have been us dating, going out, me being in Atlanta. And I could go to Atlanta as much as possible when I was in Florida. So it was like, so if it was a relationship, it would have been more in person meets. And it was only 5 in a year and a half before he went to jail.
They said you were mad. But okay.
I was mad at what? Listen to the
okay, you are the one who is this man's defender. You're saying you know his character and so much about him, and you know that this is out of his character, but you can't even answer your own questions that you have about this man. Ray Del Lewis says, liar, liar, pants on fire. And Jay Vickers said, yep. She stopped reading the warrant to complain about busting him being with the teacher when she was looking for him and was MIA, aka ghosted. Yeah, isn't that interesting? She looked for him when she couldn't find him for a couple of weeks. She was looking for him when he was with the teacher. I mean, she's always looking for this man. And guess what? Now you got him. Shay said she called the bloggers everything but Tom, Dick, and Harry. That's right, she did. I heard her.
phone calls. I wasn't mad when I read all of that stuff to him. I was cracking up.
Okay, I got a question for you. Okay, those phone calls were very in like sometimes
A handful of them. Go ahead. Not all of them. You got over 500 phone calls, and you got maybe a handful of them. Let's say maybe 7 that might be being, a bit much for friends.
Okay, here's my question. Those phone calls, when you realized they were being listened to, what did you feel about them? Because it reveals.
I didn't remember.
That it reveals some stuff that changed. Because once you found out, you kind of like you change your story, and people saying that you lied.
No. Because see that's wrong. I didn't come out till end of November, middle of November. Whenever that girl put all my business out, I came out like 5 days later and said something. Them phone calls came out months before I even said anything. Months before I said anything. So to say that's wrong. And a lot of them phone calls, I don't specifically remember because I didn't even remember that phone call where he was talking about pat yourself and all that other stuff. I didn't even remember. That happened like right when he went to jail. And so I'm sitting here like,
did you feel embarrassed? Did you feel embarrassed that
No, I don't embarrass easy.
No, but I'm saying you were saying that, we didn't have a relationship, and then all of a sudden the phone call revealed it was something different. And
you don't embarrass easy. You have no shame. I'm just saying. Tallulah Malu said, Nesto says she's effed up in the head. Yes, I remember that phone call too. He just has no other options right now. Jay Vickers says, how do you know out of 500 there's only 7? You would have had to listen to 500 to draw that conclusion. So please stop with the you don't listen to the calls. She doesn't listen, but can seem to tell you everything that happened. She can tell you all of the comments that people made up under the videos. Mixtress Monica said, I wonder how much of the 100K did Sonya receive to so-called help the young lady with her rap career? Yes, because as she admit, she was going to give it. She said tape to her niece. God bless says you don't remember because you was high. Stacy, that first twin says she don't embarrass easily, but want an apology from Wisdom's daughter. Yes, how about it?
you're like,
That's why I tell them go with the phone calls, because one, I'm not of this new world where people like to come on and just tell my business and say, okay, so my man and I am, you know what I'm saying? I didn't bring it up. I didn't come out and with this whole situation, I was drug out. So a lot of things I'm never going to talk about because I feel like I don't know you. It's not your business. So if I slept with them, go with the phone calls, like I say, you know what I'm saying? But I can say this because the phone calls are very telling. If you listen to them without the narration of some bloggers who like to kind of twist things, when we did some things, it was before I found out he was married.
We got
It was before I found out he was married. So I'll say that. I didn't know he was married. And I got text messages to prove that.
Wait,
I did not know. And I said, let's just be friends.
You don't let me talk. Wait. So are you confessing now that y'all did the do? Are you confessing?
I always say, listen to the phone call. So whatever the phone calls say, just believe what the phone calls say.
Is that a yes? We all understand. Is that a yes?
See, I'm not saying anything until I keep putting on the stand. And I'm gonna be like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not a victim, so I can't say anything. I don't know nobody. So the phone calls is from 2 incidents in the October, first week of November 2020. After that, it was just strictly.
504 said that's not funny. Now, obsessed with the mess. I'm with you. What does she want us to do? Listen to the phone calls or not listen to them? She can't make up her mind. You keep giving us mixed signals here. What do you want us to do? Listen to them or not listen to them? Stacy, that first twin said she don't tell her business, but on there telling her business and everybody else's business in her family. That girl said Sonya is so proud of herself. God bless. 1254 said, if I was Shirley, I would get tested. Sonya, look out. She was the chick that was passed around at parties. 504 says, Shirley, baby, you're a better woman than me.
A platonic situation.
Okay, so she plead the fifth, guys.
And it wasn't even them type of phone calls like the phone call we had over the phone when he was locked up. That was a jail call, a typical jail call.
Could I ask you another question? Did he rock your world that you just can't? It's just like you can't.
Let me tell you.
I mean, stop.
We're going to hell.
I ain't going with you.
Listen,
okay.
Well, let me tell you, I'm not going to be disrespectful to his situation, so we're not even going to talk about it because she don't want to hear that. That's not nice.
But you did do it.
We had conversations before I found out he.
Right, Jackson, Tabasco. This is like being in elementary school, childish, just like you said. It's, oh, did you? Why do you want to know all that? I want to know the legal facts. I don't care that he used community toys on her. I don't care about that. Queen Black said, what's a typical jail call? I was thinking, I didn't say anything, but I was thinking, I wouldn't know. I have never had a jail call, never. So I don't know what a typical one is. What if that's a typical, what is a non-typical jail call?
He was married.
Okay, so your plea or your reasoning is you didn't know he was married.
No, I didn't know. When I found out, I actually blocked him and erased his number and didn't read.
Something else. She says she just said she has a text message to prove it. Out of all the stuff that she was putting up on her channel, why didn't she put those text messages up to prove that he didn't tell her he was married?
Unblock him. What made you unblock him?
Because the thing what happened before all that, like I said, we used to have long conversations, like hours and hours of just conversation. He was just really like you really don't vibe with people when you first meet him. And he was one of the people that you could just vibe with. And he was just so like, he would just sit there and just listen and absorb and remember. Like you'll hear it on the phone calls. I'd be like, damn, he was listening. He like, I listen. He listens. He sits and he listens.
He's a little bit vulgar. He's just like,
Huh?
he's a little bit vulgar, cussing people out and then praying in the
He
next.
doesn't cuss like I do. Oh my God. But then you got to understand a lot of stuff is the pressures of, like, if he was out on the streets, he would have never been that person. He's in jail on some things. He feel like I shouldn't be here. I didn't do it.
Okay.
You know, and the stuff that I did do, it is civil, or he feel like he didn't do anything wrong, but I don't know his side of the story. Again, he feel like everything is innocent on everything. And like I say, if the warrant is true on the one thing, then it's he's civilly wrong. But he was very, like I said, before he went away, and the one time that he spoke about the house situation, he was very like settled about it. He didn't go into too much detail. We don't get along anymore. I gave her some advice. She felt some type of way, and it kind of like festered, and it kind of like, I'm like, you can't be everybody's daddy. People don't like authority. And so he said, I just stay away. I just stay away. I don't even go home.
Okay.
When I know she's there, I stay away. And that's nice, because if you're trying to say he's this, then he would have been like, this is my MF house, and she got to go see her at her house. He wasn't like that. He was, I'm going to stay away. I'm going to go sleep over here in the truck, or I'm going to go sleep in, this place, or a teacher's house. You know what I'm saying? If she home.
So
y'all, let's get this straight. So if Sheridan happened to be, I guess, visiting her mother, living with her mother, he said, well, I'll just go sleep at the teacher's house because I'm just going to stay away. That's what she is trying to have us believe.
It was easy for him to sleep someplace else because he had other things on the other side. Then that's what you're saying. Then
I mean, from the warrant, yes, that's what it seems like. I mean,
from the warrant,
I had no idea. Again, I never asked him things like that because.
So, do you think, this is your opinion? Do you think at this point that they had some sort of arrangement going on? That because I've heard in the calls he said,
it don't sound like they're listening to the calls. It sounds like
arrangement.
It was a real relationship.
Okay.
Gee, Sylvia's saying arrangement and Sonya's saying relationship, and those things are two different things. But here is the question I have. Hey, B. Williams, these calls didn't start out. I mean, like, he didn't go to jail July 2022, and these calls were boom on YouTube. It was quite some time before, we got these calls and stuff. So why wasn't he able to explain to her the ins and outs of things? He should have been able to tell her, because remember, like I said, the calls didn't start out on YouTube. Everybody didn't start out knowing their business. So why couldn't things be made clear, and why he couldn't present and answer all these questions way back then?
Okay. It sounds like a real relationship. It sounds like, I mean, every relationship is a bit different and a bit like, because it's geared towards the people involved. People always think it's just one thing. She had male friends, he had female friends. They were okay with that. They were okay with that.
But female friends he was sleeping
now
with.
That part I don't know about, again, because I never asked him about the dynamics of his marriage. I said, you know what, we're going to just be friends. And I left it alone because I wasn't looking to be with him, or are you going to leave her and be with me? I wasn't on that. Now, had I been on that, then I would have been like, yeah, he said this, he said that, he said that. He never said anything about the marriage, good or bad. I just felt he was happy because he wasn't complaining about it. And most people complain. He didn't complain. He never said anything other than, because when I would talk to him and say, why aren't you at home? And it's 12 o'clock at night. And I'm like, why aren't you in the house? And then that's when he said, because when the daughter's around, because we don't get along. And he had it very vague. He didn't break it down. He just said, because we don't get along, I step away.
I don't believe that bullshit. I don't.
That's her daughter.
Okay. Kay Bonita said, what happened to the money that the dad pay Nesto for the car that was given to the teacher?
I don't know.
Okay, next
The
one.
dad gave her money for a car. I don't know about that. Only thing I know is that he gave him money to help her with her career, and that's all I know about that. You know, he didn't give it to the daughter directly because he felt like the daughter was going to do something different with it. So he would meet with him and the daughter and and they would just have like a meeting and talk about this is what this is for, and this, that, and the other.
Okay, Mel says if Ernesto is the one is convicted of any or all charges, will your stance change?
My stance would only change if the evidence come out to say something different. If something comes out and it's some, then I'm gonna be looking like, what? I always will still, let me say this. If I could, like, this is how this goes. His family, who knows him way better than me, the kids that I've spoken to, and then his friend, Trey, that ain't him. And even the guy he was locked up with for 3 years said, that's not him. He didn't do that. I know that, man. We was locked up for 3 years and we was in the same room for 3 years. He didn't do that. And when you in jail, you showing it all. You know what I'm saying? People being there doing the most that they would never do.
How is some incarcerated man going to be able to tell you what this man's character is? And just because, his friend, she keeps harping on the same people, his children and his friend of 32 years. She keeps harping on those people. Number one, where are they now? And number two, of course, that's their daddy. So of course the kids aren't going to say, "Oh yeah, he did it." No, they're not gonna do that. And so you're telling us, Sonya, we're supposed to believe the kids who say that's not my dad's character, but we're not supposed to believe the one that he allegedly abused. You can't have it both ways. And yes, I did see that she did not read Obsessed with the Mess. She did not read Wisdom's daughter's uh super chat, I guess because Sonya doesn't, want to address them. So she's just going to skip. Do you think that Sylvia refunded her money? Probably not. God bless 1254 said, why his family not in the court? Just the side hint. Any son that he didn't even meet until was 13, I don't know why he's singing his praises, but that's just me. Aqua Queen says because it was dig that it's true. It what? Because it was dig that is true. 504 says they're lying, they're laying low because they don't want to go back to jail. As she continued on the next row. Muffin 218 says he wasn't around those people like that. In jail, you can't do anything. So how can you know him? Right. A lady says she is so stupid. When locked up, you are doing the least. Yes, because you don't want to get in any trouble.
Streets or around their loved ones, they're themselves. He said all that man did was talk about a barbershop, draw sketches, talk about his business plan, this, that, and the
Draw.
other. That's all he was focused on. That man didn't talk about, tricking women, kinky shit, freaky stuff. He wasn't in there fighting, bullying, messing with anybody. He said he just was to himself and was focused on business plans when he got out. That was it.
Okay. Do you think all this publicity will help or hurt his case?
So I think the bloggers heard it by saying bestiality, whatever that word is, and making a real negative impact on the story. I mean, they could have did the affair thing, something separate, fine. But at first, when it first came out, they were just going in, and like I say, you don't play with people's freedom, unless you know for a certainty that that person did do it. When all you have is an accusation, you have to treat it like, unless he say he did it, or unless they got it on film that he did it, you got to say, let's see how it play out in court. And sometimes that don't even tell you the truth unless you see evidence to say this, that, and the other, because people get off in their.
So let me get this straight. Excuse me. The bloggers are talking about bestiality, right? Okay, she's always saying, read the court papers, read this, read that. Okay, that's what they were doing. And according to the paperwork in oh my gosh, I'm sorry. According to the paperwork in the criminal justice system, he is into bestiality. Bestiality. Excuse me. So, y'all, I'm choking on my snacks. She's got me choking on my snacks. But anyway, so everybody's just reading what the court papers say. So we're not, which is it? Are we supposed to just stick to the case and the facts, or are we not supposed to stick to the case and the facts? I don't know. Obsessed with the mess said, I love the question on the screen. And the question on the screen says, Sonya, are you going to apologize to Shirley for sleeping with her husband? Okay. And Tallulah Malu says the bloggers didn't charge him. I'm not aware of any charges that bloggers did. That girl said Sylvia was the first to read those CP papers about the animals. Yes. And if you did see that, you would remember that she had to take a break because she was just so overcome with what she was reading. 504 said what they did in the RV was bestiality.
Are guilty, and people go to jail innocent. So sometimes the court system is not even correct, because I side eye everything. Jonathan Mayer, you should have never went to jail for any of that. That should have been charged. But he got charged for yanking away from a girl who was attacking him, and they figured out how to finesse that and charge him. And she didn't get charged for anything, but she's the one. What I'm saying? And we saw that on film. And he attacked her. And it's like, she attacked him. So I'm like, that's crazy. And I was first one on their comment, like, he innocent. He didn't do anything. This is before I even saw the footage. Because I just know how that scenario goes when it comes to females, the phone, and somebody texting him, and she got in her feelings. I need to see your phone. And I was like, oh yeah, that's all her. That's all her, And it was all her.
Mm-hmm. So let me get this straight. Females lie. But yet we're supposed to believe that when your baby daddy accused you of misusing, what was it, his credit card, we're not to believe him. We're supposed to believe you because you're the woman, but yet you were the one who got arrested for it. So she can't even make her own examples make sense. B. Williams said, how has this woman made it? How has this woman made it to 50 plus years? That's a good question. Stacy, that first twin says, what that have to do with Nesto? Nothing. Aqua Queen says, what does someone else's case have to do with the bestiality? Sloya. And might I add, he didn't he didn't get charged for that actually helped him. The fact that we had the footage seeing that girl chasing him down all them city blocks, that kind of did help him. So nobody just up and took her word for it. Evidence came out and other things was proven. But do I believe that he was abusive to that woman? Yeah, I do. I do believe he was. And I'm not going to say she lied about anything because apparently she didn't, except for that time that she was chasing him around all them city blocks.
But people kept saying, well, that's what you get for dating a white woman. Like, that's mean. You know what I'm saying? You like who you like.
Yeah, that's true.
He never said, I hate black women. I only date white women. He never said that. He just happened to, at that time, be with a white woman.
He kind of did.
Okay. Solo Aquarius says, Sonya, are you going to apologize to Shirley for sleeping?
I already did on the last thing when somebody asked me.
Apologize, y'all. She apologized.
I did. I said, I'm sorry for anything that I could have done, to make her feel a certain way. But again, I'm not a threat, and
she apologized, y'all.
Yeah, I did apologize. Did that other girl apologize for calling me a hoe? And
yeah, are you apologize to her for calling her out of her name, guys?
Right.
They didn't apologize, but they did correct themselves.
Miss Mac, thank you, Linda. All right, so
Always call me out my name. And they be like, I'm silly, Sonya, stupid, I'm dumb.
I don't know. Can somebody look up the definition of a whore? I'm just curious as to what you know, what it says.
People are just so not nice, but
it's
it's all good.
so understand a lot of things with shock value. People just mean. I mean,
Like I said, you look at anybody's post, anybody's story, you look at all the posts, it's just all negativity. It's all negativity. This world is going real fast, and they don't understand how this is going to affect and trickle down to their children.
yeah.
Because the children catch their energy, and then they go and do what they do.
Were you with Nesto on July 4th, 2022? Do you actually live across the street from Shirley?
No, I was in July 2022. I was living in Miami.
What about do you live across the street from Shirley?
No, I've never lived across this. Why would I live across the street from them?
You're silly with these questions. Okay, what do you mean by saying if Shirley doesn't have the money to pay for his attorney, someone in his circle does? How does?
Wait a minute. Now, Stacey, that first twin, are you saying that when I said look up the word whore, you said it says no edges? And let me see. Obsessed with the Mess said I Googled it and it says Sonya Waller Durham Jackson the third. Shaby, look at this. Shaby asked a question. Shaby said, what did you mean by saying if Shirley doesn't have the money to pay the attorney, someone in her circle does? How did you feel when you heard Dre say he's team Shirley and hearing his hurt when Shirley says she is done? Let's see how she answers.
So listen to I know a phone call because the girl sent me the phone call. Go back to the beginning of the phone call.
How come somebody's always sending her these calls? She don't hear them herself. Somebody sends them to her. Why is that? Somebody please tell me. I don't know. Aqua Queen says she didn't even realize that the wife never mentioned her, but she keeps Shirley Strawberry's name in her washcloth cleansed mouth.
When him is talking and he's saying, and I said, I'm not really in it. I'm just,
you have that phone call?
I'm just here to help. And da, 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 da. And then he went on to say some other things. And I was just saying, well, I feel because I knew what just transpired before he went to jail and what all he had just did for her.
Do you have the phone call so you could play it so I can hear it?
What he did for her, do you mean what? Make her homeless? Now making her lose her car. The poor woman can't buy shoes. Who knows where all her things were that was in storage?
It's on the list. I think it's June 8th. It's June 8th. It's the June 8th phone call.
No, I don't have.
So
look, I do commentary on this stuff, and I can't name dates and times of phone calls. But this chick who claims she doesn't listen knows all the dates and times and everything of all of these calls.
Right. And so right before that part, I'm like, and I told the girl, listen to the whole thing. Don't just listen to that one part. Listen to what I said before that part. And I said, in a hypothetical state, that this would be what she should do. Not saying, oh, she better do this, that, and the other, because I can't tell nobody to do, anything. It was good what she did do, even though it was a waste of money because the attorney sucks. And we're going to try to.
Weren't you the one who gave him that attorney?
Man, no, he got the attorney from somebody in jail. And then we called him together and was talking to him. And he sat there and sold a dream. Oh, yeah, I could do this. I can get anybody out of jail. I could do this. I could do that. And didn't do squat. He dropped the ball. He actually walked the ball over to the prosecutor's team.
So now she knows what the attorney said to Shirley. She's everywhere. She's with Nesto when he's committing his crimes. She's with Shirley when Shirley's talking to all of the attorneys. She knows everything. Obsessed with oh, you're going to bed, Muffin 218. Okay, good night. And thank you for being here. Obsessed with the Mess said, ho, You can't tell a wife what she should do with her own damn money. The audacity. Remember the one couple where she says, well, she should be retired anyway, you know? Y'all remember that? When Shirley was concerned about her job, 504 said, did that stop you from trying to squat on his sausage?
Because he hasn't done anything but killed the case. Killed the case. Because he wants him to do some type of plea now. And the other attorney that I spoke to, when that did the YSL case.
I know what.
Oh, so now we're going to give a proximity of what attorney she spoke to. So I don't know if she's trying to say it was BC or Krell, but she wants to lead us to believe that either BC or Krell crip walked themselves over to the prosecution and dropped a dime on Nesto. You know, this is what she's trying to convince us of. Let's talk about it all. Said what? Nothing and pay for lawyers.
Which one are you talking about?
He said, that's a fool's advice. He said, what the heck? Why would someone say that? And I was like, exactly.
They said,
so he's giving him advice to sink him. Let's say that.
Okay, how do you feel when you heard Dre is Team Shirley?
He's supposed to be. That's the wife. Everybody should be Team Shirley. That's the wife. He can't say anything bad about the relationship and the treatment of her during the marriage. Why wouldn't you be Team Shirley? He's never said one bad thing about her.
Who, Dre? I mean,
no, not so. He's never said anything bad about his wife.
Okay.
Said she's a wonderful person, inside and out.
Didn't he say something bad about her daughter?
No. About her? About no. He just did he say something bad about his wife to somebody's daughter?
No. Didn't he say something bad to you about her daughter? He called her B-word.
He was mad, and I think when he said that was because wasn't that the time when she went down to the police department?
Oh, I don't know what time it is. All I know is she said some bad word. He said a bad word about her. That's all I know.
I remember, but I don't remember why, the circumstance around it. But again, that's something separate. She's a grown woman, and anybody's kid can be that if they act like that. I'm not saying it's nice.
So, in other words, if Sonya's in a relationship with someone and they call her daughter a bitch, that would be okay because, grown adults be like that sometimes.
But apparently they can't. You know what? As many names people calling me, I'm saying I ain't did nothing. So,
by the way, Sonya, you called her a bitch as well.
We ain't gonna go there because they done call me all kind of names. And all I want to do is just try to get this man free and get him back to his life. And I'm all kind of stripper hoes and silly, stupid people, and all because they want me to sit here and divulge every little detail of my life.
I myself gonna apologize to them because they don't know you, they don't know who you are, and I do.
And that's why you don't call people names. You only call people names when you know them personally, have a personal issue, and that's not nice either. But you still that would be a valid reason to call somebody something.
Well, I'm apologizing.
It's very tacky and ungodly to call people names. Hello.
You know what? It's funny. She says it's very ungodly to call people's names. How do you know what God wants? You're an atheist. So how would you know? That's number one. And number two is I don't know who told her that everybody who is into this they're Christians. I don't know who told her that. Everybody who listens to this and who's following this case are not necessarily Christians. So I don't know what she's talking about.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not a religious person, but I am a right person. I try to be nice to everybody.
She's a right person, but she is sleeping with another woman's husband, as well as, having explicit phone calls, with someone else's husband and all of those things. But she's a good person, y'all.
Whether I know you or not, I feel like if I got to be something ill towards you, I just don't deal with people to even bring that out in me.
Well,
It can come out of anybody.
on behalf of them, I apologize.
Don't be on behalf. They grown. They're not kids.
Right. It's not fair that these.
That's fine. I mean, I don't.
Who does Sylvia think she is? Don't be apologizing on behalf of everybody else. We don't want your apology from we don't want your apology that you're giving her from all of us because we don't want to apologize.
I mean, it didn't affect me. I felt it was very elementary for somebody, a grown woman, to call somebody that they don't know and don't have any personal business or dealings with at all, anything other than their name. If I don't know you and you've done no harm to me, why would I call you anything other than your name?
And I know it hurts, even though you're trying to say
Huh?
it don't hurt.
Why would it hurt?
It does.
No.
Because you feel it. Because you didn't even want to say, answer a question from her. But
I don't want to answer the question because why would I give her the courtesy if you want to call me names? It wasn't about a hurt thing. You can't hurt me if I don't know you.
Okay.
There's no emotional tie, so you can't hurt me.
But you feeling something?
No, I don't feel anything. I'm okay. You know much. You know how many comments call me names.
But you're reacting. You're reacting because
No, I just feel like you got some balls to sit there and call me a name and want to ask me something. That's what I feel like. That's ballsy. You get me? Like if you and then to say, oh, well, she mentioned no, I've never mentioned you because I didn't even know until she said that she called me a stripper. And the way she said it, she was saying it so proudly because I called her a stripper, and I'm sitting here like, oh, really? But anything for a click.
Greer says, ask Sonya if she understands that the criminal charges come from the state of Georgia and civil cases are initiated by individuals. Nesta can get a civil case from the teacher too. Okay.
Yes, I know that because O.J. Simpson got sued civilly after that. You can do both, but sometimes one case is only one way and not both. Murder is a crime.
Y'all, Wisdom's daughter just won't give up. Here we go with another question.
So murder, but you can come back and sue somebody civilly for murder because of the loss.
Okay, have you apologized?
You can't you can't just sue someone civilly for murder because of the loss. You have to prove, especially if the criminal case, if that individual won the criminal, you have a preponderance of evidence that you have to prove that this person, more likely than not, is the one who unalived your whatever.
To Sheridan.
I don't know her. What I say about that girl?
I don't.
Wait a minute. So I guess Sylvia, because she didn't want to have to give Wisdom daughter her money back, so she on the low slid that question in.
I don't know what you said because I didn't
say anything, but if I repeated something somebody said, why would I apologize? If I lied on her, I didn't lie on her because too many people said the same thing, so it can't be a lie. I've never lied on her. And what did I say? I must have said it over the phone because I other than that, and I can't remember, honey. We talking year before last year.
They want to know whose pen is he using now, William, Julia, or who else?
I don't know.
She don't know. Okay, let's see.
Ask them why they so invested.
Because they like the calls. Everybody's.
The calls are so boring. Like I listen to them and I'll be like, okay.
But you come on now. Human beings are nosy, especially if you listen to somebody.
I mean, I guess that your life is just I go to work and I go home, and that's what all I do.
Yeah, but
like people be trying to make these little smart remarks because I go out, and I feel like if I'm healthy and my kids are grown and fine, and my grandchild is 17 years old, why would I sit in the house and just look at TV until it's time for me to die? I don't understand that. And then when I went out last night, it was at least 10 people my age and a little bit older. So I don't go to places where everybody, except for that one time I went to that record thing, but it was a record thing I had to go to. But I don't go places where people are in their 20s. I try to go where it's a mixed crowd and it's people my age as well.
Yeah. I don't think there's anybody who said anything was wrong with you going out to the club. What is she talking about?
And people my age now do go out, but I've been getting a lot of that smart ass. I mean, I know people will just be trying to find something to say, well, let me say this about her, or let me try to come for this. And the one dude tried to come and say MF something. He said my MF old ass something, something, something. I was sitting there like,
Hey,
like that's a lot.
ma'am, you cussing. You
I'm
just said
sorry.
yes. Okay.
She said MF. What is she talking about?
Yeah, and I was just like, that's a lot for it's just a lot of energy for people to give to somebody they do not know. They don't
B. Williams said between. Okay, let me start all over. B. Williams said between her struggle questions and his struggle answers, the interview was a fool.
know me, they don't know him, they don't know her. So it's just a lot of personal negative energy I feel like is given. And I don't know if you would call it the same energy you get when you watch a movie and you talking to the movie, talking to the TV, if that's the same scenario that this is or whatever, but it's just or people just feel like they can invade in your space and you're supposed to tell me this because this is where we're at now. Go to IG and tell me your life.
Okay, Sarah says you asked Nesto to smack Shirley.
I did not say anything about what call is that on?
I need that call, y'all.
What call is that on? Because I'm not violent.
She said, "You want me to slap her?" Yes, that really happened. I remember hearing it. Do y'all remember hearing it?
At all.
Wait a minute, we need evidence.
Right, because I'm not violent at all. And I've never thought anything other than I will say this. I feel like when I first came on, I asked him, how's your support system? What is your family doing? Why are you still in jail? Because it was 30 days after he got arrested. And I saw the charges and I'm like, that's bondable. So I was like, what's going on? Are you getting the support you need? And he was like, right now, I'm okay. But I kind of need you on the legal side. And I said, well, you let me know what you need me to do as far as that's concerned. All right. And I just fell back. And then when he came and said some other stuff, and I was like, well, what's up with her? But I never said smack her or anything like that. I just said, he was.
Yes, you did. I heard it. Karen S. said, Christian and proud of it, but if you act in a way that is unbecoming, I'm going to call you out. Why can't you date a single man your age and stop breastfeeding these 20 somethings, Sonya? Now, and I'm going to tell you, Karen S., we don't have any proof of these 20 somethings other than what she says. And I'm not so sure that I believe her. Miss Lorraine says, I remember her saying that. Yes, we remember. You said it. Um,
Not in her.
504 said she is still breastfeeding Thomas in my native tribe, urban media voice.
This is on the phone calls. It's not in her to be like that. She's just, this isn't her thing type of thing. And I'm like, just say nobody's thing, to be honest. But one thing I understand is when you date or marry or be with a black man, understand everything that comes with it. It's a lot that comes with being with a black man. And sometimes they get arrested. A lot of them get arrested. And
She's going to tell us black women what dating a black man comes with. Are you kidding me right now? I can't make this stuff up. I just can't.
and they're innocent, So you have to prepare yourself. And that was one thing I didn't have a problem with when I was dating white guys. I never even.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Aqua Queen said, I go to happy hour events with my girls, jazz clubs, or live music venues with my man, or a sports bar for my games. Hook 'em. A club with the youngins. No, me either. Especially these youngins today. Hey, let's talk about it all. Said the same energy you putting into somebody's husband. 504 says Sonya, the Freedom Peen Rider. Oh, what are we going to do with her? God bless. 1254 said on a recent live, she bragged about a man giving her donuts. And she also says, wait, so Brad was changing your diapers too? Yeah, so I guess she's trying to tell us that she only dates white men and she so seldom dated black men. But for you black women out there who don't know, there are some things that come with dating a black man, and that is he might get arrested.
I had that concern ever. But whenever I dated a black guy, you have that fear. You know what I'm saying? He might get pulled over. He might.
Let me tell you something, Sonya. I have dated black men, white men, uh, Indian men, and Korean. Okay. Um, and I never had thoughts of any of them being arrested or going to jail. Not the black one, not the white one, not any of them.
Might get this, something might, you know what I'm saying? You just have that fear because we fall victims to certain things. So for me, and I'm black and I think like black people think, you know what I'm saying? It's our culture. We get caught up with police unnecessarily, unfairly, unjustly, more than any race. And so I just felt like, well, I said, she's got a child. And when you're a mother, you know how to be protective, you know how to fight for your kid. You put that same energy towards if you're married and you put that same energy towards your husband, because people that are very into the Bible, they always say, what comes first, your husband or your child?
They're supposed to be your husband.
They say your husband.
That's what the Bible.
Okay, man. And they're very pro-Bible. They're very religious. And so I was like, if it's supposed to be your husband before your child, which I don't agree, but I'm not religious.
I mean,
Um,
I mean,
yeah, I don't agree because I feel like my child is forever. Relationships don't last forever, but my child is forever mine. But
I feel
people that's supposed to be religious is supposed to follow the Bible word for word, beginning to end, everything included. You're supposed to follow the word, right? Not certain chapters. So I felt like the one time I did get aggressive about it was she needs to be there for you. And one, because I didn't really want to, I felt if they're not there, then I got to do it. And so I'm like, she needs to be there for you, in all capacities, because that's your wife. She's not built like that. And I'm just like, she need to be there. But I never said anything about slapping her. I would never say slap anybody.
That recording, so next time I will have it and I will play it.
Yeah. Get that, and because I don't talk about slapping nobody, unless not even if they say they want to slap me.
Okay.
I need to have that
Whatever.
that proof. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh, you want the proof, do you?
Why are you so invested? They say, especially since he's a married man.
You know something, and let me say this. Like I said, I have never anybody, no matter what their race was, that I dated. I did not. My first thought is, oh, they're going to get arrested, even a black man. But do I have that fear for all of my black male relatives? Yeah, because I know it's real. But you can't walk around in a relationship. Like, I'm not going every day, say, for example, when my nephew gets in his car and goes to work, I'm not running around saying, oh, don't get pulled over. Don't get pulled over. Oh, you might get pulled over because you're black. I mean, you just don't do that. Does it happen? Yes. But that does not mean that's just not on the forethought of my mind. I don't get where she's going with that. Obsessed with the mess, that he needs to be faithful in all capacities because that's his wife. Aqua Queen says her daughter is a bad mother because the mammy was a terrible mother. I'll toast to that. Obsessed with the mess said his marriage wasn't even valid because he's a bigamist, so surely don't owe him ish. Miss Lorraine said, what color was the one who pow-powed you? I believe he was a black man. And he still pow pow bang bang. So was she worried about that? So let's do reverse, some kind of inventive reverse psychology. So Sonya, are you afraid that all of the black men who you date are gonna pow pow you? So shouldn't you be concerned about what Nesto might do to you? asking for my chat?
I'm invested because that's my friend. Whether he's married, single, divorced, widowed, whatever, I'm not worried about that. When somebody's got their life looking at jail forever, I'm not worried about everything else is small to me. All of that. If she was there in a capacity that he needed her to be in, I wouldn't be here. And that's not a dig against her, because this is hard. And a lot of people don't know how to be there for a person or go through this with a person. Or if they have a family unit that could help them. Because you see how many people in Fulton County is sitting in there with no help, no family, no this, but they have family, but nobody's helping them. They're like, whatever, we'll see him when he get out, if he get out. They don't care. And that could be a good person, not necessarily, it's a bad person, because all of them, all his family members like him. They call, why hasn't he called me? You know what I'm saying? So it's not like they abandoned him because, they don't like him or he did this or da, 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 da. They
The only one I ever heard who's wondering why he ain't called was Dion. Now, y'all follow me. We may not know if Laverte is okay, but what we have heard is that she goes right down there to that jail and visits somebody, and he don't even come to see her. We know Laverte ain't called him, ain't put no money on the books. The rest of his children don't even bowl with them. So, there you go.
all feel like he's innocent. He didn't do it. This is unfair. This is unjust. But they're putting
Oh, hey, let's talk about it all. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We're going to get that call. Now, it may not be tonight, but we're going to get it and we're going to review it.
their lives ahead of what he's going through. And it's because one, I'm not doing anything. I do have the time for it. But like I said before, when I almost died and I was in the hospital for a month and a week, and I didn't know if I was going to live or die, that man called me every day. And I'd only known him for 2 months. And that's a lot. That's a lot for a person to just really care. And you don't even know that person at all. I knew him a little bit, but 2 months. What do you know? You know? And he took the time to call and what are the doctors saying? Do you need me to call down there? What do you need me to do? Da, 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 da. He was just solely on that for 30, however many days I was in the hospital. I was in ICU, 2 major surgeries, four blood transfusion. I came out 80 pounds, and it took almost a year and a half for me to recover. So I was sick, sick, sick. I wasn't lightweight sick. I was about to die sick.
So, so that we're following, she has devoted her life to this man as we speak because when she was sick, he visited her. He called her. He made sure she needed anything, and he was gonna, are the doctors treating you okay? Because he would intervene. Like, what is he gonna say, child? If I were a doctor and that man came up talking to me about anything or anybody, I'd be like, man, where you come from? What shoe shine truck did you fall off of? So because of that, she was like, oh, he loves me. And so she's just ready to just be in his corner, and everything that he says is good. And he has good character simply because he visited you and called you and all of that stuff when you almost died. Let me tell you something. I almost died one time, and guess what? There were some people back then who I was friends with that I don't even speak to anymore. So, what's your point?
So my conscience won't let me leave him for dead. Let's say that. And I could take what all of this, if this get him free, then it'll be worth it. People calling me whatever or thinking what they want to think about me. They don't know me, so it is what it is. I listen to the phone calls.
Okay. All right. Kay Bonita says, does she realize that so much more could have been done by focusing on the delay in Fulton County? Why didn't she take that approach?
What delay?
With with him being in there, no indictment, and he's been
That's
this.
why, listen, today, like I said, when I watched that thing today, everybody was in there with no indictment.
I saw
And they were 30 days. 200 days in, 190 days in, and nobody had, and they were, some of the cases were so little, it was
Girl, what you talking about? I seen somebody who was 400 and some days in one time right there in Judge Manning's court. And if you are a member, I did a thing on Fulton County and the goings on in there, and how there was a man who actually was innocent and was put in jail and held there for 30 days. So, y'all could check that out. There was, and in that story that I did, there has been a man who was sitting there in Fulton County for 13 years waiting for his trial. There are some in there that have been in there for 10 years. Those people have really been put through the ringer, and they're still sitting there where your boyfriend is whining about what, 3 years?
time served, but they still was like, yeah, give him $3,000 bond. I'm like, he
I,
got time served. He's been in the jail a year.
I saw that.
There, will somebody please, and this court vlogger here, because she holds herself out to be a court vlogger. That's how she introduces herself. I'm not understanding why she can't correct her and say, you don't get time served on something that you haven't been convicted of. Her theory is, like I said before, she thinks, well, you've been in there XYZ, so that would have been the amount of time you would have had to serve if you were found guilty of that crime. It doesn't work like that. 504 says a skeezer really believes her lies. Her lies, yes. And God bless 1254 said, I believe fighting for innocent people, but this guy is guilty. Okay, all right.
And I'm sitting here like, how come they can't say time served, or either just say, you know what, he's been there
She's a paralegal. She worked for all of these criminal attorneys, and she doesn't realize that that's not how time served works.
long enough, let him out on a signature because he's got time served, and we'll worry about the details of the situation after the fact. They still was asking for $30,000, $10,000 bond. So the justice system and the court system, I'm sorry, because there's no justice in the court system, don't care about people in real life. Yes, they don't treat them like people. They treat them just like a number. That's it. A number in a situation. That's all it is.
And I think a lot of it has to do with politics and economics.
They don't care because that whole system was designed after slavery was made illegal, and it was designed to put us back into slavery. It was just another way they finessed it.
So they finessed the criminal justice system after slavery because they needed to find another way to put us in it. So back in the Roman times, back in the biblical times, because they had a criminal justice system and tools set up back then. Even when the Native Americans were running around here, like since like before any of this, there has been a court system. There have been police officers, judges. I mean, sure, they're, what do you want to call it? What they do and how the law is applied may have changed over the years, but please do not be, and I don't want anyone here within the sound of my voice to believe that they came up with the criminal justice system after slavery to further enslave us, because that's just not it. 504 says that ain't how that works. I can't do that. Y'all native does that. But yeah, that ain't how that work. Karen S says, I gotta go to bed, but thank you for having me, Legacy Moon. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you being here the wee hours of the morning. Thank you so much. Miss Lorraine says, have that same energy when you go to the grand jury. Bring your ass. Yes, have that same energy and evidence, because we want to make sure Will Wooten has everything you have.
So it's always been, made for us to be destroyed. That's why when I look at Black prosecutors, I just be like, for real, like, wow. Like, the system don't care about the truth. They only care about is a win and a number at any means necessary, you know. So that's crazy because I've seen several cases where people were innocent and it was known and they still was like, the judge was like, no, or what I'm saying, the prosecutor was like, no, and you knew the person was innocent. They knew it and they didn't care. Let them sit in jail,
Yeah.
and what can happen to you in jail? Death, rape, some people aren't mentally strong for it, suicide, they come out distraught, they don't care. They don't care.
No rehabilitation.
Because it's Black people. They don't care. So it's hard these days to find people that actually care and about you, period, with no motive behind it, And so I'm getting the crucified for, trying to help somebody, and they're focusing on the wrong thing instead of the justice system, which could hurt anybody.
Whatever. So, I've taken a page out of, one of my good moonlight investigators called a Lady 747, and I've looked on Google. And it says the first police force in the United States was established in Boston in 1838. However, there were other policing entities in colonial America, including the Watchmen, constables, and of course, we know slave patrols. And the first official police department in New York City was established in 1844 based on the London Metropolitan Police Department. Other cities soon followed, including New Orleans and Cincinnati in 1852. Boston and Philadelphia in 1854, Chicago and Milwaukee in 1855, and Baltimore and Newark in 1857. By the 1880s, all major U.S. cities had municipal police forces. But as I said, they were around even before then.
At any time. Nobody's immune from it. You can get pulled over by the police and it'll ruin your life, or somebody and it'll ruin your life forever.
Ms. B. Connor says, "Do you think you talking about this case is helping him? She is giving the state all they need.
Yep.
The case.
Okay. Yep. You know why? Because what's done in the dark, they can't really do you dirty if it's done in the dark. So the more light on his case, the better it is.
Okay. Mel said,
instead of waiting for a conviction and then the news comes out, and once he's convicted, it's hard trying to get out of that situation.
Mel said, "Do you believe in the word of God? How can you use it against us? For many Christians, the Bible tells us how to live and what to do and not. We are human still. What or whom guides you to do what you do or not?"
My conscience guides me. I have one. And a lot of people don't. So if I treat people the way I want to be treated, I feel like that's enough. I don't want to be treated bad, so I'm not going to treat anybody bad. No one can call and say no one could call and say Sonya's treating me bad, period. Never.
Not even the victims of your crimes. Just asking for the chat.
Okay, Anikia says, "Ask her, hasn't Shirley done enough and lost enough?" Yeah, hasn't she done enough? Did you think Shirley did enough?
Huh?
Don't you think that Shirley has done enough, or
what does the Bible say?
Or lost enough? That you're supposed to stick together to thick and whatever to death.
You ride it to the end. So what, she supposed to just do the first 5 minutes and then, all right.
I wish this non-Christian would stop bringing up and stop at what the Bible say. You know what I would say to her? I don't know. What do it say? Just to get, to kind of gauge where she's at. What does she know?
Dude, let me know what happens.
But y'all, I'm trying to let this play all out because it's still, it's late. And I don't know who has to go where. I almost want to stop now and finish this up. later. I don't know what y'all have to do. Nola Brown said no boundaries. I'm with you on that, Nola Brown. So I don't know. Do y'all want, if y'all want me to keep on going, I can keep on going. It's no problem. But we are over 4 hours in, and I don't want to keep anyone. I mean, I do know people can always tune back in. Miss Lorraine says, yeah, hell bound, Sonya. Jail first, though. 504 says, Cradle Cap isn't someone else riding your sorry husband. 504. Soul Power says she's atheist but wants to use the Bible against Shirley. No, ma'am. Pick a side. That's right. One or the other. I'm going to try to not interrupt so much and let this all play out, because this is just really, you know, we want to make sure we get it all, because there's a whole nother part we got to do tomorrow.
It's a lot. It's a lot on
It
here.
is a lot. It's a lot. Trust me. And it was nonstop the first 6 months. It was nonstop. It kept coming with all these different things, and it kept dragging a new case that they should have had. Everything should have came out, a year prior, but they was just stagnating. And the girl said he didn't see it right, but dragging the case and charging and charging and charging. And they did that by design on purpose, to screw him even more, or try to buy time because nothing had evidence. We go to court and they don't have any evidence on anything. It's just a conversation. And the lady deliberately, the detective did no type of follow up to even say, I know this to be true because I did this, that, and the other. She literally did no follow up. She just took an interview and charged him. That's it. On everything.
Eric Compton Ebony says, are you nervous about the upcoming release of video calls?
No.
She's not.
It's all recorded, and the prosecutor is on every call that we're on. So anything that the prosecutor can be on, it can be played in court. So no, I'm not. I ain't got no worries. We weren't doing phone sex on that one either. So you know what I'm saying? It was more a YouTube conversation though. But no, I'm not worried. Why would I be worried? Only thing we worried about is his freedom. All that other stuff, nobody's worried or stressed about it. The bulk of the situation was those first 2 phone calls talking about patent and something, whatever that stuff was. It don't get no juicier than that. That's it. Everything else is downhill. Way downhill. That's it.
Okay.
So no, I'm not worried. I mean, if you invested and you care that much about my business, then have at it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Shay B says, why haven't you contacted Pam Esquire, the intellect?
Why would I?
Because she's an attorney.
Okay.
Now that's funny.
I already contacted the attorney that I really want.
Shay B, you still up?
So.
She answers your question, Shay B.
Yeah.
Thank you, Black Swan.
No shade against her, but I don't know her. And this is something that the one person, sometimes female attorneys are better at some things than men, but because I gave this attorney all the insight from a female's perspective, and he kind of like saw another angle of it, that's all that you need to help, the situation. His court-appointed attorneys, like I said, she's too new for the situation. And I was watching the hearings today, and one of the persons had kidney issues because he has kidney issues now because of the bad medication they was giving him, and the side effects caused both of his kidneys to be severely damaged. And when I reached out to his attorney and told her, you need to go see him and get his medical records because he has a severe illness, that just developed since he's been locked up. And you were in court, and what did she say? He's sick. Because she never came, she never visited, she never got the medical records. And it's his kidney.
Like an attorney.
And the nurse said, it's no wonder you're still walking around. That's what the nurse told him. So how sick are you? And the attorney, and I told her he's severely sick. I told her a lot of things on email.
I'm sorry, y'all, but he's severely sick. Both of his kidneys are damaged. But having her out of her own mouth said this man, and we ain't heard nothing about him being on dialysis. We've heard nothing of him being on the kidney transplant list. We've not even heard anything about him getting ready to lose a kidney. So how true was that lie?
And she apparently didn't read them, because when I saw her in court, she was very ill prepared, and they got mad about that. And they got mad at me, and I'm not lying. He was very ill prepared. This is a man's life. So, if you're mad about it, I'm not lying. Be mad if I lie on you. But if I'm telling you the truth, then, give it to somebody who has the experience that could beat the case, because he's not taking a plea. You're not pleading this out.
Okay.
You're gonna be doing the work.
So, she says Sonya read Nesto's crime on call she posted in November, and learned that the day she got out of the hospital, Nesto was charged with aggravated sodomy.
Yeah, I got out of the hospital, and that's when they said the act of it happened. He got charged this past July. He didn't get charged when I got out the hospital. They said the act happened the same day he went to court with Erica.
She said LL dropped the link to the call. Where is it? LL?
Yeah, I said to him, I think that's my call. It's in November. It's my call, because that's when he was figuring out dates. And I was like, well, that's when I just got out the hospital. And he said, but that's the same day I went to court too. So I know exactly what I did. Because what it is he's got to try to remember where he was and what he was doing on these dates that they're saying certain things happened.
You know what? I may not be able to tell you where I was every day and what I was doing every time during during the year of 2024. But I bet you if I was doing something illegal, I'd remember that. And I would remember it so that I can lie my way out of it. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, as I would think that an inmate would speak, or how an inmate would think. I'm just saying, if someone accused me of something as egregious as sodomy, say I was a man and they accused me of this, you best believe I'm be able to tell you where I was, what I was doing. I would be able to tell everything, because y'all not gonna put that on me. One of the things that we've never heard him say is, I didn't do it. It was first, I don't know them folks. It was all kinds of things, but I've never heard him say, and I do hear him say, I'm an innocent man, but we've never really heard him really profess his innocence. Like, the CP, he talked about how it was a secondhand computer. He talked about how he didn't really buy it. His wife bought it. The wife paid for it because he didn't have enough money. We've heard everything about this computer and now know that it's on the gold phone. We've heard all of these things, but we've never heard him say, no, it was not on my computer. Never heard him say that. He has never distanced himself from anything that he's been accused of. He just tries to make everybody else seem like they're wrong or they're stupid.
So he looked at that date and remembered that was the day I went to court with Erica. So I know what I was doing that evening, and I know I wasn't nowhere near that girl.
Good morning, my Ty. And perhaps you weren't near that young lady during the Zoom court because you can't be two places at once, but we don't know where you went after that. We don't know what you were doing before that. So let's be clear.
He knew it was a lie, but he knew he could alibi himself to that lie. And that's what we were talking about on the phone call. He knew he could alibi himself, because it's one thing to know I didn't do it, but it's like, well, what were you doing, or where were you at? And it's like, I don't know. That was 2 years ago. But because it happened on that court date, he knew exactly what he was doing that evening. And he said I was nowhere near that girl.
Do me a favor, repost it again, Lovelace. I want to play it because
Yeah, Lovelace repost. It's the whole fact that Sylvia can't get out Love Lies and Lace Fronts for me. But he can tell you that he was in Zoom court. He knows what time he was there. And son, now we know Judge Manning is in the evenings. Okay, she's on in the daytime too sometimes, but like a lot of the bond hearings and stuff is in the evenings. And I know they do like a lot of municipal stuff on the weekends because I get notifications, from the different judges there in Georgia. But he said that this did not happen. He was on that Zoom court um, hearing with Eric. Oh, I lost my stuff, y'all. Okay, I got it back. So he was on that. He knows where he was that evening. Um, Zoom court is usually in the daytime, especially for dispossessories. Those are usually in the morning and in the afternoon. It's not in the evening. So here again, Sonya has um, given us some things to review for when her boyfriend comes up with the lies he plans on telling.
Because she said the November calls.
she said, yeah, I want her to.
That's my calls. Anything in November. Well, I want to say yeah, but I don't think that girl put anything out for November.
Sonya, Nesto doesn't have a pot or a window.
Y'all, 504 has made a good point. He was not with Erica, he was with April. That's right. He was with April Holloway.
Why?
Yeah, I know the saying. That's fine if you believe that. That's cool.
Why don't you give him the money so he ain't dry begging on the phone with you?
Give him what money? See, people always try to find something slick out the mouth to say.
I don't see it, Lovelace. Send it to me on my DM.
I don't see it, Lovelace.
The link is about the smack. Is it on your page? Let me see if I can get it off our page. Let me see if I can get it off our page.
Look at that. Look at that.
Why would he tell you his alibis? That's what told guys said. Hold on a second.
Because we're trying to figure out how to get him free. And a lot of stuff, when he first went to jail, he wasn't really thinking about stuff. He was just, I guess, in shock of what's going on. And so as time went on, I'm like trying to jog his memory on something.
What the hell happened? What happened, y'all? Let me It was YouTube. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. How about my screen? I'm looking to see what happened. And how about my screen says, oh snap, something went wrong while displaying this web page. Let me see what it was. We was just about done. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. Let me get this back up. I don't know what had happened, but my stuff just went down all of a sudden, right when we was on a roll. Okay. Gosh, y'all, we still got a ways to go. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna let it play, y'all. Okay. Let me get it. Oh my goodness, y'all not gonna believe this. The shit went back to the beginning of the interview. Let me see. Let me try to um okay, all right, y'all, let me pull it back up again. I don't know what happened, but Queen Black said IS did it. Oh man, this is crazy. I don't believe that happened. 504 said Credo Caps Turkey Waddle started moving too fast. Hercules is tripping. Obsessed with the mess says we were a couple of minutes past the 2 hour mark. Okay, well, thank you. Let me see. Because I see we got another Shay B crush question. So yeah, let me okay. We was this far? Wait a minute. I guess we were. Here we go. Okay. Um, why haven't you contacted the law intellect? Okay, we went through that one. Wisdom's daughter. Okay, here we go. All right.
Can alibi
Oops, I guess I better share it. Oh, I am sharing. Okay, here we go.
himself to that lie. And that's what we were talking about on the phone call. He knew he could alibi himself, because it's one thing to know I didn't do it, but it's like, well, what were you doing or where were you at? And it's like, I don't know. That was 2 years ago. But because it happened on that court date, he knew exactly what he was doing that evening. And he said I was nowhere near that girl.
Do me a favor, repost it again, Lovelace. I want to play it
Oh my
because
gosh.
Yeah, she said the November calls.
she said, yeah, I want her to.
That's my calls. Anything in November. Well, I want to say yeah, but I don't think that girl put anything out for November.
That girl. Oh,
Sonya, Nesto doesn't have a pot or a window.
Yeah,
Why?
I know the saying. That's fine if you believe that. That's cool.
Why don't you give him the money so he ain't dry begging on the phone with you?
Give him what money? See, people always try to find something slick out the mouth to say.
that's not slick out
I
the
don't see
mouth.
it, Lovelace. Send it to me on my DM. The link is about the smack. Is it on your page? Let me see if I can get it off our page. Let me see if I can get it off our page.
She got her head.
Why would he tell you his alibis? That's what told guys said. Hold on a second.
Because we're trying to figure out how to get him free. And a lot of stuff, when he first went to jail, he wasn't really thinking about stuff. He was just, I guess, in shock of what's going on. And so as time went on, I'm like trying to jog his memory on some things. Like, we gotta really try to.
Hold on.
I should have saved him. That's just.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. I know what I'm saying. I've really been saying this for so long. I just can't. I should have saved him. That's just. No, you're not listening.
She just said it.
I don't know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. You're not surprised. I should have saved him. That's just. No, you're not listening. You're not listening. I don't know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. You're not surprised. Right.
Okay. How do she think that I'm talking about the wife? Because people keep thinking I'm talking about her when I'm talking about somebody else. Because that one girl said that same thing, that said that Shirley called Sonya, and Sonya was talking about Shirley. And I wasn't even talking about Shirley. It was somebody else in radio that I was talking about. Ever since calls have been on YouTube, we don't say names.
Okay, we are not stupid. He was just talking about his wife, and you said you want me to slap her. That's what had happened. Why are you trying to make us think that we didn't hear what we heard? That's what I want to know. Aqua Queen says Sonya looks like an actress.
Period. But when we talk about certain people, for some reason they think the go-to is, oh, that's Shirley. No, it's not. Or that's such and such.
But this is before the calls was on, because it says February 3rd, 2023. This is before the calls started coming on YouTube.
2023, yeah. But I wasn't talking about smacking her unless I was joking, but I can't really hear the call to see who I was talking about smacking.
That's not funny.
And again, I don't know. What call is that? February 3rd?
February 3rd, yeah.
2023. I have to listen to that. But I've never told him to smack her like a serious, like, And I'm cracking up and joking. So whoever I'm talking about, I'm just messing with them.
We need to hear the other part. So, because
You
remember,
need to hear the whole call. See, that's the thing with a lot of stuff. They always try to go to one thing and say, see what you said this. I'm like, okay, but what did I say before that and after that? Don't just go to one thing. What was the whole conversation about?
We know exactly what you
said.
said.
Because one thing could say something, could come off.
I should have saved you. That's just confusing. You don't no, you're not listening. You're not listening. What I'm saying.
Go back before that, because who am I even talking about?
The car. I need that call. Huh?
You need the whole call. You need to listen to what the whole call is saying, not that one part, because how you know what I'm talking about her? And I'm joking because I'm cracking up whoever I'm talking about.
It's called nervous laughter.
So I wouldn't be cracking up. Well, I haven't been mad to talk about putting hands on anybody. Let's say that, except for them, that one girl keep lying. But other than that, but I haven't even seriously said anything like about that person. But to say that, I definitely just play the whole call. Okay. And then I can tell you about it. I don't even want to say that because they be like, she lying. I'm like, okay, I don't remember that, and I don't. In my mind, I can't say why I would seriously want to put hands or him to put hands on her.
My Ty, she wants us to. Apparently, she's trying to convince us we didn't hear what we heard, and one of the things we did hear was the entire call. So we know what you said. You may not know what you said, but we know what you said.
Okay. Especially February.
We're gonna leave.
Something happened in February though.
We're gonna leave that to a pause, y'all. So
right, come back to that. Play the whole call and then tell me what the whole call was about. Not that portion of it.
No, why don't you go listen to it?
We're gonna pause on that one, guys, because we're gonna find out what the whole
call
was before and after that putting a pause on the hand.
Because I'm laughing. So,
in the words of Big Frida, you already know.
Whatever it is, I'm joking with him. Okay. And he's like, I'm not listening, so I don't know what it is.
Figure it out. Okay. Let's see. Do you realize? Hold on. Do you realize that you? Do you realize Erica as his alibi?
Huh? What?
Do you realize you named Erica as his alibi?
Why would I name Erica as his alibi?
I don't know, but you just did.
I mean, how? Say that. Say, how did I name her as his alibi?
You just did it. We heard you.
Okay. She said, yes, she visited him on January 8th from 1 to 1:30.
That was the day before his birthday. That was this week. Yeah.
I miss Yaya. Hold on. Let me go back to Yaya. Hold on a second.
I know I said I would stop interrupting. She better stop pulling that ponytail. But look, she don't even remember what she just had said a few minutes ago. And we're supposed to trust what she says. Okay. All right.
Sorry, Yaya. Let me go back to Yaya. I apologize. Okay. Sorry. Yaya said, God okay SS to keep her money to herself due to Ernesto adultery per the Bible.
Wait, what? Even I don't get that question.
Okay.
Yep, she did. She just said it. Right. She don't remember what she just said.
You was thinking about that statement? Or you?
No, I'm talking about them and their money and that's their marriage. I can't speak on their marriage. I could speculate that their marriage is designed for whatever, and I don't know the specifics of their marriage. I don't assume anybody's marriage is one way, this way, that way, but he told me that their money was separate. She didn't spend her money on him other than when he got caught locked up and they took all his things, so he couldn't move. So she had to help him. She didn't have to, but that was the only person that could help him at the time, because all his stuff and his funds and everything was on lock. But other than that, he said their money was always separate. I don't know who paid the household bills between them because I never asked, but he said he never took money from her other than when he was locked up.
He said. Okay. He said.
All right, do you have some last words? Because before we end, I am definitely gonna
You an hour over, Miss 1 hour.
I know, I apologize.
Uh-huh.
I did say 1 hour and I've dragged it to you was answering the question. I was ready to stop. So but
Okay.
you said you will answer these questions. So
They were supposed to leave all of that alone in 23.
I was
They were
trying.
supposed to leave all that alone in 23, move on to something different, talk about something different. They can keep playing the calls. I guess they're exciting to some people. I can't see why. I'm a nobody, he's a nobody, you know.
But let Tim
I
feel
don't
it
I
means
don't see the
somebody.
interest in it. Again, it's not an interesting story.
But one thing I do want to commend you. I know everybody gonna come and beat me up on what I'm gonna say, blah blah blah.
And we're gonna do
I
it anyway.
understand y'all disagree with me, but as a person, as a woman of God who believes in the Bible, who believe in God's having purpose for an individual, I believe that God placed you, even though you might say you're atheist or whatever you say, I believe God placed you in his life at this time, at this moment.
So let's test your faith for a minute there. Sylvia, how are you doing? Attitude and Tylenol. She says, just woke up. Let me light up and slide the bar back. Oh, yes, because we're getting all kind of gems from this conversation. Now, Sylvia, the one who is Bible first, God led, God, the head of her life, all of those Christian things you can say that Sylvia claims. She is saying that God put this atheist woman into this alleged Christian man's life who has a wife. God put her in his life for a reason. For a reason? Really? That's what you're going to go with, infamous Christian lady? You're gonna go with that this is what God did. This man, he who findeth a wife finds a good thing. This man who has a wife who he has been with for um several years now, even though he ain't really married to her, but that's neither here nor there. You, as a Christian woman, believe that God put this atheist woman in his life for his benefit. This is what this Christian right here wants us to believe. Okay.
All of us are not perfect. Every single one of us come with flaws. And I commend you for sticking with somebody in this time of need, because every single one of us needs somebody to be there for us when we're at the lowest point of our lives. And I believe that the Lord has put you in his life because everything happens for a reason. You went through what you went through. You wouldn't have that desire to stay close to him. And I don't believe it's just about sex. I don't believe that at all.
No.
I believe that your situation that you went through with the empathy, and this person was there, didn't know me, I was dying, and he's there for me. The least I can do is be here for him.
Blah,
So I
blah,
commend
blah.
you for
It's to return a favor. And trust me, a couple of times I was ready to be like, bounce, Then I had to, because when it first happened, it was overwhelming at first. My sister, like, they got you on YouTube or they know your name, and I'm like, okay, it's got the first name, and then you just read all the comments and it's stupid and hateful and this and that. And da, 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 da. So my whole thing was, don't read anything. Don't go on nobody's page. I do go on the phone calls when somebody tell me to. I will go and listen to something. Somebody will come and text me from Instagram and say, go and look at that. But
Lies,
other than
you're
that,
already there. Lies,
I
lies,
stopped
lies.
listening and reading the, negative comments. And when I'm on my live, on my page, I tell them, I'm not posting, I'm deleting it. I'll read everything, but I'm deleting negative stuff because I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to support it. I look at what's going on in Gaza, and that's crazy how they just shooting and killing people. And it's like, it's so much hate out here. It's so much unnecessary hate. People just can't find. Here's a challenge for the next week. Everybody comment something positive or don't say anything at all, and watch how hard that would be for somebody to go to somebody's story and say something positive instead of something hateful, because they can't. It's for some reason it's so easy to hate, and a lot of these people are godly people, which is shocking. because you're supposed to love all God's children. And people are supposed to be all God's children, whether they believe or not.
Did you read that in the Bible, Sonya?
They're supposed to all be considered God's children. So if you believe, you're supposed to be an all the way believer. You can't be one toe in the Bible. You're supposed to be 10 toes in your belief.
But you're no toes in. What?
Yeah. This
And
is
that's crazy to me.
like I said, everybody's not gonna agree with me, but I'm going by what the spirit's telling me. And
So now, Sylvia, you're trying to tell me that the Spirit of God told you that that married man, Shirley Strawberry's husband, God put Sonya in his life, to bless him. That's what you are um, telling us, you Christian woman, you. Now, I believe that perhaps she was put in his life to save all of his past, present, and future victims. Because if things go the way Madame DA wants, he's going to be in jail for a very long time. And if nothing else, we know he's going to be doing 10 years on that bigamy because he's guilty of that one.
there
No,
is
it's the reason he says it a lot too, because he's very godly. He's very religious and stuff,
Oh,
and it's supposed to be in his Bible.
he's very religious and godly, but he's sleeping around with every Becky, Jane, and Bone Keisha. Okay.
and that is
But he says the same thing, everything's for a reason. He apologizes for all of the crap I'm taking for this, and I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen, and da 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 da. And I'm like,
He apologizes for all the crap that she's taken, but he has not apologized for humiliating his wife, for running around on his wife, having another wife when he married his wife. He's not apologizing for those things, but he's apologizing that she's going through all this. Okay. Pen Pal 50 said, I'm at work listening. This ish is hilarious. Hey, Southside Chi Town. Southside Chi Town says, what are you people doing up? Nobody called me. Child, we have been on here. When I come on here? After midnight? After 1 a.m.? I don't know.
yeah, it's okay, it's cool. You're in jail. You're going through it way more than me. You know what I'm saying? You're scared for your life right now. You're sitting in inhumane conditions,
He's
eating
scared.
food that's not fit for a dog,
Why is he?
and you're old and you're, sick. And, your whole world has just been your reputation, your marriage, like everything has just been, you know,
Him so sick, but he's still breathing.
taken from him, on top of the fact of everything else that he's going for. So I feel like I'm gonna just stick by him regardless of what everybody say or think. We're just gonna be a wife. No, I don't. I don't want to be nobody's wife. I definitely don't want to be his wife. Not against, but he got a lot of wives. Or had, but did you get
You had that. That wasn't a Freudian slip. That was the truth. He has a lot of wives.
that? Or find that call? With
no,
the,
I'm gonna listen to it because I have
okay.
to listen to it and I want to listen to it on my own.
Yeah. Okay. So that's gonna square that away. But yeah, it's just a lot for him. And I have to think of that's harder for him. And I'm not a selfish person.
She's not a selfish person, but she's sleeping with someone else's husband. Good morning, tall diva. She says this is when she was on her respectability tour. I Revived said this geriatric hen is such a bird trying to act like she's all noble and ish. Attitude and Tylenol said 5 marriages and 3 divorces. I detect overlap there.
And if I can help a person, I will help a person. I give a lot of money to homeless people, and I used to take in when I lived in Cleveland, I used to take in a lot of people. My house stayed full. I used to pick up strays a lot, that live with me, that weren't even related to me, just on the strength that I wouldn't, I don't like to see people act out, So that's just me. And fortunately for him, I am here for him, and And that's all I got to say. And of course, yeah, I do get upset when I feel like you got somebody that's supposed to be there for you. And where are they at? You know,
But that's why
everything was good.
that's
Where are they at? Why am I here?
that
You
because
know,
God placed you here. That's
yeah.
why. I don't care what
So,
you might
and
act
I
like.
wouldn't.
This Christian is still saying this, that God put her there. God put her in this married man's life. But she's a Christian. This Christian woman is saying this. Look, my sister, the Jehovah Witness, said that's adultery.
Be here if they were there for him, I wouldn't be. I would have been like, let me know if something, you know what I'm saying, and I'll pop in when I need to. But I feel like a lot of them fell back because oh, she got it, you know. And then the other person,
This geriatric fool was flying in to see him from Florida to Georgia. Now, I don't know how much that may cost, but it costs nevertheless. And she was flying in to see this man.
I can't speak on that, but I know some people feel like she got it, you know what I'm saying? We don't just fall back, you know, and let her handle it, you know, because I can't see it being no other situation for, you know, the little stuff that he did ask, he never got, you know, so. And it was doable. You know, the person could have did it and they chose not to. But he innocent. And I'm confused by that. You saying he innocent, he didn't do it. That's not him. But you're not willing to give any type of help. You know what I'm saying? And he's been in your life your whole life. I just met the man, you know. So it's a lot, but you know.
Good morning, Malika Bashu Mashu. She says the shade of it all, a god of darkness sent her into the game. Okay. 504 said he sent Sonya to Nesto and sent Ronald to another woman. Won't Hercules do it? Attitude and Tylenol said if she was dumb enough to spend her money, why would they spend theirs? Okay, I was thinking that attitude. You know, we be on the same wavelength sometimes. She says, I wouldn't buy a single Zuzu or Wham Wham as long as she's standing in the gap. Okay, I agree. I have a question though. Is it snowing where y'all are? Because it's snowing where I'm at. Obsessed with the mess said exactly. You just met him, don't know ish about him. Oh, but she knows his character. The people that know him are not supporting him. So that should tell you something. That's right. Okay. Aqua Queen said Nesto made a deal with the devil. And so Sonya was sent to be his karma and the devil's laughter.
Somebody gotta do it. Somebody gotta do it. And hopefully it all works out well. You know, his innocence is proven. And people stop assuming the worst. That's all. You just got to be open minded. That's the key to everything, to be open minded, to think it could be something else. Even though it looks that bad, it could be something else. It doesn't necessarily have to be what they're saying it. And again, like I said, Roswell Police Department is a very unethical, not by the book police department. All his warrants got Roswell on it. Only one of these things happened in Roswell. So my biggest thing in the not the yeah, the DA, assistant DA knew this because they tried to say it in court.
Good morning, TDC. Look, for those of y'all who had been on her channel before, y'all remember when she had, I don't even know what, I don't know if she printed it from I don't know if it was from a back page, a complaint page. I don't know what it was on Roswell's police department. And she posted that, and that was supposed to sway us to make us believe that Roswell is racist and that they're framing him. Southside Chi-Town said we were supposed to get a light effect of snow last night, but nothing yet. Oh wow. Well, it's coming down where I am at in a secret location. Aqua Queen says, glad it was great weather on my vacation, coming back to terrible weather. Oh, Miss Lorraine, where are you at? Where it's 70 degrees? Oh, Arizona. Oh, okay. Arizona. I've never been there. I want to go.
About the jurisdiction. Why is Roswell? And I said it to his defense attorney's office too. And they, well, maybe they're assisting. No, they're not assisting. They're the only police department on all the warrants. And you got crimes in South Fulton, Alpharetta, Buckhead, Atlanta. And only thing that happened in Roswell was the dealership. That's
And guess what? There's crimes in Tennessee, California. I still keep saying Las Vegas. I don't know why that has always stuck out in my mind, but I just think that there's a crime there and it has Nesta Williams' name on it.
it. But their name's on everything. Why is that? It's out of jurisdiction.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Sonya. If you don't have your paralegal license, you need to go ahead and get it done in Georgia. So
I'm retired.
well, you need to get out of retirement and help this man because you're very
Man,
passionate.
I don't mind volunteering, and I said I would do that after this is over with. I will volunteer and help people. I did work for the Innocence Program in Ohio.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because let me tell you something. You just can't work for the Innocence Project. You can't. You have to be a certain year law student. You can't even volunteer to be a secretary there. They don't just let anybody in the doors of the Innocence Project. So that is a lie.
Um, so I am, all for helping people. It was sad to watch that courtroom today. All those people who were losing their jobs, losing their homes, all because of some, a lot of it was like some petty crimes.
Okay, they committed petty crimes. They shouldn't lose their jobs, their homes. How about they shouldn't commit the petty crimes? How about that? My Ty said so. She feels he can cheat on Shirley Strawberry, belittle her, and say he never loved her. And Strawberry should just put money out. Yes, and let's not forget he called her daughter a bitch. I Revived said she said innocence program. Maybe it was a Tim U. Did she say program? Wait a minute. Look, y'all. I know we getting there to the end, but I gotta hear that. Let me let me go. She used to. Oh, here we
You're
go.
not willing to give any type of help. You know what I'm saying? And he's been in your life your whole life. I just met the man, So it's a lot, but somebody got to do it. Somebody got to do it. And hopefully it all works out well. You know, his innocence is proven. And people stop assuming the worst. That's all. You just got to be open minded. That's the key to everything, to be open minded, to think it could be something else. Even though it looks that bad, it could be something else. It doesn't necessarily have to be what they're saying it. And again, like I said, Roswell Police Department is a very unethical, not by
Oh, thank you for bringing that up, Queen Black, because I've said this before too. Another reason that he is not like out and bonds and things are high is because he had multiple failure to appears. And when they are determining your bond, they look at things like that. Hey, good morning, Zen Soul. Zen Soul says good morning, Legacy, and everyone. I can't believe y'all still going. I watched you at 12:50 this morning but fell asleep. Have a magnificent Monday, and you have a magnificent Monday as well. Yes, we are still here. We're still going at it cuz guess what? After this there's still two more parts we're going to have to watch this week.
the book police department. All his warrants got Roswell on it. Only one of these things happened in Roswell. So my biggest thing in the not the DA, assistant DA knew this because they tried to say it in court about the jurisdiction. Why is Roswell? And I said it to his defense attorney's
Anybody
office
said
too.
that
And they,
in court.
well, maybe they're assisting. No, they're not assisting. They're the only police department on all the warrants. And you got crimes in South Fulton, Alpharetta, Buckhead, Atlanta. And only thing that happened in Roswell was the dealership. That's it. But their name's on everything. Why is that?
I don't live in Georgia, but I thought Buckhead was like a place and not necessarily like I know it's in a county, but it's not. I mean, she's acting as if that is whatever. Anyway, Soul Power says can't stop, won't stop. That's right. We want to get all this information together in case Will Wooten wants to know all of the things that Sonya knows. We have heard her alibi this man and incriminate him, all in this very interview that we are watching right now. Attitude and Tylenol said, Father, I don't want any of them. Beefy Shoulders will never get a single YouTube premium dollar from me. So I wait on y'all to do reactions. And let me mention that too, because I meant to do it earlier, but forgot. Sonya doesn't realize that what we do is reactions. So we're going to listen to the calls. I'm going to say what I got to say or whatever, and how I interpret. Native's going to say what he's going to say and do. And so is Nyla and Bougie and Wisdom's daughter and Lady T-Bug and Vic to the Bell. Just all of the people, everybody. It's called a reaction. So we all have different reactions. And that's something that she apparently did not learn when she had a YouTube channel. 504 said, it's the way she takes up for this criminal. I'm sorry, excuse me, crimina. Yes, you are right. It is that way. And Aqua Queen says, I hate the way she says Atlanta. I hate the way she says Alpharetta. She says it comes out sounding like Atlanta. Obsessed with the mess is cracking up at Attitude and Tylenol singing beefy shoulders.
It's out of jurisdiction.
Well, I said,
thank you, Attitude and Tylenol. That's what I was trying to say. Buckhead is a residential district. That's what I was trying to say.
one thing, Sonya. If you don't have your paralegal license, you need to go ahead and get it done in Georgia. So
I'm retired.
well, you need to get out of retirement and help.
A retired ho ho ho.
This man, because you're very
Man, I don't mind volunteering, and I said I would do that after this is over with. I will volunteer and help people. I did work for the Innocence Program in Ohio.
I revived. She said it. She said. She said she worked for the Innocence Program. Well, I'm not going to take that from her. Maybe she did work for the Innocence Program. I've never heard of it before, but maybe she did. I've heard of the Innocence Project, but she clearly said she worked for the Innocence Program. So maybe she did, and I am not going to take that away from her. Aqua Queen said this lady said she works for the Innocence Program, not Project. Maybe she's not lying. That's what I'm saying. Obsessed with the message. Retired my ass. TDC said, I love all the different reactions. Every chat is fun. That's right. Southside Chi-Town said, bitch, you not retired. You just don't have a job. That's right. And there's a difference. There's a difference from being retired and being unemployed. But y'all, so y'all will never hear me say that she didn't work for the Innocence Project, because she never said it. She said she worked for the Innocence Program. Okay, thank you for catching that. I revives.
So I am, all for helping people. It was sad to watch that courtroom today. All those people who were losing their jobs, losing their homes, all because a lot of it was like some petty crimes. And the way they just take the human out of the situation is a problem. The court system needs to put the human back in the situation.
Maybe the human shouldn't commit petty crimes, as you say, Sonya.
And that's why a lot of people are homeless, because you go to jail, you live in check to check, and when you get out, you're broke. You lost your apartment, you lost your job, now you're on the street, and they don't care when they could have gave you a bond so you can keep going to work and fight this little dumb case. you know.
Like I tell you, you got
Fight the little dumb case as if, yeah, you broke the law, but they should get you out there on that bond and let you continue to work so that you can pay your bills and eat and take care of your family and commit more crimes.
got your assignment.
Oh
Whether
my gosh, got my work cut out for me.
you're atheist, but you every time you talk, I hear God in there. I hear godly, and
I'm a very kind person, you
you
know.
are not atheist. Stop that, because the only way you know
Well,
you
I'm not a.
That this Bible thumper said every time Sonya talks, she hear God in it. Is this what this woman is saying? This woman who is so into the Bible is saying that this atheist here. Okay, that's what she said. Y'all heard it here. Just like Sonya works for the Innocence Program.
Satan devil worshiper. Let's say that. I
nigga,
just
you're first.
I just believe in helping living things because I feel like you can't go wrong. It's just too many stories is why I'm not.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna stopping. But she doesn't even know how to define what she is because an atheist doesn't believe in anything. They don't believe in anything. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in the devil. They don't believe in any of those things. She can't even define what she is. Soul Power says, I'm waiting for lightning to strike. Obsessed with the Mess says core values. The Innocence Project's core values include accountability, collaboration, empathy, equality, and self awareness. She is none of this. TDC said, I hear Lucifer when Sonya talks.
Not religious. It's like 18 religions, and everybody said this happened, that happened, that happened, that happened. And then I look at what's going on in the world, and I'm like, look at Gaza. And you say there's a God, so why is that happening? Why is all of these children and women getting murdered and blew up? Why? What's the purpose in that? You know, and it's all for greed. So that's what it's just certain things that make a
I
person.
also remember, Sonya,
People get blown up, kids die, all of this for greed. So you mean to tell me the SA victim, the people who are depicted in those CP pictures, um, the financial crimes victims, why did this happen to them? Why did this? So we are going to say that people get killed, blown up, this, that, and the third. But what about the people that he has hurt? The people that he has taken advantage of? I guess they don't count. Um, Queen Black said a true atheist studies all religions. They just don't believe it. Miss Lorraine said TDC exactly. Obsessed with the Mess says the tall diva. No, but Dennis said he helped her. Malika Mashu says, when will these two share gel cells? Soon, I pray. Well, in about another week or two, Sonya will probably be behind one because she's going to give Will Wooten that one printout from Instagram and the Hilton receipt, and that is supposed to be proof of Nesto's innocence. Attitude and Tylenol said Dennis was the one responsible for Beefy Shoulders getting out. He made some calls because he felt bad for her. I would have left Mammy Fresh right in there. I bet she was having fun rubbing carpet. Now look, let me say this, and I guess because I'm just not a nice person, if she did put an air tag on Dana J's car and do anything else that she's being accused of, she needed to be arrested and gone to jail and bonded out when she could be bonded out. Why should she be different from any other criminal who goes to jail? What is this, special treatment for criminals? Should she get special treatment as a criminal, uh, an alleged criminal? Just because she reads the Bible. So, mm-mm. Uncle Queen is laughing. Attitude and Tylenol said she did everything they say she did. Well, I believe she did too, but I just think that if you break the law, you should get arrested and go through whatever due process you're due. And I didn't feel a bit sorry for her. I don't care what her age is. I don't care that she has diabetes. If she did what she's been accused of, then she was where she needed to be. And all these people that she talks about who are jealous of her and hating on her are the same people who were looking into, because some of the very uh bloggers that she talks about were some of the same people who were wanting to look into doing whatever they can to help her get out. um was I don't, yeah, I think I was doing YouTube then, and guess what, I didn't care if she got out. I really didn't. you know I'm pretty fair. If I don't like you, I don't like you. And I don't like her.
There's free will. God gives us free will, and people gonna do things because He gives you free will. Just like you say, I mean, all of us are not perfect. None of us are perfect.
Nobody's perfect. Everybody's flawed. Every single person is flawed.
Exactly.
It's just to what degree. And do you try to help from being flawed? Do you try to be a good person, a kind person, or are you just out here being, malicious and this, that, and the other? Anytime I run across, because I used to work around a lot of females in strip clubs, and a couple of them, and I had one particular one who hated me. And she hated me from the moment we met. And she was just always giving me the hardest time, like these commenters do. And she's called me the B word and just complain about stuff that wasn't even worth complaining. But she was a very good bartender. She was one of the best bartenders that we had. And I knew she didn't like me. And I would always smile when I see her, because I just thought it was so funny to me that you would hate a person or be so rude to somebody you do not know, who's done nothing to you, right? So I needed a bartender at one of the clubs down south because my bartender was stealing. And I pulled her to the side and said, I need you down south with me on Saturdays. And she looked at me and was like, what? And then, because she was shocked that I would pick her. And I was like, I need you on Saturdays. I said, you're the best bartender we got. So I need you on Saturdays. So then she was like, all right. So she came down, started working with me on Saturdays. And in 30 days, she apologized to me for being such a B. And she was like, I don't know why I was so mean to you. And I feel so embarrassed about it, because I'm not just cracked up on it. I was just.
How come when she tells her stories, she's always the good guy? She's never the bad guy. She's always the good guy. Aqua Queen said even Nyla started feeling bad for her and wanted to offer help. Yes, she did. She did. Wisdom's daughter even said, it's a terrible place to be. Fulton County is bad, this, that, and the third. Like I said, if she broke the law, that's where she needed to be until she went through her due process, get bonded out, have all her friends and people in her chat to pay for an attorney. Y'all remember that? We know some money came from Cool P to pay for Sylvia's attorney. What she put it? What they say, the Amex card. Miss Lorraine says, absolutely, Legacy. I don't like her either, nor Sonya. Mm-mm, mm-mm. And the Tall Diva said, just trying to help. 504 said, there's a thief in every story she tells. Yes, and how convenient it's never her. Queen Black said, just like Nasty, someone always apologizes to them. I know, right? But we never hear these apologies. We don't hear the people who apologize. We don't know who these attorneys and lawyers and prosecutors and all these people who said Nesto is innocent. We don't even have proof, because remember, she keeps saying, and when she says it, I think she's referring to BC, when she says even his attorney said someone is out to get him. you know I don't have proof of that statement. I want proof. I want to see it.
It's like, and she was young, and I was like, you have to be open and give everybody a reason not to like them. Don't just not like a person for whatever reason. I said, let them have a reason not to like somebody. And me and her like this to this day. And that was 10 years ago. And me and her are really tight today. We're really tight. But instead of me trying to, come at her with some same energy that she had, I just smiled and just gave her all kind of love. And she ended up,
Let's be real, y'all. Sonya is not a smile, give love type of person. She doesn't even give off that kind of energy that she's an all smiles and love, happy, joy, joy. Mm-mm, no, she don't even give that.
Being such a sweet person, and apologizing for being so mean to me and so embarrassed. And it was so funny because she was so embarrassed about how she treated me. But it's just like if everybody just, was just positive and let people give them a reason, a personal reason, not a I saw you on TV and I hate you reason because I feel like you did this, that, blah, 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 like you. Okay, whatever, you know.
No one will ever say they saw you on TV, Sonya. Good morning, Penny Proud. Penny Proud said she knew she's not tight with nobody but Nesto. And good morning, Mrs. CLC. She says, good morning, silly side hen Esquire for hire is out here windmilling for someone else's husband. Do all that talking on January the 17th, 2025. The tall diva says at attitude and Tylenol correct. Look at what Sonya is getting for all the help she's given Nesto. I guess that's all that experience she got when she was working for the Innocence program.
Whatever. Okay, it's 10:30 almost. So you can go. And
Well, can I pray for you before we end?
yeah, my grandmother used to always pray for me every day and she passed. So what's her name? Pray.
My grandmother used to pray for me every day and she passed. I don't know. Let's play for a minute, for a second. What kind of response is that if somebody says, can I pray for you? What kind of response is that to have? And furthermore, I don't know about your grandma or who the people you know, but I was taught by, let's see, grandmothers and even ministers. Everybody shouldn't be praying for you. Now, that's what I was taught when I used to go to church. You can't have everybody praying for you, and you can't have everybody laying hands on you. Do y'all want to hear this prayer, or should we end it right here? Because Sylvia's prayers don't go any further than the ceiling, as far as I am concerned. But then again, I don't know. They may be helping because everybody who she's prayed for ends up being convicted of something. Let's see. We got R. Kelly. We've got soon to be Nesto. We've got I don't know. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. 504 said I'm out, y'all. I don't know if y'all saw this, but I saw this foolery going on. So apparently, Woody, you know, got himself baptized. And guess who was there filming all of it? Infamous court vlogger. Now, what was she doing filming that and posting that on her channel? Because after all, she is a court vlogger. I know she pretends to be a minister in her free time, but I didn't know that we posted that up on YouTube. Have a good day, 504. So if y'all want to listen to this prayer, y'all can, but I'm not. Attitude and Tylenol says she makes Christianity into a spectator sport. I think she thinks Christianity equals popularity. But I don't know. Maybe I'll listen. This might be funny.
Prays for me though. But go ahead. Have at it.
You know what? Let me see if my girl in here is Auntie T with the T. Where's she at? She usually prays in here for me. Where'd she go?
So now we're
Auntie
going.
D with the T. Are you in here?
So now we're gonna bring somebody
now
else.
I'm gonna go ahead on and pray because you know what?
Keep it positive. That's all I say. Just keep it positive.
You have a
Why would you tell somebody who says they're getting ready to pray for you to keep it positive?
purpose, Sonya. You do.
Keep it positive, and we as Black people need to come together because I feel like Gaza is an example of what's coming to us because America is behind that. And if they treat them people like that and they just ride through the city, just shooting them at will and killing them like that, and blowing them up like that, what's next?
What is she talking
They're not
about?
going to be like.
Okay, that link is for Mel. Auntie D with the T or Mel. One of them's gonna come in. I'm not bringing nobody else up in here, y'all. Don't try to hit my link because you're not coming up.
Okay, I don't want to hear Sylvia pray, not to mention some minister or whoever she's pulling up out of this crowd. So we will end that there. Now I might be back. There's still 2 more parts to this. I'm gonna look at that again because I just don't see how we needed to do this in 3 parts. But then again, I think the other parts were for more YouTube Street questions. So I will be back. I don't know. I don't know if I will be back on tomorrow. I have to see how. I don't know how late, because Native is doing it on Monday, as he always does, and I don't know how long his live is going to last. So I don't want to have people, up late 2 nights in a row. But I want to thank those of you who were here. I thank you so much for being here. I thank everyone for the member milestones, the super stickers, everything, the gifted memberships. Welcome to all of the new members. Shout out to the Marvelous Moonlight mods who was able to hang in as long as they did. Shout out to all of you for being here as long as you were for this foolishness. And it's always nice to have a review, because we want to make sure we make a list of all of the things and all of the questions Will Wooten might have. We want to make sure he has all of the information. So we will be doing this again tonight. Like I said, depend on how late it is. But then again, we came on this late, so we might do it again tonight. But there are 2 more parts to this. And then we are also going to listen to that You Want Me to Slap Her call, because, we want to make sure we contradict her in her lies. So y'all have yourselves a great morning. A great fresh start to your week. Also, for those of you who are dealing with the snow and the weather, y'all be careful out there. And we will be back with another one. I'm going to find some music to play so y'all can either continue to work, make your way to work, or if you're just getting off. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.